That's just the old shit I'm
It's an
looking at.
old fight.
That's an old fight.
Oh,
They ain't
oh
been
that,
fighting this
oh that
year.
girl was on her
Done it.
ass though, yo.
Live.
Live.
Gambrell, Gambrels. Oh my God, she was like Ali in that
Yeah,
bitch.
man, that was a good fight.
Yeah, she knocked
That's probably
Shorty
the only
down.
person I've seen her fight against that actually I would be willing to say that was someone
That
that
Puerto
really
Rican,
could.
that black Puerto
I
Rican was serious, yo.
you
Fuck
Yeah.
with
got
her, yo, on the street, yo. It'd have
She
been a
didn't back
motherfucking
down to
problem.
take a punch.
Yeah, she
Mhm.
caught her with that uppercut. But Shorty ate that uppercut and took a deep breath when she was on the couch on the ground and got the fuck up. Got like a champion though.
All right, we live,
Ooh,
y'all. We live.
Chef, you got to put a title in there though.
I did.
no, you don't.
Shameful.
Did you?
No, he
Yo,
ain't
that's
put no damn
crazy. My
title.
name up that motherfucker. How do I do that?
And you do that for all the
When
shows. I
you
mean,
hit
that's just what you do.
the live on the other thing, it should allow you to put the title in before you hit the blue button. But what you got to do now is you're gonna have to go on YouTube from the Pseudo Killers channel, and then go in there and hit edit video, and then add the title. You can do it during the stream. You can do it after the stream.
All right, let me go in there right now.
Yeah. Hey,
So
we ain't
I
breaking.
go in there. I go to I go to
Go,
YouTube Studio,
Go to
no,
YouTube and go to
go.
your channel.
your channel.
Uh-huh. And then you see the live video up there in the top.
Nah, I got switched to the pseudo
No,
killers joint.
Oh.
it's two buttons that say edit and manage, don't it?
Yeah, you'll see that. Because right now, Chef and L is started a Zoom meeting.
Right.
edit
Right. All right. And then I go to what?
edit video, and then choose the one that's live, and then you type in the.
Shameful.
I know. I'm sorry, CK.
Violent shame, I say. I could have swore I recall you going live in the past on
Yeah,
here.
I didn't
Time
switch.
he do it is Chef and L started a Zoom
Yeah.
meeting.
All right, I go on here and say your channel. All
Yeah,
right.
True said he gonna come.
Manage videos, you said, Sean?
Yeah, you
Uh,
can manage or
um,
edit.
it's two choices though, Sean. Which one is manage and then is edit?
He wanna edit the video because he wanna edit the title, and then after you edit the title, you just hit save.
What's going All right. So I go to manage videos,
Or go, you see
customize,
edit.
huh?
Oh, so you're looking at two boxes that's highlighted it with a red
In blue.
background. Okay, blue.
Mine blue.
No, they blue. They blue. One say
Share,
edit, they
share
manage.
your
You edit one, Chef.
Customized channel. Mine say customized channel and the other one say manage videos.
Uh,
go to what's the one on the right hand side? Not the one on the inside, the one on the outside that you're looking at.
Manage videos.
All right, go to manage videos. All the videos will come up and you should see the live.
by the
You see
way,
it?
this is a tutorial. You know what I'm saying? For those who are in the audience, we're just doing a quick
Yeah, this
tutorial.
is a tutorial.
You
All
know,
right, I'm
for
on
y'all.
there, Sean. Now what I did.
So
Details of the video. It's like a
not
pen.
did you click on the video? Did you click on the video?
Nah, I ain't click on it yet.
Okay, click on the live stream and the live stream will come up. Or it should give you the
Okay,
option.
okay. All right, title. Right, I got you.
Yeah, yeah.
Also, we got people in the back. Whenever you get a moment.
Okay. All right.
I know we asking you to do the most right now. I don't think multitasking is your thing, sir.
Mhm.
Man, this is gonna be suicide. I hope nobody get on this panel. Like, there's way too many of us. It's not gonna go well for them.
Hey, CK, you look at that thing yet?
Look at what? What are we talking about now? How
With
you
the
gonna be
lady coming
asking me
on.
questions like I know what you're talking about and just assume?
Yeah, see? Everybody else know what I'm talking about.
Be like, oh, did you look at the thing? You know, the
Yeah, but
thing
the
that
lady,
that
the
that that
website,
thing
the lady
is
that's
that
coming
it
on.
is the thing.
Yeah, but they coming on.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't.
All right. So you're gonna be stumbling and
But
stammering.
I will do it. I will do it tomorrow, I promise.
All right. Everybody need to
How
go
you
over there to
gonna
the
get on me?
website.
First of all, y'all told me about it late last night. Man, I don't fell out listening to you cussing Chief X out. I've been working
That was
all
funny.
fucking stressed the heck out. Just got home like an hour ago, and now you wondering why I ain't read no dang website yet. I got
Believe
until
that's still
Saturday,
going,
sir.
bro.
Time.
Would you say what?
I can't believe that's still going. Like he still got it out for people. Like he ain't over that.
Yeah, you're not enrolled.
Yeah, he over it now. We got it off our chest all the way. Yeah.
They don't like God, you know?
I can't believe.
I ain't mad at that nigga no more. Y'all said all I wanted to say. He's stammering and stammering and trying to, like, come on, dude. Oh, now me and Ben trying to make him buy a $30 pair of tennis shoes. That shit don't even sound realistic.
Nah.
That's crazy. Think about, you heard him say that, Sean? Did me and Ben try to get him to get a sale?
Nah. He
You
had to
hear
shoot
that?
him to the store, yo.
He wants you to stop.
That's funny.
The grocery store.
Yeah, I was like,
They,
yo, I didn't wear it. You did, nigga. You said you wore them to the day. I was like, Chief, you can't wear the white shoes. Man, Ben, I argued him down. I was like, yo, who does that, yo? I was like, what?
to the grocery store.
To the grocery store, yo, to the corner. It was only to the corner store.
Oh
We was
man,
like, yo, you can't wear shoes. It's brand new. I was
that's
like,
the
what, yo? Yeah, it's
they said
crazy, yo.
they were ugly, so they were some grocery getters.
Yeah, yeah, ugly. Them ugly ass shoes. Y'all wanted to sell. I was like, dude, we want to sell. How the fuck, man, Ben gonna split $20?
That's funny.
Yeah, but we ain't arguing all of that over here. I'm sorry, I'm biased. That had to happen over there. It was out of my control, bro. Hey, that's all on you. But we don't.
It's good. It was late night
Yeah.
and wasn't too many people watching. You feel me?
Yeah, I should put it on our channel. That'd be a good one.
Don't do that over here.
I caught her.
Oh, that's a horrible one, yo. That was horrible. Yo, they be like, yo, these niggas is 90 years old arguing over $50.
Hey,
Huh?
the funniest thing when he said, Chief X is funny. He said that he gave you directions on how to sell it. That was funny as hell, bro.
Right. I was like, what, nigga? I ain't selling no pseudo ass Moringa, nigga.
Y'all are too funny, bro.
Two old men. I told you how to sell a Moringa.
Hey,
Tell them that
I know you
take it.
multitasking to the max, sir. But we got a few people in the back. They're waiting so patiently. Whenever you get a moment,
I
sir.
thought I just brought King Sosa in. Hey, CK, can you announce the show? And all right, Truth Ministry just came.
I didn't know if y'all were ready. It seemed like we were doing some random stuff just now. Thought y'all wanted to get that out y'all system.
Tutorial.
And
we completed the tutorial now.
Yeah, we live. I got everybody in. Sosa, Truth Ministries. You know what I mean? Everybody in. So go ahead, CK, bring us in. And then after CK, Sean, you can go ahead and bring us in, get us up to date on the current situation with the pandemic, and then we'll go from there.
Well, y'all can take it how y'all want to take it, but I'm finna do some petty shit.
Oh shit.
If y'all didn't know before, y'all finna learn today a well-organized lie, a piece of disorganized truth every time. And you know we finna come through. We finna do what we got to do. We gonna stand tall. We gonna stand strong. Hey, y'all know what it is. Pseudo Killers on deck. So, Brother Sheffrin, how are you doing today? Or actually tonight, on this lovely night, the day before New Year's Eve?
Good. Worked a little bit today. It's gonna be hectic for me tomorrow, but I'm good. I'm ready to get into this content. I know Sean just presented it on his channel. It's some good information, so I'm ready to get into it.
Awesome. Thank you, good brother Sheffrin. Brother Corey, Pseudo Killer Anti-Theist on deck. How you doing tonight, sir?
Peace to the panel. Peace to everybody out there listening. I appreciate everybody because we reached the goal of 500 subscribers yesterday. We want to get that obviously up to 1,000 in the next couple weeks or so. But I just want to let everybody know the truth make it halfway around a lie will make it halfway around the world before the truth get out of the bed and get his pants on. So let's get the truth out there, y'all.
Yes. All right. The royalty, your majesty, Brother King Lovey Dove Sosa. How you doing, my good brother?
Everything good, on the move as usual. Here to share what I know, learn what I don't know. And, bump heads become smart at the end of the day. That's what it's all about. Peace to everybody, peace to the chat.
All right. I see we got B More in the house, keeping it 1,000, keeping it 100 for the Truth Ministries. How are you doing tonight, good sir? It's good to have you on the panel.
Good to be here. I'm doing pretty good. I still got my eye on Chief X though from last night. I got my sources already queued up for his ass too, if he come in.
Hey, Chief X is not coming on here. We can switch over to unbiased.
No, he's not. Man, y'all trying to get that dude PTSD. What you trying to do? Anyways, we got.
I can't control what happened on the Real Black Atheist.
It's just the fact that I hate when people that sit in the house and watch shit on TV think they know what the fuck actually happened when they was never there. Yeah. Shit don't make sense to me. Me and him had a whole discussion before Uncle and them came on there.
Oh, about what?
About the he was sitting there. He a white supremacist, yo. He's still backing Trump in there. He trying to say that all the riots and all that shit happened because Black Lives Matter and Antifa. When I got proof, I got police reports, the actual police reports showing how the Boogaloo Boys infiltrated the Black Lives Matter movement and started all the riots. They blocked them niggas up already.
Yo, Brother Truth, you should do some slides on that. We can do it like on a live stream, or you could just do a video on it.
Yeah, that's why I was going to do a whole video expose on this nigga today, but I ain't had time.
Take your time.
You gotta unclick unbiased because it's just on him. You know what I mean?
All right. And we also have on the panel Brother Unbiased Sports.
Peace to the
Brother
panel.
Unbiased.
Peace, panel and Pat in that chat.
Nice. And, it wouldn't be the pseudo killers without the original pseudo killer, the God killer, Brother Uncle Ket. Peace, my good brother.
Oh, man. Peace to everybody, man. I appreciate y'all, man. I'm really enjoying the work. Appreciating the way the support of the channel, man. And, look, man, it's always that next generation that's going to bring us forward. And, they got the right ones, man. So we living in a world of pseudoisms right now. And now we see that coronavirus is kind of separating everybody. So if you was a Moor and you had some nonsense you was teaching, you got beat down. If you was a pseudo Phil Valentine teacher and all your followers, coronavirus beat them down. If you was in the Nation of Islam and the information wasn't right, the coronavirus beat you down. So, we just in that time now to figure out who got what. So, man, I'm glad to be a part of the team that know what it is.
All right, Sean. If you're ready, you can go ahead and did we get Sosa in there, CK?
No, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Sosa was one of the first to come over. And the last person that we got Brother Sean from the Mossy Warrior Clan. You know, Pseudo Killer official. Got some stuff he gonna lay it down, and we got some interesting characters coming on the panel later. Just letting y'all know right now, we ain't showing no kind of mercy over here. It will be a bloodbath. But without further ado, Brother Sean.
Peace. Black African Power. What's good, everybody? Appreciate y'all having me on. Just wanted to kind of get into just some latest COVID news. You know what I'm saying? Keep people abreast of what's going on in the world, man. There's a new article circulating, and it's going around. Sheffrin, you gotta make it where we can share. So you probably gotta let me see. You gotta give me permission to share or attendees to share. So I think you gotta go to. There's a little dot or something like that by the share button that would allow you to be able to give people permission to actually share screen.
Sheffrin, that was directed at you, sir.
Yeah, he's trying to figure it out. Or if it's not a dot, it's like a little V arrow, like right next to the share. There you go. I got it. Yep. I can share. Yeah, he hit it on the nose with that one. So this article right here is circulating around social media as we speak. It has been for a couple of days, but it's just a different site. This one is a news break site, and it says, ER nurse tests positive for COVID a week after getting a vaccine. And what a lot of our brothers and sisters don't know is the science behind what could cause this to happen or transpire. And, you know, it's pretty much clickbait, you know, so, you got to read the whole source in order to comprehend it and understand it. So it's not a long source, and we'll get straight to it. And then I'm going to give you some additional information. And then, of course, I know the panel, they want to chime in and kind of build on it and kind of go from there. And then I'll give you the logistics, well, not the logistics. I'll give you the information on the other reason momentarily. But first, I just want to go through and give you the article's reason, and then I'll give you an additional reason. All right. So a nurse in California tested positive for COVID-19 several days after receiving coronavirus vaccine. Matthew W., that's his name, an ER nurse at 2 hospitals, posted a Facebook message about receiving the Pfizer vaccine on the 18th of December. According to KGTV, San Diego, the 45-year-old nurse said his arm was sore for only a day, but suffered no other side effects. Now, after working a shift in the COVID-19 unit 6 days later, the nurse became sick on Christmas. He eventually experienced chills and later came down with muscle aches and fatigue. The day after Christmas, the nurse went to a testing site and tested positive for COVID-19. It's not unexpected at all if you work through the numbers. This is exactly what we'd expect to happen if someone was exposed. Dr. Christian Remmers, an infectious disease specialist with Family Health Centers of San Diego, said. Now, I got to say this very slow. Remmers explained how it is quite possible that Matthew contracted COVID-19 before receiving the shot. He added that it takes about 2 weeks for the first dose of the vaccine to kick in. We know from the vaccine clinical trials that it's going to take about 10 to 14 days for you to start to develop protection from the vaccine, Remmers said. The first dose, we think, gives you somewhere around 50%. And what he's saying, 50%, he's talking about efficacy. so around 50% efficacy after dose 1. And you need the second dose to get up to 95%, which would be that full immunity style. Dr. Ramos said that the people should still follow protocols such as hand washing and wearing face masks, even if they have received the vaccine. While Matthew tested positive, Ramos said how he knows of several other local cases where healthcare workers became infected around the same time they received the vaccine. Now, if you read the last line, and he's talking about healthcare workers, which are the only ones receiving a vaccine, you would be under the assumption that they are receiving it from the vaccine. Now, if you know anything about the mRNA vaccine, it does not contain the virus in it at all. All right? Doesn't have any type of strand of it in it at all. Now, we have the full report from Moderna. We can go down, you can go to the table of contents, right? You can go down to the table of contents and you can go right into vaccine efficacy, which starts on page 222. All right, so I'm gonna scroll down to page 22 and let's see what Moderna says about vaccine efficacy. And let's see if they get into the first dose, second dose. All right, now, here we go. Vaccine efficacy. Interim primary efficacy analysis. The interim primary efficacy analysis was based on a per protocol set, which consisted of all participants with negative baseline SARS-CoV-2 status, negative RT-PCR for SARS-CoV-2 at day 1, and or negative serology against SARS-CoV-2 nucleocapsid, and who received 2 doses of investigational product per schedule with no major protocol deviations. The primary efficacy endpoint was vaccine efficacy in preventing protocol-defined COVID-19 occurring at least 14 days after dose 2. So it's telling us right here in all these big old words is that they're looking at the day 1, and then they're going to a period of when you receive the next vaccine, and then when you should receive full efficacy against COVID-19 after a period of 14 days from the second dose. Now it says cases were adjudicated by a blended committee. The primary efficacy 6 criterion would be met if the null hypothesis of VE was 30%, was rejected at the O'Brien-Fleming boundary at either the interim or primary analysis. The efficacy analysis presented is based on the data at the first pre-specified interim analysis time point consisting of 95 adjudicated cases. Now, there's a table below, which is table 9, that is showing this. In participants less than 18 years of age, there were 5 COVID cases in the vaccine group of 90 COVID cases in the placebo group, with VE of 94. Now, they're talking about the efficacy now. That's what the VE is, a 94.5%, a lower bound of the 95% CI of 86.5. Now, these abbreviations can be found in the table of contents. I repeat, they can be found in the table of contents for clarity. Of 86.5 and one-sided p-value of 0.0001 for testing H0 VE below 30%, which met with pre-specified success criterion in participants less than 65 years of age in the per protocol set. There were no COVID cases in the vaccine group of 15 COVID-19 cases in the placebo group. So as you can see, how they're trying to figure out the efficacy rate, they're testing those who received the vaccine and who have not received it, and they can determine based on the data. All right. Now you see the numbers is up in the placebo group because they just didn't tell them not to go out in the community they told them to protect themselves and to continue to manage themselves, how they could manage themselves in the community. So some people will rightfully so run into it or contract it, going to stores and doing whatever they were doing. Let's continue with the data. Now it says there were an additional 18 COVID-19 cases which met the protocol defined primary efficacy endpoint, but were not able to be adjudicated in time for the interim analysis. Of these 18 cases, 1 was in the vaccine group and 17 were in the placebo group. Vaccine efficacy for the primary efficacy endpoint, including these unadjudicated cases, was similar to the results presented above. Interim subgroup analysis of vaccine efficacy. Now, the subgroup analysis for the primary efficacy endpoint include the VE based of age, sex, race, ethnicity, risk factor, and baseline SARS-CoV-2 status, and provide additional information on the applicable capability of these results across the general population. In general, the VE among the subgroups are similar to the VE seen in the overall study population. The small number of participants in cases in the subgroups, such as the participants below 75 years of age and participants in certain racial subgroups, limits the interpretability of the individual VE results, but are displayed for completeness. And here go the subgroups, the vaccine groups, and the placebo groups, and then the N, the VE, okay? So they have all this data below that we can see on the site, and I see it on my phone and my tablet and all of that, and it shows us now. It goes down the ages of the people who are all involved in these trials. All right, the age of risk of severe COVID-19. It breaks down the severity of the disease. It talks about the sex, the race, ethnicity, all of that. So in this trial, you had about 3,000 blacks. You had 1,369 in the placebo. I mean, in the vaccine group, and then you had 1,338 in the placebo group. 4 of them in the placebo group, they had an incidence rate. So you had some people within this criterion. But the numbers add up over here, and we can see how many people actually did whatever. This is how they're measuring the efficacy rate. All right. So without boring y'all to death with all the data, I'm going to go to Moderna's website. On their website, they also have this data available to you. And then I'm going to come back to Pfizer and I'm going to do the same thing. I'm just trying to introduce y'all to the actual data and what the data is saying, so we're not undercutting anything. And then we can go and we can deal with how people can contract this a different way. All right. This whole thing is about the first dose and second dose and a time period. Now, the article said he could have contracted it 6 days before. Okay, cool. But what about after the vaccine? Could he still have captured it? That's what we need to know. Now, that's why I said there's 2 ways. And I'm dealing with the second way based on the data. All right? Because the efficacy rate in the vaccine is lower after the first shot than it is after receiving the full dose. And I'm drilling that point home for a reason, because it's telling you right here, secondary efficacy endpoints. The secondary efficacy endpoint of VE of mRNA 1273 for the prevention of COVID-19 disease based on less restrictive definition of COVID-19 disease from 14 days after dose 2 shows similar case splits with the VE to the primary efficacy endpoints described above. The efficacy against COVID-19 occurring at least 14 days after the first dose of the vaccine, including cases that occurred after the second dose, was also similar to the primary endpoint. There were no deaths due to COVID-19 at the time of the interim analysis of enabling assessment of the vaccine efficacy against death due to COVID-19. Of course, you know, they testing for that too. But it's letting us know that dose 1 and dose 2, they testing. And we're going to get this efficacy based on the actual data, not assumption, not not guesswork. All right. So here's Moderna. All right. This is their website. where you can go and find out. Now, this is a good little website that I put, idsociety.org, which is linked to Moderna and Pfizer, and soon it'll be updated and have AstraZeneca data on there as well, so that we can fact check across all lines. Now, they also give you fact check information on this too. All right. CK would administer, if she could, administer them in the chat. They're in the Zoom chat as far as all the sources. Now, when I said something about fact checking, you thought I was playing. There go one EAU fact check healthcare providers, the EAU fact check sheet for recipients and caregivers. They're not playing. They have the EAU letter of authorization, and they also have the CDC interim recommendations for the use of Moderna. All right. So we got some key literature. This is the full briefing document that I basically just showed in this slide right here. All right. Now it breaks down the study of the population. It says the vaccine this is given is a 2-dose vaccine. It's 29 days apart. This is a rant. It tells you the type of trial this was. Phase 3 ongoing randomized stratified double-blind placebo-controlled trial. That's what you need. How many participants? 30,351 participants over 18 years of age. All right. We go down here. We get to the primary endpoints, because the endpoints are what we're looking at, and we can go a little bit above the endpoints, because right here you see at this bullet point they're saying the interim primary efficacy analysis was based on the per protocol set, which consisted of 27,817 participants with negative baseline SARS-CoV-2 status and who received 2 doses. All right. That's a key bullet point for that, because of the 2-dose regimen. Now, it says the endpoint for efficacy, the reduction of incidence of COVID-19 disease among participants without evidence of SARS-CoV-2 infection before the first dose of the vaccine in the period of after 14 days post-dose 2. All right. So this is critical here, because we need to know if we can contract this virus between doses, and the answer is yes. You can contract it before it, you can receive it, and then, you know what I'm saying, if you don't contract it but you had got the vaccine, there's a grace period for the vaccine to actually start working in you, building up things, because it takes time to build your immune system up to this, because this is novel, it's new. So it's got to be introduced to your immune system in order to create an immune response, and that takes time. And then you get the booster shot, and 14 days from that booster shot, you've legitimized your immunization, and you're pretty much protected, but you still need to wear a mask, and you still need to make sure you're washing your hands and stuff. All right. So you can go back to more efficacy and get into all the other data here. And this is why we're dropping it on you like that. Now, Pfizer, 92 page, you've seen this before on the pseudo killers and Unks page. You go down to, I think it's bullet point, where is it? 6.3. Yep, but we really can go to 523, but 6.3. Let me get to my page 53. Page 53. Pfizer's data is going to read totally different than Moderna. They are totally independent of themselves, and they're not sharing data. They are not sharing data. They got their own reports. They do things the way they need to do things, and that's how it's going to go with them. All right. So on page 45, not 45, 53. Slow down. Yep. All right. So I'm going to read a little bit of it. I need to go up a little bit. All right, let's do it like this. Okay. Participants in the Medina 2 months of the follow-up after dose 2. As you can see, they're talking about a follow-up after dose 2. If I go a little bit further, it tells us about all enrolled participants. There were 43,000 people enrolled in this particular trial. If I go up a little bit more, it's going to give us more data and deal with the serious adverse events in the study of the phase 2/3. Participants in the Medina 2 months follow-up after dose 2. Just letting you know what's going on with that, but we're trying to get to the summary of between dose 1 and dose 2. Now, that doctor said something about 50% efficacy, which should be higher, because they have came out and said it's like 62 to 64% after dose 1. And then to get the full efficacy out of Pfizer, you need that booster shot. And the brothers and sisters on the panel, they will elaborate, and we actually can go a little further than that. So here you got the base phase data of approximately 38,000 people. They go through the months, the time, and the dates. I'm only trying to show y'all the primary because I'm gonna give you the summary off the BMJ, because that's a lot of stuff to read. All right, so immediately it tells us in this article what we can expect. The Pfizer BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine may have provided some early protection starting 12 days after first dose. The peer-reviewed results of phase 3 trials have found. Now, you also can get this in the New England Journal of Medicine. A summarized version of all that data found the vaccine efficacy between the first and second doses was 52%, 95% credible interval, 29.5 to 68%, with 39 cases of COVID-19 in the vaccine group and 82 cases in the placebo group. This is data that we know. So now we know there's a gap. We just tied the gap into one another. We just laid it all out. Now it says 7 or more days after the second dose, vaccine efficacy then rose to 95%. After dose 1, it was 52. Then it rose to 95% after the second dose, 7 or more days after. All right. Now, then it says with 8 COVID-19 cases reported in the vaccine group of 162 cases in the placebo group. So when they go and retest, 8 people in the vaccine group had contracted COVID. In the placebo, 162. Now, the vaccine has so far been approved, and we ain't got to talk about that. We know where it's approved. It's approved for EAU, which is emergency authorization usage. Here in a whole bunch of places, and we know that Pfizer and Moderna in April will be filing again for full authorization use and not emergency authorization use. And then, from there, it's going to be among the vaccine list groups. The participants, it gives you the breakdown of the actual participants. We've already did these adverse events, but these sources are a summarized version of the 2 FDA documents that I'm showing right here. All right. So this gives you that data that you need. This deals with that article specifically. Now that we know what the doctor said, now that we know what happened to the nurse, and now that we know that there can be infection between the 2 doses, and the reason why they want us to continue to manage our health by wearing, our safety, by wearing a mask, make sure we're washing our hands and doing all those things, practicing social distancing and the whole 9. And on that note, we just need to make sure that, our literacy is up, that we fully understand we're not just sharing data that we have not reviewed, that we read it. It didn't take long to read that initial article to understand what was transpiring, but other people have questions regarding the data outside of that, and we know. So my friend, when I was having this conversation, he didn't know that this data was already prevalent. So they had already been gathering this information, sharing this information, and comprising this information with other people in the community, within the scientific field, so that they know, hey, look, this is what we tested for. This is what we noticed. We had so many people come back for dose 1 who didn't get dose 2. You know what I'm saying? You do got a group of people who didn't get dose 2. I'm gonna say that again. And then you had a lot more people who did get that. So they looked in all instances for ways to make the research better. All right. And I'm gonna conclude. I'm gonna end on that, man, and I'm gonna open it up to the floor so they can dive into this thing. And then if we need to get a little bit more, we can. We can go from there. So that's my piece right there. Oh, yeah. My bad, Chef. I know, yeah, and Corey. Also, let me give y'all this other jewel. This right here is a report that was published today. Unc ain't even got this. This is from the Global Report Investigating Novel Coronavirus Haplotypes website. This is primary science here. All right. I ain't gonna tell y'all how I got it. I'm just giving it to you how I got it. I received it. As soon as I received it, I administer it. You know what I'm saying? While I'm reading, I administer it. And this is what the scientists, this is what the virologists, immunologists are looking at. What are they looking at? The lineage of the variant reported in South Africa, Switzerland, Finland, the UK, Denmark, Ireland, Australia, Israel, Netherlands, all these other places. They're looking for a new sequence count, as you can see here, and the countries involved in the new variant. All right. So this whole article or study is about the variant and the data that has been collected on the variant. And as you can see, it's pockets. Doesn't show heavily dense yet, but South Africa is on the radar. You know, these UK nations is on the radar. And then that's how it's rocking. So y'all have that as well. Now I'm a yield out, but we know the new variant is here. It's in Colorado. It's also in Canada. We need to make sure that we not running into this thing and we are not contaminating our homes and our family members with this new variant because it's spreading faster. It's spreading faster. It's not a new strand. Don't get it confused. It's a new variant. And this right here gives you the code lineages of the new variant report. Boom.
Yeah, that's a good point, though. We, Sean, we definitely want to stay on our precaution, using our universal precaution, washing hands, using the mask, you know, social distancing. I know the holidays coming up. Everybody gonna be wanting to, you know, be partying and you know, at their friend's house and passing drinks and passing blunts and whatever else they gonna be passing. But you just know they're gonna be passing that coronavirus around too. So, and with this new variant, I mean, it's just gonna be even more dangerous. So, if nothing else, like if you ain't even worried about your health, you know, we definitely got to worry about the economic situation. Everybody want to get back to work. Everybody want to get back to making money, and for those who are back to work and making money, you know, they don't want that to get interrupted. So, you know, we want to start the year off good. We want to start the year off on a decent note. I mean, obviously, you know, with 2020, leaving out of 2020, which has been the worst year in a long time, you know, we ain't starting out on a good note, but we want to begin to start working our way towards a better path, you know. So yeah, I appreciate that information. I mean, if anybody got any questions in the audience, Chef, if you can look in there and see if anybody got any questions in the chat, if anybody got anything to add or any questions for Sean on the panel, we can. You still got unbiased pen, Chef.
Force field, yo. Everybody want the vaccine to be a force field, yo.
Word.
Yeah.
Hey, Corey, I think that's your phone, yo.
Oh, is that me? Okay.
Yeah, it ain't like that on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The conscious community, the Black community want a force field. Where as soon as you take the shot, yo, that you know it's working. Yeah, and they're not gonna take the shot, but they want to talk. They want to talk crazy. They want to talk crazy about it as if it was a force field, misinformation. Remember, that's the way they think about everything, right? Their food is a force field, your immune system is a force field, and that damn vaccine better be a force field. So why would I take it? Well, how come it's not 100%? Why it's not this? Why it's not that? Man, they just question for the sake of questioning. They're not questioning for the sake of learning and understanding, man. So they're just ridiculous. The whole thing is ridiculousness. The whole lot of them. So, when we talked to the virologist on the phone, me and Truth, she was basically saying that, less than 40%, only 40% of the black community gonna get vaccinated. Man, that's unheard of. When we grew up, man, you went and got your shots, you went to school, and that was it. You didn't think about it. Where did this understanding come from, yo? It came from them channels like Brother Rich, right? The pseudo channels, the nonsense people that Sarnetta will have on his joint. That's where it come from, yo. Like, you got to know it. It has infected us now. So you take the stupid European information, like just dumb anti-science and anti-government white people, right? And it gets filtered through the black community. You know what I'm saying? So if I want to talk about some conspiracy and play that game, I'd be like, I swear they're just trying to dumb us down. Let's make sure all them black people is dumb, right? That way they won't take the vaccine. We so arrogant. We think we stepping up, and because we don't want to take it, we don't want to take it. Wait a minute. When the last time a highly organized medical procedure was in the hood first? When? Like, when does that happen? Where underprivileged communities get high-tech scientific innovation in their community first? Oh man, we done, man. So yeah, that new variant gonna be jumping on us. Trust me. All y'all anti-mask, anti-this and anti-that, following crazy European people that's trying to overtake the government. Yeah, you'll get it. Don't worry about it. Yo, it's coming to your household near you. Just wanted to say that.
Somebody made a comment in the chat. Harry Morgan. He said Cuba makes his own vaccine. I don't know what he was trying to get at, but
hey, Cuba has every right. Hold on. Cuba has every right. Just like Russia, just like China, they're a sovereign nation, and they got a right. They got a right to do that. I'm not mad. As long as I ain't hearing no herbs, they was talking about it first. And for you to think that a Cuban vaccine is safer than the United States vaccine, it's funny. Not saying that it can't be. Nope. But, the world will look at it. Before it comes in this country, it's going to get scrutinized. Simple as that. They made that up, though. I ain't heard of that. They probably bought the Pfizer.
Regarding the vaccine, yeah, you heard, y'all act like y'all ain't heard of Sputnik 5. Now,
the Russians doing Sputnik. What about?
Yeah, scientists want to see the data. They have not been able to see Russia's data. For the record, the same thing with this Cuban vaccine. What are data at? They can say it's efficacy, it's got high efficacy rate and all of that, but we haven't seen the data.
Yeah, that's true. China's going through the same thing. Like, they claim that their new vaccine is highly effective, but there's no data to back it up.
I believe in China. I will believe in China more. Because this is what they do.
Yeah, but they still lack the data, like Sean was saying.
Yeah, you're right. They secret. They don't want you to know what it is. There you go. That's how they ain't playing fair no more. At least they played fair at the beginning and shared the actual the breakdown of the virus. They did that. I know I'm trying to use a particular word. It just lost me to what the DNA mapping of it. Am I saying it right?
Yeah. Remember, Raffinello is one of the first people to map it out.
What are you talking about? In the United States or in China?
In the United States, he was one of the first people to map it out, and that science helped him with, moving the needle on the mRNA vaccine.
Yeah, you talking about they was on vacation and they got it sent to them. That's what you talking about?
Yeah.
It was about time. So they had the vaccine before the virus got here. That's why I don't like to hear people say they move too fast. Man, they been at that, yo. They tripping.
All they had to do was
too fast.
Sequence. They just needed to change. They needed to complete the sequence in order to get it to be what it needed to be done. And that's technology.
Yeah, they used them electron microscopes that Polite got in his house. They went over there and bald heads.
Who they moving too fast for? Like they ain't moving too fast for me. It's an American die every 30 seconds. You know what I mean? Yeah, you can't move fast enough for me. I don't get it. I don't understand like they logic. It's crazy.
YK the Truth said it best, yo. He said, yo, they're gonna get a bag of, they're gonna get a pack of Newport, yo, and smoke all of them.
Yeah.
We tell you on the pack will cause cancer.
Hey, every 2 minutes, some COVID-19.
Yeah, man. Yeah, a couple people. I mean, the black community gonna be, hey, shit, we won't even need a vaccine by the time we finish getting sick. Yes, we will, because the antibodies don't last. What it last about 6, 7 months, 8 months?
No,
ain't
6 months. What is it? 6?
They said it's gonna take a long time to even get people vaccinated, yo.
Of course.
And the rate it's gonna take 10 years.
Huh?
Just August.
Nah, they saying that to get everybody vaccinated. Now the people who gonna want to get vaccinated, you know what I mean? We're gonna get ours. But to fight this virus overall, it could take years.
Yeah.
It's gonna be what it's like the common cold. Remember, the common cold was killing people at first. Remember? I forget the book. What's the name of the book, Corey? The book we all got. You know? Oh, I got it. That would be Nicholas A. Christakis. Apollo's Arrow. Yeah, Apollo's Arrow.
Oh, I don't got that. Y'all got that one. I didn't get that one. I gotta get that.
Yeah, he talked about the common cold and how the common cold was killing people in Europe and all that. And then it just fizzled out. It mutated and fizzled out to the common cold that we're dealing with now. Yeah. So y'all right. It's gonna be with us. Yeah, just like the flu. I mean, vaccine. I think, man, you talked about this, Corey. Vaccines, they have to be able to come through faster now, based off of the world population, based off of the way you can get from China to America in one day. You know what I'm saying? Like this shit is immediate. So you can be sick in the United States with something, and then you ain't even feeling nothing. Fly to China, you in China, 3 days, you know what I'm saying? You start feeling symptoms and you done spread this shit already. So the science has to be there. The pseudo, since they don't understand science, they want to take 40 years. And for them, 40 years is because it took, people think the length of time it took to make something mean is going to be better. That's not the truth.
No doubt. Yeah. But we definitely moving. Science is definitely moving in the right direction. It don't take 40 years to make a vaccine no more. I was gonna say something, man. I forgot what I was gonna say. Damn it. I hate when I do that. But you triggered
the speed of it and how long something takes.
Yeah, it had to do with that, but yeah, slipped my mind. It was a good one too.
I got 5 on it.
There's a dude, Harry Morgan, in the chat talking a whole bunch of stuff, talking about we not scientists and all that stuff. I just want to let him know that we will be having an actual scientist on the show on January 4th. I hope he tunes in and make sure that he brings his questions with him.
No doubt.
Get that nigga the link. Give him the link right now. Give him the link right now. Have a go at the non-scientists. Have a go at it.
Yeah. What I was gonna say, he can't get the link yet. We ain't have. That's in a minute. He can get the link in a minute. But what I was gonna say is, when we talk infrastructure though, right? And we always talk about, especially in some of our personal conversations, we always talk about infrastructure. But your level of medicine and your level of science and technology is all a part of the infrastructure. It ain't just your buildings and your bridges and all of that. You know, your medicine has to be just as good as your buildings and your cities and your bridges and your airplanes and the rest of your technology. You know what I'm saying? And the rest of your infrastructure, the electrical grid and all of that. Your hospitals, your medicine, all of that goes into the infrastructure. So, you know what I mean? You know, the infrastructure has to don't stay the same. It grows, it gets better, it gets faster, it gets more efficient. And so that's how, you know, that's how things work in society, in civil engineering and all of that, in the infrastructure and the bridges and all that. So obviously, you know, it'll happen in the medical field, you know. I just wanted to add that to it, you know what I mean? But yeah. So we got a couple chatty patties in the chat, but you know.
Yeah, you got Harry Morgan, Chatty Patty. See, this is not what we do this around here. We don't parlay in the chat room talking shit. No, he talking shit. So that ain't what we do around here. That's the quickest way to get black ice and timed out. Now, freedom of speech is warranted on the pseudo killers all day, every day, right? And talking trash is warranted all day, every day, as long as you can source that trash up. But sitting in that chat room under the safety of texting, yo, that's not gonna happen.
Yeah,
that's what we're not doing.
And especially when they ask a question, and then you guys respond, and then he comes back when you're not a scientist. So then why the hell you ask a question then?
Well. So you trying to tell me you gotta be a scientist to advocate science? Are you saying you have to be a scientist to be a science advocate?
And
are you saying you have to be a scientist to be scientifically literate? Is that what the guy's saying? Mm-hmm. Interesting.
We enthusiasts over here, you know what I'm saying? Right. Like, there's an evolutionary biology enthusiast, you know. I'm a physics enthusiast, astrophysics enthusiast, you know. Chef is a history buff enthusiast, you know. It's all diverse over here. Bias will kill you on the what is it, the NOI? You don't want to talk to unbiased about that. Kill you on that.
Yeah, and like some of us, like
you get the one with the blackology with CK. I mean, she'll make you go home crying. I'm not gonna get blackology with CK. I'm not doing it. You know what I mean? Her and Sosa. Between her and Sosa, once they team up, it's over with for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I be having to run and go get my books when they come out. I'm like, oh shit, and be oh shit. Yeah, everybody get you running, and the conversation is always very, very festive, man. Like last night,
who in the
conversation, man?
Who in the pseudo killers iPhone thing, huh?
I'm on the iPhone.
Hold on. Somebody did a FaceTime. Hold on.
Oh, that was you. It wasn't me. Oh, probably Kent. Kent. Oh, y'all ain't sent a link to Advance now. Oh man. Y'all ain't put the link in the joint. Yeah, where you at? That probably was Vance money. So yeah, man, we yeah, the peanut gallery is cool, yo, but all that challenging in the peanut gallery, yo, nah, that ain't what's going on, man. We ain't doing that. We ain't challenging in the room. How we doing it? Hey, yo,
is Unc breaking up?
Can you hear me?
He was breaking up, Unc.
I hear you.
Where the dude at, man?
Oh yeah,
where your friend?
He said about 10 o'clock because he's a rapper, so he was in the studio. He forgot it was studio day, so he said definitely around 10 o'clock ish. You know, he gonna pull up.
Oh man, he got 15 minutes before the beat down. I'm an evolutionary, human evolutionary advocate, proponent.
He's just gonna get a great learning. He's gonna get a great learning today.
Yeah, he doesn't
famous.
My man doesn't seem to understand like the basics of evolution, and I'm not the guy to explain that. That's not my strong field, but I know that's you, Corey. That's what you guys do. You know, so I thought you guys can explain evolution to him better than I ever could.
Man, everybody got a good ass understanding. Listen, man, you ain't even gonna understand the vaccine for real if you don't got a basic working knowledge of evolution. You know what the hell a variant? What the hell is a variant, yo? Anybody know what a variant is? Anybody? Yeah, you would know what that was. Since the pseudos don't think evolution is real, they just think a spook leprechaun do something different out in the atmosphere. Mm-hmm.
It said the Chinese manufactured it.
Yep, Chinese made it. And China just hurried up real quick and made another variant. After they made the vaccine, after Americans made the vaccine, they hurried up and switched it up real quick. Since the first one went wild, now we know we can get them now. Yeah, the pseudo lives in a constant stream of fear. And those older dudes are teaching us now, like the feel good Valentines. You know what I'm saying? They teaching us now, and they got the babies afraid of Europeans and afraid of their own shadow now. It's ridiculous, man. They make them the devil. They give them superhuman strength and powers because the white man could just kill all of us anytime he want. Like, that's ridiculous to think that a nation of people should just kill the world.
But then they'll come back and say we must go to war with them. Like, dude, you just painted them the greatest army on earth ever, and you want to go to war with them?
We must go to war. We must defeat them now.
Yeah, that's
ridiculous.
Superpowers.
I don't understand it. Like Chef always say, like, why would you listen to a Facebook post over an expert?
Crazy.
Why would you go buy a bag of heroin with fentanyl in it from a stranger, but not take a professionally orchestrated, demonstrated effective in the lab, in animals, in humans, and then on emergency use before you even get to the human population? You know what I'm saying? Over that. You know what I'm saying? We should probably rethink. We should hear that again, yo. Because I was looking at YK joint, and he made that point, man. He made that point. They'll buy a pack of Newports, smoke the whole pack, walk back to the store without a mask on, buy another pack and smoke it. Clearly, Newports is manufactured by a European company. It's clear. And you're not there while they making the tobacco and filling up the cigarettes. It's clear. The liquor they drinking at the club, bottles up, pop the bottle. You don't know what's in that bottle. You didn't see them make that bottle. I'm playing the same game they playing against us, right?
Mm-hmm.
You get in that car.
Use the logical fallacies against the pseudos, man. It works.
Yeah.
Remember I did it that one day on your channel, and we had the Abos coming in full force last year. I was like, you know what? We can't talk to these people like we got some sense. I just started acting pseudo right along with them. Yo, you showing us your that's your papers, that's your documents, and that shit look doctored. It look fake. That's your handwriting. Nah, son. You gotta treat them just like how they do you. Like, it's like if y'all finna say that, hey, scientific evidence isn't on point and it's fake, it's a hoax and whatever. Okay, guess what? Whatever you finna present, it's fake, it's a hoax. It is what it is. We just finna all be pseudo up in this piece.
Yeah, that's called a reductio ad absurdum in philosophy. So when you make a statement that y'all both agree that's stupid or absurd, you know what I'm saying? That's the best way to kind of get across to some people sometimes. Like when you kind of make an example out of what they talking about with something that both of y'all agree that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, like Uncle was saying, you know, you don't know what's in that bottle of liquor. You don't know what's in that pack of dope. You know what I'm saying? You don't know what's in that pack of cigarettes, you know?
Yeah, that's exactly what Shaz just said in the chat. Yep.
Yeah, or what's in the laundry soap that you washing your baby's clothes? Like, I mean, ain't Tide and fabric softener, ain't Downy, don't white people make that? You know what I mean? Like, and then they put their baby's clothes in the washing machine and pour a whole thing of Tide and Downy in there with it. You know what I'm saying? Pour half
chemicals up in there.
They want it clean. They want it real clean, so they pour half the bottle in there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, what's in there? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I know a lot of people, and you want to talk about allergic reactions here, right?
Right. Yep.
I know a lot of people personally that has had allergic reactions to different laundry detergents. I mean, like, is we now saying that we ain't gonna use laundry detergent no more? You know what I mean? First of all, it's the white man made it. Second of all, it gave people, I'm sure everybody that's listening and everybody that's on the panel knows somebody that had an allergic reaction to laundry detergent, you know? So it's crazy, man. We got to cut it out, man. We got to cut it out. But yeah, that's called a reductio ad absurdum for those who like philosophy, which I don't. I just happen to know that.
Hey, Corey, you're right. They will go ahead and research the ingredients in the vaccine, something that they don't, use. But they smoke cigarettes, but they won't, research any of the ingredients in the cigarette.
Right.
Yeah.
All the carcinogen. If you look up the word carcinogen, and I think carcinogen is right.
Hope y'all wrong. They ain't looking up no dang vaccine ingredients.
Oh, of course not.
They regurgitating something somebody else done said. They ain't looked at the ingredients.
Right.
They got the same bullet points as them dang the Kennedys they brought out a long time ago. Man, they arguing over those same little points.
You're right, Sean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
How y'all gonna trust? Trust the white man? I don't know what they putting in them vaccines. I'm just like, hey, you don't trust their safety regulations, but I see you driving a car right now in this picture on your profile page on Facebook. I mean, you pretty sure them brakes gonna work. You pretty sure them safety regulations on point for that new car you bought. That house, last time I checked, it has to go through government safety regulations before they can allow people to live in that house. It seems like you trusting the white man for almost everything in your life.
Mm-hmm.
When you got at the great debate, the vaccine debate, when you got their only scientists on the panel representing them sit there and say both of his kids are vaccinated and there's nothing wrong with them, they're not vaccine injured or nothing. When he can sit up there and say it's over. Like the leading scientists on their side tell you that both of his kids are vaccinated. Like, I'm done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. But
this sister sent me a video. I'm finna try to grab it. Talking about she was watching from Inky's channel. Them going over something. And hold up, she says, I listened to the Moderna vaccine board meeting on Dr. Inky's site and heard it straight from their mouths. Here's what she heard straight from their mouths. The vaccine is dangerous. It has no been approved by the FDA. It has been approved for emergency use, but not approved nor accepted by the FDA. She don't understand what that means because that second sentence makes no sense. Because the FDA is the ones who initiate the emergency use.
Yeah.
They initially, so you can't say that the vaccine had been approved for EAU and then turn around and say, but not approved nor accepted by FDA. It's the FDA board. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they're the one who give the authorization to go ahead and for the
stupid.
Right.
The emergency.
Yeah, so then she sent me the part 2 of the FDA panel meet, but it's on Inky's stream and it's 34 minutes. I don't need that. I got the dang on document. And I'm like, Inky, why is you over there on Inky show trying to listen about some science?
Man, oh man, oh man.
She messed that all up. I know we got like a couple more minutes before 10 o'clock y'all time. And then hopefully old boy come up in here. So I don't know if Sheffrin's still on the 1s and 2s or if there's somebody in the back trying to get in. But yeah, Sheffrin, right? He got to play a song, yo.
Yeah, he will. He will. He will. He's very. You'll see. He's very confident.
Yeah.
So I'm willing to be convinced.
Yeah, me too. I'm willing to be convinced too.
They're gonna take somebody from each individual.
Yeah. So wait a minute. So didn't the vaccine companies they sit down? FDA sat down with them. Am I correct?
They're gonna take somebody from each village.
Yeah, they sat down.
Okay.
What they did is 8 hours. The video is actually 8 hours.
From each village
and
to
right.
together, one man from each family of each village to come together
before the board and the media. Now, normally we don't get access to those presentations or we're not privy to those FDA approval things when they go for approval. They put all of that on the line for us.
Right.
That made no sense. I'm like, y'all too transparent. But it's to try to gain confidence in the American people. Because, you know what I'm saying? The last 4 years been all about alternative facts. This been the worst, the worst 4 years of information ever. We're in the information age, but lacking information.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Plenty of information. It's just
credible.
misinformation.
Yeah, it's more misinformation than credible information.
I don't know what the solution is because, man, 2020, like I don't know. Like when you have like family members, like whole family members pushing the misinformation and you trying to give them the correct article and they looking at you like you crazy. I'm just like, yo, like here's an actual science article with sources actually explaining why this isn't true. But you just giving me a meme.
Yeah.
What about the conversation with my cousin today, right? And we was talking straight up about the vaccines. He just saying he ain't taking it, period. He don't give a fuck about nothing I'm telling him. He just ain't taking it. He said he just don't trust that shit or nothing. He understand every like I almost got him to say like he's saying he going at this point in time he gonna wait to see what happened to everybody else. You feel me?
Yep, that's what we always do.
Willing to take it, you feel me?
We like that with economics. We wait to see other people get rich first before we want to put our hand in it. But just for the record, while we live, the second case of the new variant is in the state of California.
Yeah, I seen that earlier today.
If it made it to California, it's too late, yo. It's everywhere. Remember, we said the same shit when it was in Washington. Yeah, they first case in Washington, and then once it hit California, we was like, man, this joint is probably everywhere. And then 2 weeks later, man, we just started seeing everybody shut down. It was nuts.
Yeah, but they were, you know what I'm saying? They were contemplating on that, but people was just, I mean, they were thinking that it was gonna be in those mink farms. You know what I'm saying? Because humans infected the minks, and then the minks infected the humans. So, you know, some type of, you know, mutation transpired.
That's that zoonotic, you know what I mean? The zoonotic features.
After a short visit with their kids, we thought we did everything right. Ah, man, some parents visited their kids and ended up catching the Rona and died, yo.
No.
Yeah. This was recently. This is a white couple. Oh yeah, so an update on the Sanofi, which is another mRNA vaccine that hopefully, you know, they were kind of trying to get data on. I don't know if anybody remember, but I did a build on the, you know, bringing up Sanofi and the data on that. But they got some people speaking out about that were a part of the trial, so they got people speaking out about it. I'm just gonna wait on a little bit more information on that before I even get into any of that, and then could tell people. But they did acknowledge that someone died from prior to his. Okay, here you go. It's Pat Brewster, 84, was a part of the trial. She lost her husband Bob due to the effects of COVID-19. Prior to coronavirus diagnosis, Bob was living in a hospice facility to receive care of Parkinson's disease on April 4th, and they kind of talking about some old stuff back then. But as far as that trial, it's the same old. I mean, you know, mild symptoms, nothing too extravagant. They had some people that I think had some dementia or something in the trials, but we're just gonna wait till we get all the information on that, because it's bleak. It's not a lot of nothing that we actually can get into and examine regarding Sanofi. But they want to do a trial. They want to do a comparative trial where they do a double-blind placebo as well, a controlled trial with all the vaccines. Theirs, Johnson & Johnson's, Moderna, Pfizer's. Who I'm forgetting?
The one with the A.
Huh?
Yeah, that one, the one with the A.
Yeah. They want to take all 5 of them, and they want to do a controlled double-blind placebo. And they want to give everybody, you know, one of each vaccine and in the placebo, and you know, and enter the placebo group in there too, just for the study's sake, and see what the actual efficacy rate is from each vaccine, if it's improved from, you know, 1 dose to 2 dose, or, you know, things of that nature. Because some of these companies are shooting to try to gain a higher efficacy rate after the first shot. That's been an argument that they've been trying to have too. You know, it's creating a one-shot vaccine that will resolve all of that, because, you know, most of the doctors and people in the field are leery to people returning for their second dose. So that's why they trying to make it known up front that this is a 2-dose thing. So, and they back to studying bats again. They don't never stop studying bats, but they back to studying bats a little bit more.
Johnson & Johnson has the 1-shot vaccine, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I want. The 1 shot.
I'm big on the Moderna, man, right now, but you know, Corey and I was talking about Pfizer.
I don't know.
Yeah, I got stocks.
I'm biased.
But I think I like Pfizer anyway, man. They was up on the game. You know what I mean? I don't know. I really can't say which one I like. Whichever one is available to me, that'll be the one I get. You know what I mean? But I just got stocks in Pfizer, so that's why I was pushing for that one.
But if I'm not mistaken, wasn't it Moderna that they've been working on mRNA vaccines for some years?
I think I've been doing it for like 10 years already.
I think 17.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I know they've been giving the mRNA vaccines to pets. I mean, I know the veterinarians been using it for like years already.
What about the Ebola virus? What about the mRNA the mRNA vaccine for Ebola virus that the military got.
Yeah. So, yeah, like to the layman, this is new technology, but to people in the field, this is just what they do. You know what I mean?
Right.
Happen to be the cutting edge, science that they doing.
I'm gonna put this on y'all because somebody shared this with me. CK, look at the Facebook chat. I'm finna put something. I'm finna put something in the Facebook chat. I'm gonna put it on you like it was put on to me. Now I didn't read it, but I'm gonna give it to you. You see it? You want to share it?
Yeah, stand by. You want me to share my screen?
Yeah, you want to share it? Yo, that's crazy.
Oh, Lordy mercy.
Really?
What do you got me? What are you getting me into, Sean?
I ain't getting you into nothing. That's data right there. That's observable data.
Sean, I'm just letting y'all know Sean getting me into trouble.
That's
trying to get me.
It was sent to me by Ramon. He sent it to me, and I know he was laughing the whole time he sent it to me.
Oh my God.
What is this?
Yeah, man.
Why are you on India flipping news cycle?
I ain't on there. It was sent to me. Nurse strips off PPE suit to have sex with COVID patient in hospital.
Oh my God.
So this happened in India, of all places?
Yeah.
I mean, I know they have prostitution over there, but they're also extremely religious. I don't think that this is factual, Sean. I'm not buying this.
I don't know. I asked you to pull it up. I couldn't get past laughing. This is as far as I got right there.
I'm not buying this. The site seems suspect.
Look, that's as far as I got. I started laughing. I said, let me just get this to them.
So boom, a rather bizarre incident. A nurse has been suspended after it was a he, had sex with, that should be a given, had sex with a COVID-19 patient in the toilet of a hospital in Indonesia. And they weren't flogged and beat to death? Like, they are very serious about stuff like this over there. Like, both are in isolation after the patient published details about the incident on social media. What is the story? A man who tested positive for the novel coronavirus in Jakarta had sex with a nurse in the toilet of the hospital and shared gory details on social media. The Sun reports. Yeah, this is tabloid shit, Sean.
Yeah.
Yeah, he uploaded a screenshot of WhatsApp messages were exchanged between both of them. What happened hold up, like, spoiler alert, y'all, this shit is most likely fake, y'all. We just rolling with it for right now. What happened after the patient posted on social media? The man and the nurse were both questioned after his particular post went viral on social media. Both admitted that they meant to have sex in a toilet at the Wisma Atlet quarantine facility in Jakarta, the Sun reports. The nurse, in fact, stripped off his PPE suit before the act. What did authorities say? Lieutenant Colonel R. Hewen, BS, head of information at the Regional Military Command, said both the patient and the nurse were arrested. See, I told you, they take this very serious over there. Speaking to local media, Hewen said the case has been transferred to the Central Jakarta Police. We have secured the health worker to become a witness and ask for further information. Meanwhile, the patient continues to undergo isolation at, hold up, why is he a witness if they both were arrested? Oh, I forgot. In countries like this that are very strict about stuff like this, it's always the woman's fault.
Right. Now the article also shows in the New York Post, news. It's some News 18 and Daily Mail, and of course it's on
I don't
India.
trust none of them sites.
And it's and it's on the Sun. That's really where it came from. The
Yeah, the
Sun.
Sun, they're a tabloid site, definitely. Ain't no sources in this joint.
Look. It gets funnier. Yahoo is sharing it. The story.
Man, they all finna get sniped.
7news.com. That's a local news media outlet, and it made it to the radio, iHeartRadio. So there you have it. Thanks to Ramon.
Craziness.
Hey man, it's 19, man. What's your boy, man? I hear a rapper.
Sean, I had just called him, Sean. He said he had one more. Hey Sean, I just called him. He said he had one more skit to do. So he said he definitely gonna be hopping on.
One more skit. That's a whole nother hour right there. We might.
Nah. He said no later than 10:30. So he definitely gonna hop on. Yeah, I had just called him while y'all doing your thing.
Let's take some bets that it's gonna go past 11.
He's stalling, B.
He's stalling.
Hey, Corey,
somebody warned him about the thermonuclear weapons over
in there studying.
He said he's studying.
That's why he ain't got to be studied up.
Yeah,
He's got to bring
he really wants Sheffrin. He thinks Sheffrin a weak link.
Why Sheffrin? What do you got against Chef?
Nah, because Chef, man, they went in on the comment on you, man. They went in on Chef on the comment. They disappointed. He had a fan, but I think they disappointed in Chef after last night. Like he got.
Y'all can't be hating on my boy Chef, man. He keep it 100.
Yeah, but I've been reading the chat. And most of the chat seem like they pro science. So if there's anybody out there with any questions, this is the time to really go ahead and type them in the chat. Or any concerns, any rumors.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, they didn't like this with Chef because I came in late last night a little bit. So Chef, he must have said something about Dr. Ben. Shit. They didn't appreciate that at all. Not at all.
Nope.
Well, you know what?
They'll be okay.
Around here, around these parts, we keep it 100. Ain't no passes around here. If and we ain't out to shoot everybody down. We ain't out to shoot the elders down. But we want to be having as many as facts and
right.
the least amount of falsehoods as possible. So
right.
We always gonna critique the work. We always gonna try to get better ourselves. We always want to stay on the most up-to-date information, just like what Sean brought today. So that's our aim and that's where we at.
My man mentioned Rizza Islam, Charles Goodwin. He said everybody watching him right now.
Yo, is there any way we can get Rizza over here?
He will never come over here. I put $1,000 on it right now.
The only way we would be able to get with Rizza Islam is if
he getting paid.
If we had Unc go on Sinetta at the same time with him. And I don't even think he might not even agree with that because he already know what Unc be talking about.
Hey, I say whoever's the biggest pseudo with the most views and followers, that's who we need to take down.
We need to go on their channels
systematically.
Troll their chats.
We ain't got that status yet. We ain't up to that status yet to get with Phil Valentine and what's his name, Gano Grill.
Well, we can get with Young Pharaoh though.
Oh no, we ain't at his status yet either. We ain't
People
on
like
that
that, they
yet.
ain't gonna come over here because they gonna want to get paid off of this.
Yeah. You gotta have 10 G's.
I'm not coming over there unless I get a band. That's how they gonna
Seti
do.
them said they booked over there. They booked up. They all booked up over there. They ain't got no room for us. Nah, but yeah, we you know, people like Rizza Islam, he's intellectually dishonest. So like, I don't think it'd even be beneficial for us to have a discussion with him, because he would take it, you know, every time we say something or critique him or catch him up on something, he'll take it as disrespect. I noticed that's how pseudos do a lot of the time. Like, anytime you nail them down on a point or you back them into a corner, you know, their reaction is to say that you're disrespecting them.
Right, or attacking them, yeah.
And then it goes somewhere else, and that just ain't cool. Go ahead, Ambaj, you want to say something?
No, so you're right. They'll take it personal. They'll say you're attacking them, disrespecting them, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
But this is my personal opinion. Like, I really believe that RZA is out there getting paid to go ahead. I think the anti-vaxxer organization is John F., whoever it is paying my man to go out there and act a fool like that.
Yep. Because they got bank, yo. These
I
mother
ain't gonna
flipping
jump out the window
anti-vax
like that.
groups,
They
got .org websites, yo.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
I was kind of. Oh, go ahead, CK.
It's scary. No, I'm just saying it's scary. They got .org websites. These anti-vax groups, like it's scary.
Yeah, they do. They do. They got some type of new type Facebook type deal going on. I forget the name of it, but yeah, that's going on real heavy now. With like a lot of white supremacists and all of that, you know. But yeah, that's that's always one of them tactics though on Bias and CK, to act like, you know, somebody's disrespecting you because they nailed them down on it,
right,
on some certain points, you know what I mean? And so, you know.
Yeah, I just want to ask RZA Islam, like, my first question would be, when he was on the Sway show and he mentioned VAERS, and he took VAERS as a real legit source. So I just want to ask about VAERS.
VAERS, yes. Yeah.
Saying who's VAERS?
Yeah.
No, she was saying, what is VAERS?
Okay, so that's an automated system where anybody and their mother can call to report an alleged vaccine adverse effect. You know, and they take calls from everybody. They don't screen anything. Like they take all calls. You can say your head was turned backwards. They'll take it. So it's just a reporting system where they can document all calls, and then they sift through it to see what sounds like can be a true adverse effect. But if you read the website itself, it says most of the complaints will be the injury. Well, not the injury, but the effects of the vaccine itself: soreness on the arm, stiffness, headaches, like things like that. They say are the most common complaints, and that lines up with the vaccine, the administering the vaccine.
Yo,
so we had a discussion on that. Me and Sean and Unc had a discussion over here. Go ahead, Sean. You go ask something.
Well, yeah, no, I was gonna ask Bias, had he looked at the document from the FDA that actually has that the report that they're giving people, the telephone number, and if it's an emergency or something like that, a telephone number and a direct website to report their effects immediately. Everybody that was a part of the trial or received a vaccine.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
no,
have you seen it?
No, I haven't seen that.
I'm gonna try to pull it up for you. Give me a second. I'll share. But yeah, Corey, yeah, we had a nice little conversation about that. We was talking about it because it's a lot of stuff that people just aren't privy to.
I had got inky with that too, though.
And see, that's one of those things. My bad, but that's one of those things that we need to keep on the forefront. Those things like VAERS, because sometimes that even slips my mind. It's always in the back of my mind because I understand how trials and tests and data and statistics and all of that work. You know what I'm saying? So like it's kind of always just like in the back of my mind, but like it's never like on the forefront. You know what I mean? So I think like some of those things we need to put more into the forefront. That way people have a better understanding of how they go about monitoring, how they go about resolving different issues and making sure that they don't encounter certain issues. So you know what I mean? This is always good information though. From both of y'all, Unbiased and Sean. Go ahead.
No. Yeah, so outside of the what I'm looking at right here, scrolling through real fast, is a 54-page document from Pfizer and BioNTech regarding their work.
Yeah, I seen that, Sean. I seen that.
This one? Okay.
I believe, I definitely seen that. We did. A guy was trying to use that to say that the vaccines were injuring people, and he pulled this up. Yep.
Yeah, but he probably misused the heck out of it.
Of course he did. We pointed out. It was me and Mujawa, and we did a good job with my man.
All right, and you seen this one too?
It was that one we was looking at. It was that one. Not the other one. It was Pfizer.
Okay.
It was Pfizer.
I'm trying to find this document though, man. It's got the whole little thing at the back of it. Like it was cold blooded. It was like, look, boom, do this. I got so many dang on FDA sources. Crazy. It basically was. It was the sheet. It was the document that they send the people home, man. The verification letter. That's what it was. Right. The actual verification letter to report any issues and things of that nature. And that's cold blooded, man. That document was like, you know what I'm saying? People say all that stuff they want to say about vaccines, but these jokers is next level with it. Like, all right, this is how we kill all of it. We're gonna do this, that, and the third.
Hey, it's almost like the developers, was ready for the conspiracy theories.
Right.
It's so crazy. Like, but it's not. The thing is, like, this is what they normally do. It's just on the forefront because we in a pandemic now. You know what I mean? Like, they're not doing. Obviously, they provide a bit more, making information a little more ready for people, and like they make certain sites free, as far as the virus section or the COVID section or whatever. But they just going about business as they normally do it, but they in the spotlight right now. So, it seems to us in retrospect, like, man, they already ready for the conspiracy theories.
Yeah. Yeah, they were ready because they found out how many people were vaccine hesitant. They found out, through this pandemic that people were really buying into these conspiracies. So they decided to finally just address it and combat it. So you have like Z-Dog. Like Z-Dog is a doctor who does a good job of combating even aborted baby fetuses, like the probably like the chant. Like he even did a good job of debunking that and giving the science. He's a good doctor to follow because he keeps up with the rumors and all the foolishness, and he does a good job of debunking it.
Man, I'll be late on a lot of the foolishness. Like, for example, that lady that Sean shared the other day, and she was on Rizza Islam, the one that said she had the
Mikovits. Is it Mikovits?
No, the sister who said she had the Bell's palsy.
Khalil Mitch.
Yeah, certain things like that. The thing is, I try not to watch that kind of stuff so that I don't get recommended that kind of stuff.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I see that to do your due diligence, you know, you have to partake in some of that so that you can be, you know, I guess in step with the you know what I mean? Like the doctor you just mentioned, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I know like his YouTube feed is all jacked up, like, you know what I'm saying? Like I have 2 different accounts, you know, or a couple different accounts, so that he, you know, at least if you want to see some good information, he can see that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Otherwise, they'll suggest just straight garbage to you.
Right. I had when I was on here last time with the pseudo Rahman Ali, when he attempted to bring up the alleged whistleblower, and then I had a brother yesterday, Akachi, before you came on, Corey, had brought that up, and I tried to warn him in advance, like, dude, like I'm the wrong person to bring up some fake whistleblower, and my man went forward, and I straight, I whipped him up pretty good, taught him a lesson, but I let him know, like, dude, like you don't know the story, like you just, first of all, his source was John F. Kennedy Jr., like that was his source, so he died immediately. Like, he's just sourcing a known anti-vaxxer.
He was DOA.
Yeah, but I think, you know, Black people got a lack of respect for Black people. Like you ever heard people? I know you heard people say this. Do your research. Like, yo, what made you think I didn't research this prior, or a year in advance, or 2 years, or 3 years? Like, what makes you think I'm just freestyling like you?
Right. Hey, CK.
That's the funny part.
If y'all want to share the link in the chat, y'all go ahead.
That's the funny part. They think you just now picked up this information and just started talking about it. Like
Richard White had a question, Sean.
Oh, okay. Please.
Chef. Sosa said he in the back. I didn't realize that he had disappeared.
Unbiased said it like he don't know the answer to it too.
That's what you got to do. Because when you got them pseudos shifting the burden of proof on you, gotta flip it back on them.
Black people, public health in general, be any better off after everyone take the vaccine? How medicine help? Nah. Well, one, we all need the vaccine to combat the virus. We're in the middle of a pandemic. So that will help us slow it down. If the virus don't have a host, it can't survive among us. But it could still live, it still can live outside of us. Now, if those other areas are vaccinated and we cut it down worldwide, there's 7 billion people on the earth, and we got 90% of the 7 billion vaccinated, then we're looking at controlling. So you have to think about viruses that we've eradicated through vaccination: MMR, polio, chickenpox. You know what I'm saying? You got to look at that. Like overall, smallpox. My bad. Yeah, smallpox. You got to look at things like that. But I think chickenpox is on the list too now, ain't it?
I believe so, because the children from like 25 and down never heard of it.
Yeah. So
we've been on the list. Yeah.
Yeah. So those are things that vaccines help eradicate among them. And do the anatomy of the mRNA. That's easy. It's just a messenger. So Richard, the mRNA, right? The vaccine, all it does is it trains, well, when it enters the skin or the muscle, right? It goes in, but now as it's going in, it's only got a short lifespan. So it has to go directly to where it needs to go, which is dealing with your cell membranes, closer to the ribosomes and all of that, because it needs to help develop the protein, right? What it's doing is it is teaching you teaching your body how to develop the spike protein to reject, the COVID-19, the spike protein from the COVID-19. So it's training your immune system to recognize the spike protein if you were to encounter it. And you know what I'm saying? And it stops there. Now, we did this on the Mossy, but it does not, for everybody that pays attention to this, listen to it slowly. It does not go into the nucleus of the cell. I repeat, it does not. Why am I saying that? Is because for people who make the claim that it will alter your DNA, it would have to penetrate the nucleus of the cell in order to alter, and it does not do that because it has a short lifespan per se. So that's easy. There's some nice little videos and things like that on the mRNA too that shows you how that thing works, man. It's beautiful because you don't need all this other stuff no more. All you need to know is, once they if they map out a new virus, once they start knowing the sequences, they get into the business and do what they need to do from there.
Yeah, like they don't understand that in the medical field, what they at war. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a straight up all out guerrilla warfare in the medical in the biological field. You know what I'm saying? And what they trying to do is their fight is to eradicate disease. People don't really understand that. You know what I'm saying? Like it seems like a futile battle, right? But when you in the field, that's got to be your goal, because otherwise you get mediocre results. You know what I mean? So this is how they are. This is how they're ahead of the game in some sorts. At least ahead of the game as far as the public go. You know what I'm saying? Like we ain't up on what they own every day. And then when you're talking about warfare, you're talking about an arms race. You know what I'm saying? So we trying to get better weapons than the viruses and the germs. You know what I mean? And right now, they got us pinned down. You know what I mean? But our technology and putting our brains together as a global community, this is how we fight these type of things, because this pandemic is global. It don't matter if you're Mexican or white or Chinese or Indian or wherever you are. You know what I mean? This virus is out to kill us. It's millions of viruses out there trying to kill us. So, like vaccines is the best protection. So why fight the science? Why not just understand the science,
Yeah, that's good information right there, because while they sitting there fighting it, you know what I'm saying, science is still evolving and advancing. Why come science can't, science is about knowing and doing, so it has to evolve and advance. It actually has to be ahead of the game. You know what I'm saying? So when people was getting down on the the Gates Foundation for the work that they were doing, trying to put people on game and notify people about the next potential threat. You know what I'm saying? Science has to catch wind of that. Science is the ones, like teams of people are out there in the field studying bats, studying pangolins and all these other animals and things that are, in these wetlands and so on and so forth, or potentially looking at what could be in that frozen ice in Antarctica. You know what I mean? Like how many different pathogens could come up from the floorboard of the ocean that we've never seen before, and it's only a matter of time before they creep up and then expose themselves to us. Like we don't know these things, but science has tools that allow us to study and to know these things in order to protect mankind.
Hey, Sean, you ever see them when they researching the people that research bats.
Yeah, they be scrubbing the teeth. At the teeth.
Right. No, I'm not talking about. I'm talking like when they out there, almost doing it's almost like anthropology. They just out there looking at the bats in their natural habitat, right? So these bats, right? They be so deep in these caves, right? They deep in the caves, so you got to go down in these caves. These caves is dark. You can't be down there with flashlights and because you ain't gonna really be able to see how they really act in their natural habitat. You know, they want to really just observe them. You know what I'm saying? So they go down there with the vision and all of that, right? But the bats, is so difficult to research bats because you got to go down in those caves for one. But they so aggressive. Bats are usually aggressive. You know what I'm saying? And these bats be flying and hitting them upside. And some of these bats be weighing, 25 pounds and shit like that. Like, it's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, they be going through some crazy things in order to get this research, in order to understand these bats. But then you get somebody, off the streets that takes the data, that look at or they don't even look at the data. And they just throw all the science out the window after these people, go out and risk their lives. These bats carry all kinds of, they one of the most diseased animals on the planet. They carry like the most viruses on the planet, I believe. You know what I'm saying? I could be wrong about that, but I think bats.
No, that's true, Corey.
Yeah. They carry the most viruses on the planet, and they going deep in these caves and looking at these bats in their natural habitat. It's crazy. I advise anybody just to watch a YouTube video on it, like bat research. You know what I'm saying? And just check out how they got to do this. It's nuts. You know what I mean? I'm not doing it. I'm glad they go down there and do that, because I wouldn't be doing it. We be dying from coronavirus, and we wouldn't know what it was if it was up to me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've seen that though. I've seen that type of stuff before. They will also talk about trying to vaccinate those bats in a way that like through feeding them a type of a vaccine that they can consume, so they won't be able to affect as much as they do. You know what I'm saying? It's like trying to get to the root of the problem. You know what I'm saying? So they're the number one spreader of viruses. They're the number one. They'll be the number one, probably number one vector. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to find a way to go at the source of it. But it's still a long ways away, though. Still a long ways away.
All right, so dude's still talking in the chat. CK, if you want to throw the link in the chat for Richard White, you know what I'm saying, we can kind of deal with what I'm saying. But as far as the technology, bro, it's a vaccine. It's a synthetic vaccine. It's basically, it has its own ingredients. It's not a conventional vaccine, so it's not made with some type of strand or with all these other stuff in it. It needs what is it called? Fat, pretty much. It has to have something to help it go into the body to protect itself when it enters in, because it's designed to evaporate in a moment's time. I think it's in there just long enough. I think it's in there. It's in you for 4 hours. The mRNA vaccine exists within your body's temperature, with inside of your body for 4 hours. After 4 hours, it's gone. In that matter of time, it has already begun to start training parts of your immune system to recognize the spike protein and develop it. But it takes it an overall amount of time to actually deal with what it needs to before, like if you were here earlier, we talked about helping you, develop that immune response, I should say. But as far as the technology, this gives it to you simple. So 30 years of painstaking research allows several group of scientists, including a group of Pfizer working with a German company called BioNTech and a young company in Massachusetts called Moderna, to bring mRNA vaccine technology to the threshold of actually working. The companies had built platforms that theoretically could be used to create a vaccine for any infectious disease simply by inserting the right mRNA sequence for the disease. Then along came COVID-19. Within weeks of identifying the responsible virus, scientists in China had determined the structure of all its genes, including the genes that make the spike protein, and published this information on the internet. Within minutes, scientists 10,000 miles away began working on the design of the mRNA vaccine. Within weeks, they had made enough vaccine to test in animals and then people. Just 11 months after the discovery of SARS-CoV-2 virus, regulators in the United Kingdom and the US confirmed that an mRNA vaccine for COVID-19 is effective and safely tolerated, paving the path to widespread immunization. Previously, no new vaccine had been developed in less than 4 years. Now, no scientific breakthrough stands alone. All right, so this is already mRNA vaccines are being tested for many infections such as Ebola, Zika virus, and influenza. Cancer cells make proteins that also can be targeted by mRNA vaccines. Indeed, recent progress was reported with the melanoma, and theoretically mRNA technology could produce proteins missing in certain diseases like cystic fibrosis. Like every breakthrough, the science behind the mRNA vaccine builds on many previous breakthroughs, including an understanding the structure of DNA and mRNA and how they work to produce a protein. That's what this thing is centered around. Inventing technology to determine the genetic sequence of a virus, inventing technology to build an mRNA that would make a particular protein. See, back to that. Overcoming all obstacles that could keep mRNA injected into the muscle of the person's arm for finding its way to immune system cells deep within the body and coaxing those cells to make the critical protein, and information technology to transmit knowledge and knowledge around the world at light speed. Now, there's more information related to it, but we can kind of go from there. But if you want to talk about the ingredients, it's 4 simple ingredients.
Don't even, they ain't on the fence with them ingredients, John, bro. Like, that shit is not going to convince them to come to the other side if they're not there. The best thing I can suggest somebody, if you got questions, man, watch this Week in Virology, man. They do a show every day. You got 2 virologists on there. They do a Q&A on the weekend. So a lot of the questions that you have to ask, they get to ask them on the platform, and you can actually hear that. So I'm saying, I think like the worst thing for our community and poor people in general is that this thing is being done in the public. So we're getting to see how this thing's work, and it's not for the layman. They're not used to seeing how sometimes the science has to be fine-tuned, and there's errors that are made that has to be corrected. So I'm saying, so I guarantee if this hadn't been done like this, and it would have came out, you would see a higher percentage of African Americans or Latinos willing to take the vaccine. But because the layman is able to see it up front, that allows the anti-vaxxer to take the information and spin it. Then you got the clickbait culture to take the information and spin it. You know what I'm saying? And then, you feel me? Then you got the other people with other alternative motives working to work against what's being published right now. So I think so. So the fact that we're able to see it is good, and it's actually a curse at the same time.
This is Richard. I don't know. Well, let me say this. I think that is good what y'all do. I always will start off with that, right? I agree with the point of the general public, especially in this time where Western society is moving to a technological point, that we become scientific literate. I mean, that is, to me, science is the new religion. So the generations to come, especially Black generations, will have to be, if not scientifically literate, at least have better critical thinking skills. I mean, it's just going to be, to deal with general commerce, relationships, that's just going to be imperative in my mind. The thing that I'm asking, and that's why I'm asking, will our general health be any better after, assuming everybody takes the virus? We get past the propaganda wars, one side or the other. Will Black people's general health, because before this virus, and the reason what came up out of this virus, that Black people's general health was bad in general, unless I'm not listening correctly. That's what the CDC, World Health, that's
Richard,
what they came to conclude.
the virus exposed the health issues or the issues the underlying issues that our community already had.
Right.
So if you're saying after the vaccine, that still means that our community still has to make strides and change that whole perspective of what we were doing, what were we susceptible to that exposed us to this vaccine the way that it did. We still have to deal with that. That's the having a better diet, exercising more, doing all of those things that we can do, each one teach one, you know what I mean, by dealing with this less fried food, like taking back your health and your identity. Like we got a lot of people who had high blood pressure, diabetes, and all other things. You know what I'm saying? Whether they are, overweight or underweight, it don't matter. Like these things are pertinent, but this vaccine is not a cure for certain ails. This thing is to prevent a pathogen from changing the way that you continue what you lived before and after this virus. It is to eradicate a threat that is looking to kill you. If not you, someone around you or others, or affect them severely, in a way that we've never seen before. But no, it's not going to change our conditions. We have to make that change. That's us. Like, we need to back.
Sean, what I'm saying, Sean, is that we already got the MMR vaccine. A lot of people that's probably a little younger than me got the chickenpox vaccine. We got all of the shots that you normally get as a baby. All your kids got the shots that you normally get as the babies, and as you grow in, you get your 18-month shots, your 6-month shots. But that didn't make your overall health better. What it did was it prevented you from contracting these or getting disease from certain viruses, right? So that's all that does. It doesn't make you your diet better or whether you got some type of heart condition or something. It don't make that better or nothing like that, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, well, I mean, yes, I'm asking that and agreeing, and the point is that those things are killing us too in large numbers, in proportion to the general population. Those things are killing us, as the virus will kill us if we don't take the vaccines or took those other vaccines.
We got responsible. Well, we got to be responsible. That's something we have to take into our own hands now.
Right.
We have to be responsible for what goes into our bodies. You know what I'm saying? Right. So we can't. I mean, I don't understand how that comes about in this kind of but I mean, it is a pertinent issue that does need to be discussed in the Black community. We do need to promote a healthier diet and more exercise. Start getting out and doing things instead of sitting on the couch and whatever else we do. That's you know what I'm saying. So like I said, but overall, no, the vaccine is not gonna make general health any And what it's going to do is going to prevent you from contracting the disease, coronavirus. That's what it's going to do. And what the coronavirus is doing is it's killing 3,000 extra individuals and disproportionately the Black community every day. So what we want to do is we want to focus on that right now, and we want to make sure that we get everybody educated on how this vaccine works and the importance of getting the vaccine, not so much for yourself as an individual, but for the people and your fellow human beings in the community that you live in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I go for that. So the other side that I like to read where y'all were going, and correct me if I'm wrong, in the sense of presenting is the point of the mRNA itself, and what I hear, and maybe that's what you're focusing on. So I apologize in advance if I'm pushing, the question on the wrong side. The mRNA, and I think I raised. Well, let me back up because I wanted to praise y'all about something else that I had suspicion about, as far as the mRNA vaccine getting into the DNA itself. Y'all gave, somebody did a great presentation, I thought, and showing that it didn't go inside the nucleus of the DNA.
Right.
So I appreciate that. But what I'm asking, and what I've been looking at, is the technological advancements. And if I'm not mistaken, the mRNA itself, as an entity to fight virus, is a technological advancement. So what I'm asking is, because it was created a certain kind of way, if it's a technology, if it's a tool, can we explain how that mRNA is created? Now, when I look, and I ain't doing the work like y'all doing, I hear these terms like RNA polymerase 2, or transcribed DNA, or RNAP2, or transcript factors. And then things like the hydrogen bond is split so that the slice that is placed in the RNA, and that's where I heard DNA brought up, so it can be able to tie, and when it's injected, it can be able to provide the messengers so that those, and y'all have to help me with that. So I'm vague on it, but this is the point I'm asking. Have y'all looked at how the mRNA was built? Not how it works once it's injected as a vaccine, but if I'm correct, the mRNA being built. Hopefully I wasn't being over redundant.
So what I'm now in that question though, like, have you understood how the mRNA was built?
I looked at a couple of and I've been following the evolution of life from the cellular, like getting into, but so down to the cellular, like how did life come into being, right? And first they had a whole lot of different things, but they're saying RNA is the basis of the process on Earth of life. So, and they had a different notion. This is what I understand. So to answer your question, I, recently, just after talking or listening to y'all, I think that was last week, I looked at a couple of videos from scientists who were explaining specifically how the mRNA is developed. So I think that hopefully that answers your question to say yes, but do I know? Am I clear? Because one thing is about the language, right? That language is the scientific language. You have to be familiar.
Yeah, that's kind of hard. That's the gap right there. That education, you feel me? That's for all of us. You know what I mean? We pretty much are learning on the fly. You see what I'm saying? We're pretty much learning on the fly.
Yeah, and it's good. It's good.
Right. But the beauty about us is we're not being spooky about it. You feel me? We're not looking at science, right, and Western medicine as, you know, the boogeyman. You know what I mean? We pretty much trying to say, okay, this is something that our community need to understand better, because the world is moving forward, whether you want to or not. Whether your community want to move forward or not, the world is still moving forward, right? So it was people at the beginning of the automotive revolution, right, of the world, who still wanted to ride horses, right? Those people became obsolete after a while. You know what I mean? Like, your mode of travel is now obsolete. The world didn't move past, you know what I mean? Just because you like breeding horses and you have a love for horses, it is outdated now, right? We have a better form of transportation now. So it's just like with science and medicine, right? Our people in this community and in general want to believe that they can self-remedy complex health issues when you can't. You know what I mean? That is impossible. We want to believe that how our grandmother got rid of the common cold was actually effective. We didn't realize that, no, that thing just gotta work its way through your system. That's all that is. You feel me? Now, those remedies basically dealt with the symptoms. You dig what I'm saying? They could ease like a sore throat, right? It could ease congestion, but it really wasn't solving it really wasn't curing you. Your body just had to work through. You see what I'm saying? So
I mean, for this forum, for me, and for where I see that y'all are coming from, which, you know, I will respect. I'm probably of that school, and I think I mentioned this before. Y'all give me the opportunity to present. I'm from that belief system. I'm gonna call it belief, right? Because in the end, I have no facts and none of anything else but this new where we're going is the only thing that'll resolve. What I'm trying to say is that I have a series of beliefs that makes me hesitant, not necessarily about the scientific method, but about the worldview that technology and science is coming out of. But I don't want to, that's my personal belief. And I'll make choices.
Bro, can I ask you a question? It might be a little personal, but I'm gonna ask you how old you are.
66 in June.
Oh, okay, so you didn't have some time to obviously your beliefs has changed over time, because at one point in time you believed that when the doctor said that, and you might have kids or you might have nieces and nephews, you believe that when the doctor said that it was time for their shots, you believe that it was time for them to go get their shots, right?
Yeah, maybe I'm unique in a way. I've never had to, parent to make that kind of choice, but I've been in relationships, and fortunately or unfortunately, where the mother of the children didn't believe in vaccine. So I don't have an intimate, personal understanding about the complexity of that choice. So
okay. I ain't get in personal. You know what I mean?
I'm just trying to explain. That I understand the point, and some people, but I'm from my personal perspective, how I did. And yes, I had to, when I was young, I think I did get the chicken pox. I did get.
Everybody did.
Right, and I did get that shot where you got the little scab on. I don't know which one that was. Was that the measles or chicken pox?
You got the TB shot.
Yeah, that was the TB
shot that swelled your arm up for 2 days.
Yeah.
So like I said, if you was in school, you got vaccinated.
Right. So and that's why
that's just what it was. Yeah.
Right. And therefore I personally didn't have no choice. But that's why even now, if they said, look, everybody gonna everybody, and it's been talk, political talk.
But my point is, before we get away from my point though, is at no point at that time did you think that the doctors was out to change your DNA or put a chip in your arm or none other sort at that time?
Well, only as I became, and this is what I hear y'all here.
This is where I was getting at with your beliefs and how they change over time, right?
Oh yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
So now you've been convinced. Now whether you can. This is what a belief is, to me, and it just means that you've been convinced that those beliefs that you had before were incorrect, but now you have possessed and are privy to a new set of beliefs that are the correct set of beliefs, right?
If I understand your question, and the example I would give is that I used to believe that pig feet and chitlins was good.
Okay. Yeah. Right.
Now,
so you
I don't believe that pig feet and chitlins is good.
So yeah. So now you making my point too.
Right.
Beliefs change over time. Right. So what we have to do is then we have to, in retrospect now, since those beliefs, so we have new sets of beliefs and we have different ways to understand these beliefs and different tools and stuff, right?
Right.
So now we have to step back and see now what produces byproducts and what has a positive effect. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And so, okay, now understanding that pig feet ain't necessarily bad, ain't necessarily all that good, though they may taste very delicious to you. But you know what? That I figured out that pig feet ain't so good for me, right? Mm-hmm. But the byproduct of that is your cholesterol goes down. You see what I'm saying? And you start to live a better, healthier life. You dig?
I agree.
So that's a byproduct, right?
Right.
And so you can actually look at that, and that's tangible. You can touch it. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So now your beliefs about the vaccine has changed too, right? So at one point in time, it was all good. The doctor say, you know what, come on down, get your TB shot, and it's all good. You know what I mean? You ain't worried about it. You feel good after you get the TB shot, like you're healthier actually. You know what I mean? But then now you get privy to some more information that says, you know what, you might want to think about what the white man is putting in your arm, because he done some dirty things to you in the past. I understand that. I'm right with you. I might be one that tell you that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I want to understand, and I've said it before, because first of all, if you have medical insurance, you're paying for it, right? So you might want to understand a little bit about what's going on at the doctor's office. You know what I mean? You might want to be a little privy to that information. So I'm going to be one that tell you that. But the thing is, what I'm saying is going to be good information. But if somebody says, well, now the vaccine is they're going to put a chip in your arm, or it's going to change your DNA. I don't want to put words in your mouth. I'm just using these as examples. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
If somebody says that, then what kind of byproduct does that produce here? Where are you seeing? Because what I'm seeing is the COVID killing one American every 30 seconds. That's what I'm seeing, right? And you're saying the vaccine could kill you or change your DNA, but I have not seen any of that evidence, none whatsoever.
True.
So go ahead. I want to know, like, what convinces you, or what byproduct can we touch, or that's tangible there for us to observe and or test? You know what I'm saying? That we can say, you know what, he absolutely right. You know what, I'm not taking it, because if you can show me something, I'll change up right now. You know what I mean? I'll be like, you know what, bro, I'll look into that, and when I find out that's true, I'm done with the vaccine. Right, so like, I'm trying to figure out. I want to get on your page. Like, what have you seen that give, you know what I mean?
Well, let me say again. I wouldn't get crazy. The way I to respond to your question. My thing is not necessarily. I think that we as Black people have to deal with the question of being as I like that y'all are promoting this phrase and term, and hopefully it will expand into the general public of being scientific literate. We also say use critical thinking skills. To do that, that means that you evaluate as a person. You evaluate all information to make your decision, not necessarily even your belief system. Now, for me, it is, I say my beliefs, it's my belief. And yes, we've codified it to, not trusting the white man, but it's also, for me, my belief is Western, I don't trust, but this is a personal thing. It's like religion. I just don't trust the West. Does that mean that I might not have to take the things because where I am in this time, the environment I'm in, like now, I know I eat GMO foods. I can't afford food. I can't afford, and I can't go to a place that says this food is grown organically, no other kind of thing. I can't do that. So I know I'm eating something that was technologically created to give me substance. That's just a fact of reality.
But you understand that's what agriculture is, right? It's technologically created. It's just what you said. That was eloquent. I never heard it like that before. But that is what agriculture is. Period. Point blank. You summed it up, and you can't get no better than that. So all food is that. Now you have processed food, which is very bad, you know what I'm saying? But as far as GMO or genetically modified food, this is what farming or agriculture is.
Right.
And let me just say this, family. If you walked into a store or you were able to go to these venues and the outlets said that they were organically grown, you would still have to trust that the people that are saying it's organically grown, that it actually is organically grown. See what I'm saying? So and I'm also saying this, like we live in a world now where we all cohabitate the same places, right? We talked about the damage that a virus can do. So the best thing, so if they want to wipe people out, the best thing to do is to let the virus just do what it do. So I'm saying, but because we cohabitate the same places, it's in everybody's best interest to be in a position to not catch a virus, because we're not separated from white folks or Indian folks or whatever race. So I'm saying, so we can easily give it to each other. So now we're all in the same boat. You know what I'm saying? It's just like the paradigm of the scorpion ride on the back of the frog. If the scorpion sting the frog, we all gonna die. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, you can't get around, like you can't operate and not trust them, because you're gonna have to trust something eventually.
I accept that, and I think hopefully I'm making that clear. I do accept that. So it's just a matter of to the degree or at the time where I'll make that personal choice that I just have to do that. Yes, it's playing Russian roulette with other people. I'll accept that too. You know, if I have the virus and I don't do at least the minimum amount of things they said I should do to try to prevent it to spread, for me to spread it to other people. I got that too. But, you know, is that strong enough at this point? You know, and again, you're touching to my personal, because I'm not going to be an advocate for Black people in general. I'm observing, but I'm not going to be an advocate. I'm just going to speak for me and how many other people are like me. You know, I don't have that statistic. So for me, dealing with the distrust of the Western world in relationship to producing and injecting, because they, you know, and out of my core beliefs in relationship to where we're going. And you gave the example about, you know, the horse, you know, because I just think that we're just moving too fast. And I see.
But that's a good thing, though.
I don't know.
Look. In the face of a pandemic, right?
No,
they were able.
I got that, but at the same time,
they was able to make a vaccine within months.
I got that.
Can you name a time in history when the human species was able to deal with a deadly virus, right? That went around the world. They was able to deal with it and come up with a solution, right?
Right.
In a matter of months. No, how couldn't you feel like? I mean, like you feel like that's moving. You feel like medical science or technology is moving too fast?
Yeah, for if, and this is where, and I do take a little different where in the promotion of just science. I agree with the scientific methodology. I think from what I understand, enladen in the term science is a worldview. And I think in the Western worldview, it's particularly about trying to get control over matter.
Whoa. Can I jump in for a second? Hold on, bro. Hold on. Let me ask you a serious question, man. Where was you born and raised at?
Philadelphia.
Okay, yo, let's stop it. So you really spitting on your very existence right now, because you are westernized. You have a Western viewpoint, and you're trying to shift that paradigm.
No,
so we was raised in the Western world. We're Westerners, bro. Like you, we African American. Don't cut me off. Come on, dog. Don't cut me off. Don't cut my wisdom. I am telling you that you are an African American, and you can't escape that. There's no need of escaping being an African American. That means you're Westernized and you have ancestries from Africa. Okay, your immediate ancestors were caught up in the transcontinental kidnapping trade. We're culturally European. So listen. So all this Western, you don't know. You are a Westerner talking about I don't trust the Westerners. You wear Westernized clothes. You drink Westernized water. You drive Westernized cars. You speak Westernized language, and language transmits culture. All this, and then you saying I can't trust. So you mean really saying I can't trust myself? What is it about yourself that you don't trust right now? Because you're talking, hold on, you're talking real eloquently, the scientific Methodist. Man, stop playing with your damn self, man. You're just afraid. You are afraid to understand the truth and accept the truth. The truth is our ass is grass around here, bro. And nothing we can do about it but follow science. There aren't any options. That's the truth. The GMOs, the brother just told you about farming. Farming is actually transforming seeds due to GMO process, evolution. That's what humans do. They farm things, they mix seed. They cause things by artificial selection to happen. Right, so everything is artificially designed by human beings when it comes to farming. You've been eating GMO foods before the term was even invented. The Native Americans, they corn. You couldn't eat the goddamn corn.
Shit ain't even look like that.
Modified it. You couldn't eat it. The watermelon, you couldn't eat it. If you go into a health store, right, with the quote unquote the whole food market. Everything in there has been genetically modified, but yet you stand here proudly and say, I'm eating the best. No, you're eating genetically altered food. So we got to really cut out the shenanigans. The truth is, the vaccine, right? Out of 340,000 years, human beings finally figured something out. And the thing that was figured out in North America by slave colonies. That if I take some of the pathogen, it will stimulate my immune system so that I will be protected from the pathogen. That's the bottom line. Ain't no spending an hour trying to talk you off the ledge. Don't take the goddamn vaccine. Go get somebody sick and kill them or something like that. Go chop your head off. Who cares? The truth is, the science is the science. Only science can defeat science. And if you don't have science, don't come in here with your belief, bro. And I'm done.
So should I just get off because you've already defined and
no, he said his piece. You know, he entitled to his piece, but you can continue on with your build if you have.
And I don't
what he just said.
Yeah, just get off the shenanigans, bro. Don't come in here and try to trick us with foolery. That's my point.
But what I'm trying to say, or what symbol, I mean, I'll make it personal. That's why I keep trying to make it personal. Because, you know, I'll accept that it's fair. I don't accept the total, and I agree that those captives of the human traffic trade now are, to its various degrees, westernized. I do believe, or history and social scientists and cultural scientists say that we're still carrying some African.
But bro, let me just interject. Let me interject a little bit here, because I think what you failing to realize, and what a lot of people in our community fail to realize is this is not just white people. That are the professionals that are dedicating their lives, who are on the forefront of the cutting edge science every day out there. You know what I'm saying? Is Black men and women that are on the forefront of these teams that are putting these medicines out, that are doing this research, that are recording the data, that is transferring the data, that is turning the data into a usable product. You know what I mean? These are brothers and sisters that's out there that happen to be on the team with white people. But a lot of these brothers and sisters are leading these teams. You see what I'm saying? And this is what the Black community fails. And when we do this, when we talk about the mistrust of quote unquote Westerners and things like that, right? We're talking about just like this. I might just say it a little softer, but Unc said is basically saying the same exact thing, man. We hating on ourselves. When we talking about this quote unquote Westerners, we talking about ourselves. You know, that's what he mean when he talk about you wear Western clothes, you dance to Western music, and you talk a Western language and all the rest of it, right? Because these are your nieces and nephews. Maybe you don't even know them because you say you 65. Like, you may have like nieces and nephews that live out of town that's like 13 or something, 14, that's gonna come up and be on the forefront of this medicine. You know what I'm saying? On the forefront of this cutting edge research. You know, like, this is where Black people need to have their foot in the game, because the people with the money, right, they controlling things, right? But the people with the knowledge really control things. You feel me? Because once money ain't worth nothing, it's all about knowledge. So we need to be on the forefront of this medicine, because you know what? When it all boils down and said and done, the thing that's gonna wipe human beings off of the planet, it ain't gonna be the start. It ain't gonna be the start of the cause. But what's gonna end up, them last few people, a virus is gonna come, and it's gonna wipe the rest of us on off this planet. You mark my words. I won't be here to see it. You won't be here to see it, right? But a virus is what's gonna get us, and a virus is what's trying to kill you every day, 24 hours a day before the coronavirus, before you even heard of a coronavirus, bro. That's what's been trying to attack you and kill you 24 hours, 7 days a week, bro. A pathogen, a virus, some type of germ. You got to check out germ theory. You know what I'm saying? Like, understand the science before you say, oh, I'm good with the scientific method, but we don't take the time to use the scientific method. Or if we don't have time to use the scientific method, read the work of the people who dedicate their lives to doing the scientific method. That's all we saying, bro. That's all we saying. That's it. But go ahead, bro. If you got another question, go ahead.
Well, I don't have any more questions, but and let me say to what y'all present, the contradiction that I live in a contradiction, I agree with. I mean, and not to generalize it, because I think that might be for another arena, that discussion. But to say, as Ankh said, and people around me have said, I said I don't even want to get the DNA testing. I don't need to know now whether my nieces and my brothers and others, whether they got DNA testing, okay, and I'll listen to that. But me personally, I don't need to know. So that's again, that's a personal thing, and I'll just
that's a personal choice, bro. But knowledge is power. I just want to tell you that, like, whatever you choose on that front, like, that's always going to be a personal thing, and I can't tell you what to do on that front. But what I can share with you is knowledge is power. So the more you know, the more you actually know and not believe. You know what I mean? Because when you came in, you was on talking about a lot of belief, right? But what we actually know is what actually gives us power. You know what I'm saying?
And that's why I'm listening to y'all, right? I mean, I'm listening to you because of the information and the knowledge base that you come from. I think I acknowledge that what you present is helpful. And I think that the tools, even in spite of our beliefs, that we all need, especially the Black community need in general, especially now in my belief, is that we need to be critical thinking. And I also agree we need to be scientifically literate. I don't, and that will help shape what personal decisions we make. I don't like the idea of this personal, because but that's to break it down to where I'm not trying to convert you, convince you, make you come to my side of thinking. I'm just presenting where I'm coming from. Whether you think it's this way or that way, crazy.
Well, you got an eloquent way. You really got a real eloquent way of bullshitting us.
Do me a favor, brother. Do me a favor, Mr. Richard Wright. Do me a favor, man.
Yes.
What's dope is when you come on here and you kick your bullshit, right? And we all kick some bullshit, right? And that means just kicking some flavor. This is what you can't do. You can't come on here and tell us what you're afraid of. You admitted that, so I got to big up that. You're basically being controlled by fear. And that's what humans actually, they surrounded by fear, and it's mental. It's a mental game. And I respect that you said that. I can't do nothing but respect it. But this is what you can't do. You can't come on here and shoot our shit down, but don't give us a valuable option. See, that's what you can't do. And that's what I will not allow. I will not allow people to come on the platform and don't at least give the people a valuable option, because this is going around the world. Plain and simple, this goes around the world. Somewhere in the deepest parts of Africa, somewhere in Australia, somewhere in China, America, in the ghettos, in the hood, somebody tuned in, right? So what is a valuable option? If not vaccines, then what for our people?
Well, wait a minute. Let me be clear, because I projected myself incorrectly. I never
You didn't project anything.
Down.
What is your option? I ain't saying you care about everybody. I'm asking you, what is your option? Because everybody is potentially a fucking weapon against somebody else with a virus running around. Everybody.
And I agree. And what I see that I'm doing or whatever, and that is just the general health, like the question of the general diet. I don't want to get into, because the people have weaponized, whether it's having vitamin D or having, dealing with certain kind of.
So you're taking the diet, right?
I'm saying I've been over the last 50 years, I'll say, or maybe 40 years, working from the perspective of my general diet. The other tool that I use that is the constant observation of my physical state, and that would be the biological state. Looking at the blood, seeing if I do have any kind of thing. How
are you looking at the blood, brother?
When I go to the doctor, right? Because now.
Whoa! So you're gonna test somebody? They got to stick you with something when you go to the doctor.
I didn't say, and I said I live in a personal contradiction. I never denied that. I mean,
See, that's what I'm talking about. Like, that was the eloquent. That's that eloquent bullshit. That's the eloquent. You got a real eloquent way of
get out of here. Come on, man. Come on, man. Every time you go to the doctors, they stick you. They really trying to kill you. So you're really deteriorating in front of our eyes right now because of the blood you got drawn from you. It's a slow process. I heard it on Facebook. When they stick you and they get some blood, they really taking blood and putting some chemicals in you, and you're dying slow. Okay.
I understand those who say that, right? And I for those who have that level of fear to prevent them from getting sick, that's their choice. I'm not at that level, but I do know that at one point when I asked for the vitamin and mineral test, that was no problem. They would just do it. Then they told me you have to have a condition when I asked for them to take the blood and give me a vitamin, so I'll know.
Hey, Sheffrin, let them in the Zoom, Sheffrin.
They said, well, you have to have a condition because the insurance company said in order for you to be able to get that test. So now whether that, that preventive
you
part.
can pay for it though. You can pay it out your pocket.
And that's what I'm saying. But at first it was, they just did it because that was a part of just your better general.
I know. So hold on. So you said one thing, your diet, that's one thing. And so let's get you out of here with your diet. Your diet does not, first of all, your diet doesn't boost your immune system. Okay, they don't even know everything about the immune system. That's something people need to know. They're still learning about it, but as of 2020, damn near 2021, they have not figured out whether you could boost your immune system or not. Second point, the vitamins and all that shit, none of that causes immune response. Not no minerals, not no spices, not no oil. It doesn't. So we officially rendered the whole diet thing a bunch of malarkey against the protection against the virus. We're gonna get that off the table. So what's your other thing you got? Your diet is done.
I don't think me personally, I don't have no other tools. I can't afford it, right?
So there you go. So guess what? You like all of us, we're at the mercy of the court, and we're gonna learn so that when we open our mouth and potentially talk to other people, because I tell you talk to people. So when we potentially open our mouth, we want to be responsible. When we start to be 53 and 60, we need to be the most responsible because we really, really influence people. The pseudo killers influence people. Older people influence them little eyes looking up at you. So you need to be responsible. Do not spread your fears, right, on those youngsters, bro. We cannot afford to live in fear. The Black crazy conscious community, right, they're spreading fear. These older people, and I heard you earlier, Concrete Core, you say, we're not here to shoot the elders. I be damn, I'm shooting the shit out of the elders. Because an elder wouldn't lie to us like this. To me, to be an elder, at least in my book, an elder will tell the truth. And when he realizes he's no longer telling the truth, he will change that. An elder is open to understanding the next generation. An elder, a real elder, will realize that I'm wrong and I'm carrying information that is old and wore out. And I'm willing to step back off of that. Every fucking day, excuse my language, I get challenged by younger brothers and sisters. Every fucking day. Okay? How fast do I learn? They reading books every day. I gotta read books every day. They reading articles every day. I gotta read them. They looking at videos every day. Dude, what you say right here? What we sword fight all day long. So an elder respects the truth when he smell it. So yeah, Corey, I'm shooting the shit out of elders. I can do that. Getting the shit shot out you. If you don't know what you're talking about, take your ass in the house and go talk something else. But if you come out here on these Corona streets, talking that googly, anybody can get it. Anybody can.
Peace to the gods. Peace to the gods. DJ Focus has arrived.
Everybody can.
Hey, hold on one second, DJ. You jump in. This for Richard Wright, bros. Like, I understand where you're coming from. Listen, you can, as we get scientifically literate and we become critical thinkers, your critical thinking is capped at a particular point. And what I mean by that is that you can look at your car outside and you can critically think about how to repair it, but at some point you're gonna have to go to a mechanic because that mechanic is trained in how to get that car working. So even when it comes to vaccines and viruses, bro, you can look at data and you can critically think and you become scientifically literate, but your knowledge is capped at a certain point and you're gonna have to trust the virologist, man. That's just how it works. So you have to trust the experts in the field. And even though it's the Western world you might not trust, you're living in a society that's at the top. So what we have is going to be top notch. What other people have is going to be less than. And that's just the way it is. That's just a fact.
I'm just trying to show. I agree. I don't disagree with you.
Hey, we got my brother on I think we had a brother that just joined in.
DJ Focus.
Is that the one that came in all rude, talking with somebody else?
DJ Focus.
I have arrived.
What's going on, bro?
Man, this is intelligent conversation, man. Definitely don't cut me off, yo. I hate that shit when somebody cut me off. That's
bananas. Brother. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah,
I just know that they have been.
No, hold on. You can't interject no thoughts.
So when I just came in, I just figured I'd say peace because I didn't know if y'all knew that I was on here.
Nah.
Hold on, bro. Before you interject any thoughts, you got to introduce yourself. We don't.
Right.
We like to come in. We like to introduce ourselves. So, what's your name? I mean, where you from? You know what I'm saying? Let us know. You know what I'm saying? Who you is.
Yeah, I'm DJ Focus. I'm hold on one second because I'm driving here.
Oh man, we don't want to be a cause of an accident, man. You can't be driving. You got your hands free thing going on.
Yeah. I got my hands free.
Okay. Right. We promote safety around here.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, I'm DJ Focus. I was told that you guys wanted to talk with me tonight. So
no doubt.
Yeah. So I made sure that I came on here. I just finished shooting a visual, and but I still had to make sure that I came on here and did what I was supposed to do. So peace to the gods, and I apologize if I came in and interjected and cut anybody off. I just wanted to make my presence known because it was made known to me that you guys was waiting on me. So I said, you know what? Let me just make my presence known real quick. Peace to the gods. And I'm new to these kind of platforms, but whenever somebody has introduced themselves, normally when they come in, they say peace. So that's all I was doing. But if I was out of turn or out of place, I do apologize.
Appreciate that.
Oh, okay.
So what you want to talk about tonight? Evolution, vaccines, what? How you feel lucky? You feel lucky today?
Oh shit.
About to crash.
I just almost blew a stop sign. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. He told me you guys wanted to debate with me or whatever.
No. This is not a debate, bro. We're having a conversation. No, it's a conversation.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, do you feel
Yeah,
lucky?
that's cool.
You feel lucky?
Yeah, no, I don't put myself into any boxes. I just debate my point of view versus yours. That's it.
So
And you know, if you got more information than me with regards to one particular subject, then I will make it my business to go ahead and search that and check it out. I'm not here to be the smartest person in the room, and I'm damn sure not here to say I know it all. So I'm just here to bring my points of views to the light, to build in a way that I was taught how to build, and that's it. You know, I'm not here
And
to
we
do
on
anything
the
that's
same page then. We don't know everything over here either. You know what I'm saying?
right.
We definitely we willing to learn some information. If you got some pertinent information that we can hold on to and that's tangible, we can use, then we'll hold on to it. But
yeah, that's all I'm here for.
so what's your point of view on the coronavirus and how it's affecting the Black community in particular?
Well,
hold up. Before he speaks,
go ahead.
Please and thank you. Could y'all let him say what he needs to say before y'all cut him off? I want him to get it all the way out. So he's not saying that we cutting him off and cutting his wisdom. I want him to say exactly what he feel like he needs to say. And we could take some notes and try to get some clarity on some stuff. Understanding stuff. Please and thank you. That's all I wanted to say. Oh, and Brother Sean, I need your help with something later on.
All right. Appreciate that. TK, we will keep that in mind. No promises. No promises.
I know I'm the first person to cut a mother flower off. That's why I'm like, yo, I want to hear what he has to say, please.
I got $10 say Corey don't make. I'm
yeah,
and y'all mother flowers better take some notes.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm willing to. I'm here, ready to learn. You know, I got my listening ears on, and I'm ready to learn, man. So go ahead, bro. Never mind all that. You know, I just want to understand your point of view and your take on the coronavirus and how it's affecting the Black community. Like, what's your take on it? Where are you at with it? What are you seeing in this thing?
Well, I initially I thought it was a hoax. I'm not gonna lie. Initially, I thought, you know, these people are using this quote unquote virus to politicize things, and you know, it's election year and people was protesting. Well, it actually happened prior to the protest, but you know, just things was boiling to a certain way to where I figured they could use this to their advantage. So I didn't believe in the severity of it at all. With that being said, my mother was released from the hospital today with COVID-19. She went down to Florida for vacation, and she spent the last 4 weeks in the hospital. Almost died. She was she was on 100% oxygen at one point, ventilator, tube down her throat, getting fed through her nose, and miraculously she recovered. So the pessimism or the, you know, lack of credibility that I've had in COVID-19 is gone. I believe in it wholeheartedly. I believe in the effects of it.
No doubt, bro. Sorry to hear that, by the way. But go ahead, man.
Yeah. So that's my view on COVID-19. Is that strap your boots up, get prepared, because I feel like it's only going to get worse, you know. And words for the adults and those in our lives that are, you know, elderly and that don't have the proper protections with regards to immunity support that we do. You know what I mean? So that's how I feel about that.
Okay.
So the vaccine, like what? We already understand, like, you with us and I'm with you, bro. Am I cut? Did you want to say something?
No. I mean, that's okay. I'm saying nature is the great equalizer, and it's a shame that we have to see it firsthand to really think it's real. Like, there were tools out there for us to be able to recognize whether it was a hoax, you know, pseudo claims, nonsense, poor man information, or was it scientifically proven that nature was moving in the direction of a virus? So that's the point. Pseudoisms, put us in a position, you know what I'm saying, this bad. So, and I hate to have to, like hate to see you have to go through that, yo. Like my mom is no longer here. So, like, hey bro, like that's precious to have your mother. So I'm glad, but so you've seen this experience and you've come to the reality. So you've grown. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes nature got a way of making you grow immediately. Absolutely. Right. So, okay. So what about the vaccine? You good with that?
So my thing about vaccines is skepticism, definitely skepticism. Okay. I feel as though one should properly research anything before they put it in their body. In fact, I feel like it should be law for a doctor to explain to you what's in this vaccine and what the side effects may be. You can't even watch a commercial without them telling you side effects may be headache, cough, nauseousness, death, bowel, irritable bowel. Like they are forced by law to tell you every side effect, and even on a bag of Dipsy Doodles, they're forced to tell you every ingredient. But yeah, you go into a hospital, they're like, yeah, take this vaccine, no questions asked. So I feel as though.
Not true. No, I can't let you.
Well, they leave the burden on you, I should say, to go ahead and find and do your due diligence.
No, they don't. They don't. You just ask and they tell you. They give you a sheet of paper. As a matter of fact, my son got vaccinated a couple weeks ago.
Asking is doing your due diligence. Asking is doing your due diligence. If they offer it to you and give it to you, whether you ask or not, or whether
they do. Listen. Just like any medicines they give you paperwork with the medicine, bro. They don't just give you bottles of medicine. You can't go to the pharmaceutical company, pharmacy in Kroger or somewhere, and you buy it. You put your prescription in, and they throw you 2 bottles or something. They give you the paperwork. I mean,
as a matter of fact, on that paperwork, right? That prescription, that vaccine, that medicine that they gave you, that package that it came in has a lot number on it, right? So they can, and that lot number, it traces back to the batch that it was made out of, right? So they can go back to the batch and look into that batch and look at the samples, because they take samples of each batch that they take. So when they look at that lot number, they know what batch this vaccine or medicine or whatever it is. They know what batch it came out of, and they can look at those tests and see what was actually in that. If you want to go that far, you know what I'm saying? Like they can go all the way back that far if that's necessary. But when you get that paper, and you don't have to ask for it. When you get that paper, they have a batch number on there. Not a batch number. It has a lot number on there. When you see that lot number, that to give you all the information you need to. So they're not trying to hide nothing from you, bro. They handing the piece of paper there for you.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they're trying to hide it from you or that they don't make the information readily accessible. But what I'm saying is they don't make it mandatory for you to know it prior to you injecting it in you. And they don't view it as a priority for you to know what's in your body before they put it into you. They'll put a vaccine in anybody, in your child, without you even knowing. So we all are in agreement that vaccines have...
DJ Focus. DJ. Yes, sir. Man, imagine that, yo. You know how many white people be suing the shit out of them if that was like that, yo?
I mean, well...
Yo, they're not gonna just start come on, yo. No, come on, man.
Well, remember now.
It's not the hood. You go buy a bag of weed, yo, and ain't no label on it, or a bag of heroin, and ain't no label.
The
you
hood
can buy a bottle of liquor, like you said, without the ingredients being in it, yo. So you come on, man.
Yeah. Come on. I agree there, but I would push back just a little bit on that to say that the hoods exist as a result of a coordinated plan from them. So.
Nope. That's a different conversation. We're gonna stay the course.
Well, let me just say this real quick. And redlining exists from a coordinated plot from them. So if they could, control credit and they can control loans based upon them knowing where you live at, based upon the fact that they created the hoods through the Housing Act of 1930 and other subsequent acts, then they also can dictate what goes in your vaccines based upon what zip code they send to which vaccines. So it wouldn't be really hard for them to separate.
Hold on for a minute. You know what you just did, right? CK will tell you all kind of stuff you just did. What I'm saying is let's not do that. Let's stay strictly on they can just give you a damn vaccine and shoot you up and you won't know. No. Let's handle that first. And then
I think I am doing that.
All the conditions of, you know what I'm saying? That's kind of where you weaseling out of it right now. Stay the course. The course is this. They're not just shooting anything in you without you knowing what it is getting shot in you. They're not just doing that. It's a law. It's by law they gotta hand you that. You don't even gotta ask for it. That's the first thing. You gotta read the paperwork first before they give it to you. Let's just establish some truth right now. I don't want to run all around the
establishing truth. I have children, and I myself have had plenty of vaccines, and they never brought any paperwork out stating what was in it or whatever. They just asked you, did you want it? Do you agree to it? Which in itself is shows that it's a little tricky because they
what did those do to you though?
You have to consent to this. So because you have to consent to this, in many ways you can't sue them if they have adverse effects. You can't hold them liable if these vaccines have adverse effects because you consented to it. So
no, that's not. Hold on, DJ. Come on, man.
Okay.
So I can't tell you what happened to you personally, right? I don't know what doctors you took your children to, but you get paperwork with the vaccine. You can't even go to the dentist without the dentist giving you paperwork on the medicine that they give you. I don't know where you went at. Right?
Yeah, that's just not true. Where'd you go? But my wife is a dental. My wife is a dental hygienist. She's
where'd you go?
Let me say this real quick. My wife is a dental hygienist. So with regards to dentistry, that's just not true. It's completely untrue.
It's not. No, I say when they give you the medicine.
Finish real quick. They can give you laughing gas. They can give you volumes, and they can give you a whole host of other medicines.
You know what?
Can I finish?
Hold on. You know what? I'm almost about to call you a liar.
All right, cool, but I'm not
give you laughing gas without you signing. They don't even give you a shot without you signing off on the paper now. Come on, D. Come on, man. Don't play it that way, yo. That ain't fair. Right. No. Go ahead, Corey. No, he gonna just no.
Get a bet on.
All right, you ready to finish?
Nah, you don't
Is it possible that I could ask the brother a question?
Yeah. I just want to finish real quick.
Stepped away.
I've been a patient. Excuse me. Can I finish real quick?
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, and I've been a patient myself.
With the truth, though, yo, it's gonna get ugly, yo. Just let them get it out. Like they gonna be before they take your wisdom teeth out and give you some medicine and make you sign off on the paper, yo. Come on, man.
Yeah, so initially, when you go in, they make you file paperwork stating whatever we put in your body.
All right, then.
Cool. Let me finish, please. But they don't tell you exactly what they're putting in your body in that paperwork, nor do they make you sign anything. I mean, nor do they.
Well, they're not going to give you the chemical composition of the products they putting in there. They're just going to tell you what the name of it is. I mean, they're not.
But they don't even do that.
Look at the chemical composition.
They don't even do that.
And the molecules and all of that. Like who's going to write all that down on a piece of paper? The molecules that is made out of, and then how what the ratio to this to that and all. Like, come on, man. Like,
I'm not saying
information, if you need that much information, it is up to you to do your due diligence. You know what I'm saying?
No, I agree.
Like they told you what the name of it was, and that should be all. That should be all the information I need. That's all I need to know what the name of it is. You know what I'm saying? Like if I need to know the chemical composition of it,
they don't always tell you what names. They don't always tell you what names. Think about it. They make you sign this this waiver.
That ain't true either. That ain't true either. They do tell you the name.
Well, let me just finish. Let me just finish because I would like to get a coherent thought out, and then you can push back on it once I finish getting it out. But I just want to get it out. That's all.
Hey, Chef, I gotta step away for a minute, Chef.
Can you just stay on the subject though? You can do it.
I'm trying to, and I would. All right, Corey. And I would. Even if you guys feel like that I'm jumping around, I promise you, if you let me finish, I'll tie it all in. And I'm not really
want that though. We don't want the tie-in method.
Okay.
because everybody is the master of time to them. We don't want that. We want you to prove to us that when you go get a vaccine, they don't give you no paperwork. When you go to the dentist, they don't make sure you don't got no allergies and the whole 9 yards. Prove that, yo.
So like I said, my wife is a dental hygienist, right? And I've been a patient.
That don't help you in this conversation.
All right, cool, but I just would like to get it like a straight.
Go ahead. I'm saying just stay on that.
Sentence out, like just a sentence, maybe 2 sentences, 3. You guys wanted to debate me, or you
I don't want to debate you. Go ahead, bro.
That's cool, but I just want to get a couple coherent sentences out for the people who are listening, so that they can hear my point of view without being hindered by you guys shut me off and all of that. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna shut up. Go ahead, bro. I'm gonna shut up.
All right. So, if I can remember where I was going.
Your wife is a dental hygienist.
Oh yeah. So my wife is a dental hygienist, right? Exactly. And so they'll make you sign some sort of generic, like paperwork that makes you, quote unquote, it relieves them of liability, right? But on that paperwork, it's not what you're taking, the ingredients, and such and such and so and so. But after they give you that paperwork that relieves liability, they can pretty much give you whatever you want. They'll ask you like, okay, maybe if they'll ask you, but they don't always have to because you signed the paperwork. So they just like, lean back. We're gonna give them some laughing gas. We're gonna give them some volume. We're gonna give them some, whatever the case may be. But they don't tell you the ingredients that's in it. They don't. It's not like a priority. So you have to do your due diligence, and that's the point I was making. Is that you have to do your due diligence once you sign these paperwork. You have to do your due diligence and seeing what exactly is being put in your body, but it's not like a requirement prior to them putting it in. If you understand what I'm saying, you know what I mean?
Yes. So if you knew every ingredient in a vaccine, you wouldn't know what the hell it was anyway. The question is asked, are you allergic to such and such, such and such, such and such? So whatever they
real
give
quick though, when you say you
cause
wouldn't know, you mean me or you mean an individual? You mean I wouldn't know, or you mean
I'm
society
saying
wouldn't know?
if I told you every single advent and such in a vaccine, you wouldn't know what the hell it was anyway.
Who's you that wouldn't know though? Who's you?
You.
Me specifically.
The layman.
Yeah, yes.
You.
The layman.
Yeah,
You wouldn't
that's
know.
not true though. That's just not true, but go ahead.
It
You want
is.
me to start testing you with certain advents and I want you to see what it is. Like, come on, man.
No. But see,
because if you understood what was in it, you would understand
you
how
know my level of intellect, and also the assumption is that once you tell me, I couldn't spend a day doing my due diligence.
Go playing. He playing.
Yeah, you know what?
I'm not
what
playing.
you doing? Nah, all right, let's change. Hold on.
You just don't know. You can't presuppose your mentality on anybody else.
Hold on, DJ, I just do not agree with you that when you go get a vaccine, they give you paperwork, because I just did it. I got the flu vaccine and my son got it, and I got the paperwork and looked it all up if I wanted to. So I don't believe you on that. So let's move on from that point.
All right, so what's in flu vaccines right now? Tell me.
Look, man, let's move on.
Touch yourself. Let's move on. But I want to touch you and silence you before I move on.
Let me say this.
Let's just move on that, man.
Let me say something. Let me say something, bro.
We can't pull it up on the screen right now, yo.
Let me say
on the screen, but stop asking me like you know everything, because you don't even know the capital of North Dakota. You don't know the capital of Wyoming. Right now, tell me the capital of Wyoming. All right,
can we pause for a second, family? Can we pause for a second, family?
Exactly.
Listen.
I wanted to bring it out to you. I knew you had it in you anyway. So let's further the conversation. So now I really see where you at. Now we didn't cut through the fun and games. Let's get to it. Do you expound to biological human evolution?
You said what?
Do you expound? Do you agree with biological human evolution, which ties back to the vaccine?
I'm very skeptical because of the nature. You know, Darwinism was born in racism. Period. And that's a fact. The original name of
source. Do you have a source?
The source is the original name of the book, as well as its ties to eugenics.
Okay. All right. So look, hold on. So let's deal with it. Let's pull it up for a minute. No, we just pull it.
Yeah, look at the original name of the book.
Yeah,
you can
hold
tell
on.
right
I
then
heard
and
you.
there.
Listen.
What book? What's the name of the book?
You already
that
know
you're
the book,
talking
Chef.
about.
You know the book, Chef. Let's pull it
I
up.
want him to say it.
Oh.
You know the book.
I don't know what you're talking
that
about.
Darwin had a couple books. What book is you talking about?
I'm talking about
You already
Darwin.
know. We're gonna help
I'm
him out.
talking about Darwin's premier book on evolution.
What's
you
the
know
name?
What it's called. You know what it's called.
I don't even think you know the name of it.
I do know
I
what
don't
it's
know.
called. I do know what it's called. But what
Okay,
I'm
so
not
for the
gonna do
listening
is
audience,
wait a
can
minute,
you
James.
He said
can
he
you
don't know.
give the name of the book that you're talking about for the listening audience?
Yes, absolutely.
They definitely don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, he just forgot. Don't worry about it. I forgot too, yo.
Hey,
Don't worry
go,
about it.
you can go get that. We got cell phones around here.
No, we got it right now.
No, hold
Talking about
on,
the
y'all.
origin of species.
Yeah, that's the book. That's the book, right, sir?
Listen. But tell me the original name for the book.
Yeah, we got it. Hold on. We great. Pull it up
I
for you.
want
Hold
the
on.
original name for the book.
I want you to give it. You the one who don't agree with it.
No, hold on, Mr. Scholars. Tell me
No,
the original
got
name
you.
of the book.
Hey, DJ, listen. I just pulled it up for you. We're gonna read it for you. All right? You ready?
Right. What's the original name of the book?
You're right. You ready? I'm saying I'm great. Read it out. I don't remember completely like you don't remember. Let's go.
Yeah, because I'm not answering these questions for y'all simply because
right.
we all know the name of the book.
No,
we all know what it's called.
we gonna
so
read it.
What y'all want to do?
We got a listening audience.
I
We
got
want
on the
them
screen,
to know.
DJ, relax.
I know.
Hey, DJ, listen. I figured out your fighting style right now.
I know what you guys gonna do.
I
know
figured
what you guys gonna do.
Well, listen. No, DJ, just listen. I'm gonna let you say whatever you want to say, but I figured you out already. So what me and you have to do, right? First of all, we ain't gonna get all excited because both of us adore it to be crazy, and this is really a good chance for us to really have a good discussion. So you made a point about Darwinism, right? And the book that he wrote. Okay, now. What's wrong with the title of the book? I'm going to read the title of the book for you. It's on the origin of the species, right? Or more completely, on the origin of the species by means of natural selection or the preservation of the favored races in the struggle for life. Is that the title of the book, bro?
That's it. So
now
what you got a problem with?
Hold on, bro.
Well, the preservation of favorite races. The preservation of favorite races shows you that the book was born.
DJ.
You know, my man.
DJ, I'm gonna just listen. We must
focus. Hold on for a second.
Just listen. We listen, bro. This is a complicated subject. I'm gonna let you rock, but let me work this. All right, because you're already in a trap somewhere. You don't even know it. But let me work this thing for you.
Yeah, I'm not in a trap.
Let him give his understanding of the title. So we can see. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, what's wrong with the title?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, sir. What's wrong with the title?
We're gonna make sure we don't straw man you.
Talk about it, or you gonna cut me off in 2 seconds?
Go ahead. You got 2 minutes. You got 2 minutes.
All right. So
just on the title alone.
Okay, so origin of species or preservation of favorite races in the struggle for life.
Yes.
Or the preservation of favorite races.
Yes.
So when we're dealing with race and we're dealing with favorite races or favorite races, and you're dealing with eugenics, who, remember, Francis Galton is Charles Darwin's first cousin, the father of eugenics, the belief that white people are the final stage of evolution and white people are the preserved favorite race. That's Charles Darwin's first cousin. So you would be naive to believe that Charles Darwin, whose book was clearly titled The Preservation of Favorite Races, and then his first cousin, Francis Galton, who built the eugenics movement, which is around a favorite race, the Aryan race, would not be connected. You would be naive and you would be a fool to believe they were not connected. And the title of his book proves it was connected. So once again, I'm skeptical when I go into a science class and they teach Darwin's evolutionary theory as a fact, when I know Darwin's evolutionary theory was born from pure racism.
You just killed yourself.
Now, go ahead.
Just killed yourself.
Okay, so now
That's what you said last night when I was smoking your boots on the last podcast.
All right,
go
hold
ahead.
on, bro. Come on, man. Enough of the slick. You can't get slicker than me, yo. You trust me. I love to talk that shit, boy. So watch this, yo. So, first of all, the book that you just beat up is actually the foundation of modern biology. You do understand that, right? Okay.
I do. That's my problem.
Okay.
And that's where my skepticism is born from.
So it's the foundation of modern biology. Meaning when you go to the hospital, when you
a book that was born in racism is the foundation of modern biology. A book that was founded in racism, pure racism, and that was linked to racist eugenics is, in a white supremacist society, the foundation of modern biology.
Can you define the words in the title?
No.
Can you define the words in the title that you have an issue
don't get
with?
him, Chef.
Excuse me?
Nah, I want to hear him out. I let you cut me off, DJ. I'm letting you cut us off right now.
Sir, could you repeat the question?
Hey, I want him to all the way hang himself.
He already hung.
I want him to do it more. So when he realized that he slid down a whole razor blade, because trust me, DJ, I did the same thing that you're doing right now.
I did it. People gotta listen
I'm telling you.
The people gotta listen to warning you. So go ahead. That's cool. Warn me all you want.
So
but the
can you tell me?
Still listen and realize who the idiot is.
All right. So look, can you tell me if the title? Are you implying that the title implies racism in it?
Absolutely. Not only the title,
okay. Now we get this
title, but the philosophy.
All right. So let's deal with the title. Let's deal with the title, right? So what words in that title would lead? Okay, that the word racist would lead you to believe that the book is about racism.
No. It would lead you to believe that the book is about the preservation of favorite races.
So what do you think the word racist mean in that title? Can you tell me what you think the word racist mean in that title?
Oh, clearly what race is. First of all, the favored race that they're talking about is white people. Remember, they tell you.
All right, you got it from here,
Okay, you on tape. You on tape there, buddy. Let me get you out of here. First of all, Dalton was not Charles Darwin's first cousin. He was his second cousin. We like to be very, very sure. Hey, DJ. Hey, DJ, hold on. He was his second cousin, bro.
No.
Okay? If you don't have a source, then you got to shut up on that point. Let's move forward. Okay?
I got to shut up.
Next point. The word race in there is not talking about human beings. If you look at the book, hold on,
real quick. You telling me I got to shut up on that point because he's his second cousin, the father of eugenics, who believes white people are the Aryan greatest. Because it's his second cousin, not first. The whole point is negated. You lost your mind.
No. I'm just showing the audience that you don't.
Showing that you've lost your mind. But go ahead.
No, I'm just showing you. No.
Man, we all got some shady family members.
DJ, you could be DJ. Listen, that point doesn't nullify what you saying it is. It's just showing the audience that you ain't read none of the damn books and you don't know what you're talking about. That's all.
That's not true. That's not true. I know it was his cousin. I thought it was his first cousin. If it was his second, perhaps, maybe I gotta check that out.
So there you go. Now, the second point in the title, the word race is not talking about people at all. And how do we know this? Because you look at the book, there's not a person in the whole goddamn book. It's talking about variety of different species of plants and animals and shit. Nowhere in the book. It makes one statement at the end of the book. Later on, after we study all these animals, then we can get to that, bro. So you're wrong.
So it does make a statement, though.
You did. Can you acknowledge that you did?
I'm not arguing with you, DJ. DJ, hold on.
It's one thing at the end of the book that makes you right.
DJ, listen, bro. You just got caught. Don't worry about it, yo. We all went through this.
I ain't get caught. You just told me it was a statement in the book that backed up everything I said. Now go on.
DJ, listen. I am telling you that nowhere in the book shows
Except
one.
For that statement. Except for that statement at the back of the book. That you
said at the back of the book mentions human beings in passing.
All right, let me learn you something. Let me educate you, big dog. Let me educate you.
DJ, no, you can't. Let me finish. I'm gonna let you finish before you miss.
Everyone pause. Why don't we just read what it says exactly verbatim, just so we're all on the same page?
I read it.
That statement at the end. For everyone, like the listening audience and for him.
No, let's deal with the philosophy. Because every scientist will tell you
we're not dealing with philosophy. We're dealing with the title right now, bro. I'm not.
Yeah, so hold on, focus. It's one at a time. One at a time, brother.
Science came from a philosophy.
DJ, see how you see? That's why I like to fight you this way.
Hey, listen, y'all the pseudos, and I'm gonna kill y'all tonight. Pseudo killers, I'm the pseudo killer.
Let me ask the question. Let me ask the question.
No, hold on, Sosa. Let me get him. Let me finish him off. So at this point, you're wrong about races having anything to do with white people and human beings, period. The book is a biology book. It's the foundation of it. And it's clearly talking about plants and other animals. That's it. You're just wrong, bro. Leave that alone. Now let's move forward. You got a question for him, I Am Sosa?
No, I was going to say, can we read that statement at the end that's talking about humans just so we can clear that up, because he's just going to keep bringing that up.
I'm not going to bring what up. Read the title again.
No, the statement towards the end of the book that mentions about humans, so we can just clear that up, because he's going to keep bringing that up as a reason as to why.
No, y'all brought that point up at the end. I never brought that up. I'm just using that to prove my point. I'm not going to keep bringing it up. Y'all need to understand and listen.
Same thing. My bad. Same thing.
No, it's not.
Instead of, we don't have to journey back into the 1800s and 1900s, right? When you came on, you spoke about your mother, who was hospitalized, and you said at one point she was on 100% oxygen.
Yeah.
And she made it through, right? The medicine, the science, everything worked for her and made it through. So then why now do you distrust the same process that saved your mother's life?
Listen, I don't distrust the physicians, and I don't distrust the ability of a physician to try to do everything within their knowledge and power to save a particular patient. I distrust the system, period. If you watch Michael Moore's documentary, he came out with not too long ago, he explained and expounded on how the United States is so far behind in healthcare than all the rest of the countries. And he also explained how the primary focus and goal can I finish, sir? And he also, all right, cool. But he also explained how the primary and focus of the American healthcare system was monetary gain and revenue. They were more interested in the treatment than they were into the cure. So whenever we can prove that the system is crooked, then of course I'm going to be skeptical about the tools that the system used. That's only logical. Now y'all want to disregard logic for
the logic
white
is that
science, and that's cool. But I'm going to add their science with logic, with history, with their behaviors, with what we know about them, with what we know about holistic medicine, and then I'm going to come up with a calculated view.
Yeah, so how do you explain that? How do you explain that saving your mother? What was the monetary gain in saving your mother's life?
Oh, no. I already explained that when I said I believe in the physicians. I believe in the healthcare physicians. I really do.
But they're part of that same system.
No. Wait. It's like how I believe in teachers. I believe in the teacher's ability to teach kids, and I believe that they want to teach kids, but they still have to follow a curriculum. They got to teach Columbus.
That's a part of the same system.
They got to teach Buffalo Bill was a good man. They got to teach that the genocide of Indians wasn't a bad thing. They got to teach Darwin's evolution. Let me finish. They got to teach Darwin's evolutionary theory. So although their hearts may be in the right place, they have a curriculum. So although the doctor's hearts may be in the right place, they still have a script to follow. They still have the big pharma to satisfy. They still have the insurance companies to satisfy. They still have hidden agendas that it goes past just the heart of a doctor.
Yeah. So now you throwing a lot out there though, bro. You can't throw a whole lot out there like that without us being able to tackle some of the things that you're saying. You know,
I want you to tackle them. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah.
Let's get back to the origin.
We probably shouldn't, because we're going off on a tangent, mother flipping Sosa.
No, because I mean, like
I
we're
just
talking
wanted
about.
to. My thing is,
Or
I
you
just
just
wanted
can't
to
deny these
acknowledge.
facts, so you
Hold
want
on,
to
hold on,
act
hold on.
like
Just
it's a
one
tangent
second,
instead of having an intelligible
one
response.
second, bro. 1 second, bro. I just wanted to acknowledge that we do have a problem in the medical field with people not practicing the proper way when it comes to giving the proper attention to Black people. And a lot of times it's women disproportionately, Black women disproportionately, right? So that's one conversation, right? But we're talking about the actual science and the methodology of the field, right? Like whether these medicines work, whether and I hate to keep using, I don't want to use your mom as an example, but whether these the methods that they're using and the data that these doctors are looking at is actually working, is actually giving us a tangible byproduct. And we can see that this is actually saving lives, whatever these doctors are doing, whether we understand it or not. You know what I mean?
I agree
So
with you.
so
believe
like
in doctors.
I don't need to know all of everything that happened in every detail of the surgeries or whatever they had to do to make sure moms like mines and yours make it through certain situations. You know what I'm saying? So like it kind of boggles my mind a little bit, like how we cherry pick and we play the fence, you know, when it comes to certain things, you know. And I think it's because we've been influenced, or now you're hearing, and I had the same discussion with my mans earlier. We hear this information,
white man,
and we think this is pertinent information that is good, but and like I asked him, what tangible, what byproduct does this produce? You know what I'm saying? That you saying they got a hidden agendas. You know, I heard you mention these hidden agendas. Like, I'm trying to figure out like where are the hidden agendas? You know, you can't just throw certain things out there without giving some type of something for us to grasp a hold of that we can actually look at. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
That's
I'm
all I'm saying.
trying to give
Go
you
ahead.
that. I'm trying to give you that. And you mentioned the cherry picking, and you say you just can't cherry pick. When you're dealing with cherry picking, you're dealing with individualism. You know, you picking individual cherries. You picking individual. I'm not cherry picking anything. In fact, about it, I just explained it to you how I believe that there are great doctors and great physicians and great scientists out there who really care about saving lives, and those who we should cherry pick. We should cherry pick the good ones, but what we shouldn't do is negate a whole system of corruption by cherry picking a few bad ones and saying, well, hey, the whole system ain't bad. It's just a few bad ones. No, the system is corrupt. The system is destroying. And let me finish. And if we're going to cherry pick, then we should cherry pick the good ones. Now, my mother, the guy told her when she got to the hospital, he said, listen,
because
real quick. We talking about my mom. We talking about my mom.
Corey.
Listen, he said.
No, I don't really want to keep using your mom, bro. I don't like it to be personal like that. You know what I'm saying?
But what I'm saying is, the guy told my mother. He said, "Listen, if you were at another hospital, you might have died." The doctor said, if you was at another hospital, you might have died. He said, but you at one of the most expensive hospitals, because my mom got that bread. She got that bag.
I don't believe you.
He said, listen.
I don't believe you.
Listen, he said.
I do not believe you right now.
Okay, that's fine, but let me finish.
Right. You're talking me to death.
Listen, but he said to my mother,
we on the title of the daggone book, you can took it down the rabbit hole. That's ridiculous.
Bro, listen.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm not the guy that
can't talk
questions.
Now I can't talk.
We talking about two things. We talking about the title of the book and how you're wrong on that point. You're just wrong, bro.
Okay,
Now
so let
you
me
talk
finish.
about this, that, and the
All
other.
right, so
You
let me
wasn't
finish.
man
Because y'all
up,
just talked
you was
about my
wrong.
mom. Now when I use my
I
mom
don't
to
want to
prove
talk
my
about your
point,
mother.
when I've used my mom to prove my point, you're
But
telling
she's
me I
having this
can't
conversation
talk
You
about
can't.
my mom.
title of a book.
That's a fallacy. You can't
Okay,
use your
all right.
mom's personal account.
Wait. Y'all just used my mom. So let me
Your mother
explain my
was in a
point.
hospital.
Oh, let me explain my point.
Hold on, bro. Hey, bro.
We heard
Hey,
your
wait,
point.
Hey, bro, guess what? Hey, DJ. Your
That's
mother,
some niggas.
All your fault,
hold
Salsa.
on, DJ. Your mother was in a hospital that makes use of Charles Darwin's book. Nobody wants to listen to you right
That's
now.
not true.
It's
That's
All
the
your
not
fault,
true.
Corey.
Now listen. Now listen. My mom was in the hospital. Oh, bro. My mom was in the hospital.
Your mother
And
was in
the
a
doctor told
hospital
her.
that
The
makes
doctor,
use of
listen.
Hey, bro.
Bruh.
Hey, bro.
Bruh.
Wait, hey,
Bruh. Hold
DJ.
on. Before that,
No,
let me
hey,
say this.
DJ.
Let
Hey,
me say
DJ, look.
this.
Hey,
Let me
DJ,
say
look. Me,
this.
you not
Let
gonna
me
yell.
say
Hey,
this.
DJ.
Bruh.
DJ,
No,
me, you
I have
not
to
gonna
say
yell.
this.
DJ, hey,
All right,
DJ, we're not doing it,
Go
bro.
ahead. Go
Are
ahead.
you telling me that the hospital your mother was in was not a modern medicine hospital, bro? Is that you trying to convince me of that?
Listen, don't cut
DJ,
down my
was
point.
the hospital a modern hospital based off science, bro?
Hey, can you let T-Man in, yo?
Yo, yes,
He
it
waiting
was.
to
Now
come
let me
in.
finish.
You the host now.
What'd you say, DJ?
I said,
All
can you let the
Rondell,
is another guy
Rondell,
about to come in?
I understand you, Rondell, but I just want to finish because
no, but
on
did
these
you hold on,
platforms,
DJ? I'm asking you a question,
platforms,
man.
everybody implores me
DJ,
to
you
be
took me
silent,
down a rabbit hole for 10
and
minutes.
they implore
I
me
was
to be
longer than
peaceful.
10 minutes.
DJ,
call my
was
phone.
your mother in a modern hospital that uses modern medicine, bro?
You said that was longer than 10 minutes. I didn't talk for
yes,
less
you
than
did.
1 minute.
You did.
You don't think
Not
I'm
without
keeping track of this shit? I know I'm working on PowerPoint slides, but I am definitely paying attention. Y'all are doing too much.
Listen,
Corey,
we gotta.
Unc tried to stop you from asking him that question because it was going to make him go on a tangent. And even I said, yo,
that's fine. But let me
needs
ask,
to just focus on what we were originally talking about and go get that quote from that darn book that he's so focused on about
my
him being
mother.
right.
So let me use my mother to prove a point.
It made it worse.
What I'm saying is that this though.
You can't blame me.
Allow him to speak.
Yeah, I'm blaming you, Corey. I'm blaming
so we can just take turns, bro. Listen, if we just take turns, bro, everybody just be calm and relaxed, bro. We can time him if we got to, bro, but let's just take a deep breath, let him speak a couple of minutes. Somebody else
already did that.
Somebody else go, but
Hey,
we're
me
just going back
and
and forth.
Unbiased was talking about this before the show started. Once you get to getting beat up, they start making it personal. That's why I'm saying. That's why I was saying, like, look, bro, I don't want to keep making it personal. I don't want you to keep using your mom as an example. You know what I mean? Like, let's just move on. Let's just get back to the title. Let's start all over.
Let him make the point. Let him make the point that he was going to make about.
Let's act like we got.
I am Sosa. There is no point.
Like we got.
It don't matter.
Do you realize that, though, Sosa? There is no point to be made here. We was talking about the title to the
Hit
book,
the reset
bro.
button, baby.
listen.
Hit the reset button.
We're not talking about nothing else.
What I'm saying, for the past 10 minutes is all we've been doing. Let him say the point about his
he's
mother.
been talking for the last 10 minutes.
Bro, after he finished the point about his mother, I promise you we will pivot
Why
right
I
back
gotta
to
do
Darwin.
that, though? Why?
Because we're doing it for 10 minutes.
Why you want to fight? Why, yo?
The question
He
should be
want
why
to get
you so crazy
the.
to it.
That's a tactic. You got to get the crowd emotionally bound to you, and then what you say will be right.
So look, I'm not trying to get I'm not trying to listen.
He
I'm
don't
not
even
trying to get
don't even want to hear the shit.
Listen, I'm not trying to get the crowd emotionally bound. Think about it. I'm mentioning my mother. I'm mentioning my mother.
We want to hear this shit, yo.
Damn, it's crazy.
How about we don't even want to hear it? We don't care.
That's cool. The people will realize how unruly
People don't want to hear that right now.
Disciplined you are.
Man,
because you yelling and screaming on your
I'm gonna start karate chopping you, sir.
Hey, you Baltimore niggas, man.
He said,
let me make the point. Hey, DJ,
hey, them Baltimore niggas, motherfuckers.
DJ, I'm gonna do you a solid right now, bro, because I ain't really got to go through this. I'm gonna ask you this question one goddamn time. Was your mother in a modern hospital, right? That uses modern biology, bro? Yes or no?
Excuse me, sir. No yes or no's. Listen to me. He said, let me make my point. Now, real quick.
I'll be 20 seconds.
I'll be 20 seconds.
I'm doing this for this nigga, yo.
I'll be 20 seconds. He's scared.
Hey, so you gonna handle this nigga, yo?
He's living in fear of me and my point. He's living in fear of me and my point.
I'm not
He's
like,
scared.
I'm
This
not
nigga scared.
Frustrated, yeah.
This nigga scared of my point. That's why he won't silence himself.
All the back and forth, we could have already made that, baby.
We don't want to hear your point. We want to have a congenial conversation. We were talking about Charles Darwin's book and not your mother in a hospital.
Okay.
You said the book is racist, bro. You do not answer the question.
Yeah, let's get back to the book. Let's get back to the book, bro. The book.
Hold on. Before we get back to the book, I'm going to make my point since all y'all brought up my mother and then even said to me, I don't want to keep bringing up your mother. So don't tell me I can't bring up my mother. Just wait. Now, the bottom line is this.
This nigga, wow.
Let him say what he needs to say because so
Thank you. Let me say what I say. Now, the doctor told us. He said, listen, if you was in any other hospital, your mother would be dead. He said, but because she's in a richer hospital, in a hospital for people with better insurance and more money, this is what the doctor told us. Then she's doing better. So don't you sit here and tell me about your blind faith in the healthcare system.
Please
when
don't
even the doctor
respond.
told me, let me finish. When even the doctor has told me, depending upon what hospital you in, you might fucking die. So don't you use my mother.
Don't respond. Just let him get it out.
You lying. I don't believe you.
Y'all niggas is weird. Y'all call me on here but won't let me fucking talk. Fucking weirdos. Now listen. Now he said to me, listen, he said, if she was in any other hospital, we all got hospitals in the hood we call Killenberg.
We don't believe you.
Let me finish. We all believe in the lack of. Let me finish. Yo, bro, you are ignorant and disrespectful.
I don't
ignorant
believe
and disrespectful.
You. I'm
now
not.
Look,
You're lying.
We all believe in the. Bruh, stop. We all believe in the lack of credibility in the healthcare system. You can watch documentaries. You can watch even movies like John Q, which fictionalizes a very real event, which is that people don't have enough insurance to pay for major surgeries. If you go to Canada, if you go to France, if you go to England, if you go to other countries, healthcare is socialized and universal. They will make sure that your taxes that pay for your fire department and militarizing your police and prison industrial complex, $40,000 subsidies, and all the rest of this shit that your taxes pay for, they'll make sure it pays for health care as well, like all the rest of the countries do.
Got it.
This is a fact. Let me finish.
Cool.
Quiet yourself for 20 seconds, because I'm not preaching. I'm speaking facts. Just hush. Now look, these are the facts. These are facts that throughout the world, they deal with their human beings and citizens better than the country of America deals with us. Michael Moore's documentary explains how we're number one in debt, number one in revenue, number one in the money we bring in, but guess what? We number one in military, but we 37th when it comes to healthcare and how it saves lives. 37th. We between Argentina and
That's
fucking
20 seconds,
Guatemala or some shit. Wait, let me finish. All right? Quiet yourself, because you don't know. You think you know, but you ignorant, so quiet.
Hey, man,
now the bottom line is, we're 37th. Michael Moore's documentary does a great job.
No, we're going to give him 20 more seconds.
Y'all go ahead. Because y'all don't want truth, and y'all don't want facts. Y'all want to cut people off and use your platform to disrespect people. When I just finished shooting a shot, I just finished working all day, and I'm on the phone at 12:30 at night to debate with y'all, but y'all won't even give me a point of view of a sentence without setting up, because y'all have no self-control and y'all have no discipline. Now the bottom line is this, since I got yelled to get my point across.
No, you taking too long, yo. We got time constraints on here.
Stefan, you're the only one talking, because you're scared of these facts. And you're scared to debate me in real life, because I smoked you last night, and you're scared to be smoking you tonight. So you want to yell and scream, but you don't want to shut your ass up. Now the bottom line is this.
All right, you got your point across, bro. We're gonna have to mute your mic.
We're gonna have to mute your mic. Next question, man.
Yeah, I think.
Cool.
Hey, DJ. Okay, let's move. Hey, thanks a lot, DJ.
Yeah, that was good, yo.
You got it out.
Okay, you got it out. And no, I
don't
believe
you learned a valuable lesson here, Sosa. Corey.
Yeah, hey, so that was funny.
The poet says, "Don't do it," because it's
don't do it.
Tangent.
You start the conversation off with saying we're gonna let the brother speak.
No, I never agreed to that.
And then you don't let me speak. And the sister is sitting there acting like, y'all let me speak. She want to just ride with whoever's popular instead of dealing with truth and fact.
Okay,
focus,
DJ,
order,
stay focused, DJ. You ain't gonna holler your way out of this because you're in a stranglehold right now.
Now back to Darwin. Go back to Darwin.
Going back to normal. Hey, DJ, have you gotten out? We thank you for the healthcare system and all that, yo. We really appreciate the information, yo. Yeah, I get it, bro. But I don't believe the doctor said that to you. Not unless you bring them on here and prove that.
Back to Darwin.
Okay. So
what you mean? I gave you sources.
No,
I gave you facts.
We
appreciate those sources too, bro.
I gave you names.
No.
Now you don't want to do your due diligence, and you don't want to have the burden of proof.
You won that round. You gave us some good sources.
Thank you.
DJ, did you not say the doctor said that to you, DJ?
Hey, Unc, he won that round, yo.
Right. Give it to him.
Get past that.
Back to Darwin. That's what you're trying to get the Darwin.
Yeah, he won that.
So
he won up right now.
That whole soliloquy in monologue was a distraction.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you for saying me I won. Mute her mic.
So now go back to Darwin.
So now we back to Darwin again, bro. So the question is very simple. Your mother was in a rich hospital, so you claim. So that means it was a modern hospital. Do you agree your mother was in a modern hospital?
Absolutely.
Okay, so modern hospitals use Charles Darwin's work because it is the foundation of biology. Do you understand this?
Not true.
What? Did his
book expound on that?
Did his book is
okay. So all right, so
no,
Darwin's
now. No,
okay,
no.
You say expound. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I said his book is the foundation of modern biology.
Not true.
Okay, so let me show you. I'm sourcing up. All right, you've talked so much. Now, from this point, everything you say got to be sourced up. So, published on the 24th of November, 1859. That will be on the origin of species by means of natural selection or the preservation of the favorite races in the struggle for life. Okay? Published on the 24th of November, 1859. It's a work of scientific literature by Charles Darwin that is considered to be the foundation of evolutionary biology. There you go right now. Let me give you the source for that. That's Dempson and Moore, 1991. Okay? Darwin books introduced scientific theory, right? That populations evolve over the course of generations through the process of natural selection. The book presented a body of evidence that the diversity of life arose by common descent through a pattern of evolution. Darwin included evidence that he had collected on the Beagle expedition in 1830. Okay, and the subsequent findings from research, correspondence, and experimentation. So the dude went around planet Earth is what he did. That was the expedition. His book is considered the foundation of modern biology, evolutionary biology. Your mother is in a modern hospital. So she is afforded the use of the theory of biological evolution. The medicine they gave her is evolutionary minded based off of Charles Darwin's work, bro. So you're very, very funny. Simple as that.
Actually, the medicine they gave her was as a result of modern chemistry. See, this is where you wrong, and you so wrong. See, the thing about it is this.
Brother,
let me finish, please. Can I finish, please? See, this is what y'all do. Y'all don't want me to finish. Y'all want me to finish because I
focus. You cut in. Focus.
No,
you cut
go
ahead.
Off. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Say what you got to say. Go ahead.
Hey, bro. I said the medicine is evolutionary minded. That's what I said. So of course you use chemistry to synthesize and break down certain chemicals, of course, but it has to be evolutionary minded. Simple as that.
Sir, The foundation of the medicine they gave my mother was from chemistry and chemists and doctors who sit in the house and study chemical compositions and how they affect certain chemical compositions within your life. So chemistry is the root of what they gave her. You wrong. Now biology. Let me finish, sir. Let me finish.
But it's in the body. So what about the biological part?
Can I finish?
Hold on, though, DJ. Once you make a statement, then we have to address the statement.
I gotta stop after 4 seconds.
Because you made a point.
Because you made a point, my dude.
Yeah, you made a point. We gotta address the point. You can't throw stuff out there and then move on to another point.
Yeah, but I waited mad long after y'all said all that biology stuff. And I waited till my turn. Now I'm proving my point, but y'all go ahead.
Medicine, first of all, medicine, period, is chemistry. What is wrong with you? We know this.
My nigga, this is my point. Darwin wasn't a chemist. Darwin wasn't a chemist. So for you to sit here and reduce my mother's treatment to Darwin as opposed to the great chemist of our time,
don't you know evolutionary biology?
I'm not arguing with you on some shit.
That's my point.
Hold on, though. So medicine, bro, let me help you understand. Because I just want to help you understand because you misunderstand it. That's the problem.
Immature in your approach to things.
This nigga out.
Mute his mic for a second. You got to mute his mic for a second. I just want to help you understand this, bro. And we're going to put you right back. We're going to unmute your mic here in a second. You misunderstanding the fact that evolutionary biology is part and chemistry makes up the field of medicine. They both make that field up. It ain't like one or the other, though. I think you're confusing that. But go ahead, bro. Go ahead. No, hold on. Okay. I want to say one more thing. I want to say one more thing, and then you're gonna come on in, bro. Go ahead.
Man, everybody know it's the chemical elements, okay, that's in plants. It's chemistry that separates the chemicals in plants that your mother, you know what I'm saying, gave. It's chemistry, we get it, but the chemistry has to be evolutionary minded in medicines. Simple as that, bro. There's no other way around it. That's why modern medicine is so much better, because now they have evolution in mind. It's unified, bro. It unifies all of life. It unifies medicine, chemistry, all of that at the end of the day. The real point is the hospital
you're wrong.
Talking about is a hospital that deals with biology. So when your mother went in there, they had to look at the living organism, which was your mother. They had to take her vitals, all of that to make sure it was right, to make sure her shit was functioning properly. And it was out of order, and they put it back properly so that she could walk up and leave out of there. That's because they understand the human body. And the reason they understand the human body is because of evolution. No matter
okay, bro. Go ahead, bro.
So let me say this.
Go ahead, bro.
Geology.
But you have to address what he said.
Nephrology. Geology is fact. Listen, geology is fact. Nephrology is fact. Chemistry is fact. Okay? Biology, even to a degree, is fact. Darwin's evolutionary theory is exactly that. It's a fucking supposition. So don't you dare try to reduce. Let me finish. Let me finish. Now don't you dare try to reduce the whole. Can I finish? Poor for fucking bored. I'm sorry for cursing.
You know what?
Nah,
we putting your ass on the clock. Nah, nigga, you on the clock.
I'm on the clock after 2 seconds.
Nah. I'm gonna give you a minute. Go. Hey, I'm gonna give you a minute. Go. There you go.
Okay, cool.
No, we want to do in 20 seconds, man. Like, this is a 20-second volley. Go ahead.
Can I finish? Psychology, ophthalmology.
Bro, they established a time, man.
Can I finish? Poor for fucking bored.
Hold on, we're gonna establish the time. Hey, bro.
Like, is y'all scared of me talking?
So you will not be. No, we scared you talking us to death.
Hey, focus, relax, dude. What's up with you tonight, man?
Yes, so listen. Hey, DJ, listen. So we're gonna put some rules on you. We gotta put the clock on you. We're not here to have you talk us to fucking death, unsourced. So we're gonna give you what you want, 20 seconds or 30 seconds. Corey, what you think?
I think 30 is good.
Yeah, give him 30
Now
seconds.
I get 30 seconds. You just talk for mad
Sosa, what you think, Sosa?
In fact about it,
Well, we
I
can
don't
give
even
him a
want to
minute.
talk no more. I'm about to actually hang up.
How
Like,
about this? We'll give you
I'm
more
done.
time if you
I'm
come
not-
with an actual source.
My nigga, if you would let me finish, I said 6 words: nephrology, psychology, geology, and y'all say, "Oh, shut up!"
Because you
and let me
do
finish.
not, first of all,
Now
not
let me
shutting up.
finish. I'm
And the
not
clock
being
is up. I'm
long-winded.
not doing
I
nothing.
just
In
can't
fact,
get
you
a
can
sentence
just hang
out.
up, bro.
I'm not being
starting the clock.
long-winded.
I'm
not
starting.
even.
Hey, bro.
Listen,
He's starting the
listen.
clock
I'm
for
not
you, bro.
listening to you,
Damn.
man. Shut
No,
this nigga up,
Mondale.
man.
Mondale, I'm not
Shut
being
this
long-winded.
dude up,
Again,
man.
He's starting the clock
Like
for you.
again, Chef.
Yeah,
I'm
get
not
him off here, yo.
I'm not
He's
being
starting the clock
long-winded.
for you.
Hold
Yeah, you
on.
purposely.
You are
Yeah, you trying to get
You're
kicked off on
naturally
purpose,
long-winded,
bro.
bro.
I'm not
So
being
I'm about
long-winded.
to start. Hey,
I'm not
don't
even
kick him
not.
off.
Bruh,
about
he's
No,
giving you
listen.
30 seconds. Stop
No,
arguing,
can I
man.
say something?
This is the first day we had to ever mute a mic on this channel. This is a milestone for us. Let's write this down in the history books. This is the first time. I mean, we done had some characters on here, bro, but we've never had to mute a mic. I don't want to make this a habit. I'm not a mic muting dude. I don't like that. I like everybody to say what they want to say. If they want to cuss me out, call me a crazy ass nigga, motherfucker, whatever y'all want to call me, right? But let's not just be totally out of order with it because the audience cannot hear what nobody's saying, man.
Right.
That's all. But go ahead, y'all. Continue.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So nephrology,
Man,
geology,
shut up for a minute, man.
psychology.
I'm about to start your clock.
Okay.
30 seconds. Go.
Right. Damn, 30 seconds. Nephrology, psychology, all the ologies, these are facts. Darwin's evolutionary theory is not a fact. So you can't now reduce the entire scientific paradigm to Darwin's evolutionary theory. There are so many people who've done so much more research and they have facts. The elements are facts. These ologies are facts, but they refuse to call it Darwin's evolutionary fact because it's a theory and it's a supposition.
All right, that's it. So you're wrong again, right? A supposition. What's a supposition, bro? Explain that. You got 30 seconds.
It's a guess. It's a educated guess. It's a hypothesis. It's another word for I don't fucking know. That's what a supposition is. It's not fact by no way or no stretch of the imagination, which is why they call the Big Bang Theory a theory. Darwin's evolutionary theory a theory, because everything that connects with evolution and Big Bang and Darwin is all theories. None of it is fact.
15 more seconds. Don't say nothing. 15 more seconds. Keep going, bro.
I don't need it. All
right, Kel. So now, hey, CK, can we look over the theory is? You're wrong again. You ain't been right since you stopped talking about
Which one do you want, sir?
When you're looking up that definition of theory, make sure you read the part that says it's a supposition.
DJ, put the order back in it.
All I need to know is, do we want theory or do we want scientific theory?
Scientific theory.
Because we're talking about scientific theory.
Can I answer? It's not called Darwin's
DJ, it's not your turn.
It's called Darwin's evolutionary theory.
DJ,
don't twist the
DJ, hey, can you mute him out, Corey? Somebody mute him out.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we look and see if
that's what I'm doing. I'm already ahead of you, Sosa. That's what I'm doing.
Is a scientific theory.
That's exactly what I'm doing, Sosa. Already ahead of you.
We can go step by step.
What scientific theory is, if I can.
Yeah, I'm saying you got to pull it up. We want to put it on the screen.
Stand by.
It's an uncertain belief or idea. It's like a notion.
What?
A supposition.
Right. He explained it. Yeah, it's malarkey in the middle of a scientific
concept. That's not malarkey. I taught English at 22 years old. You can't tell me it's malarkey. I'm not no dumb dude. Like.
All right, man. Okay, we wait for the source. You got it, Sean? Who got the source?
Yeah, man.
All right, pull it up. Put it on the screen. Let's go.
I've been trying to tell y'all that.
We wait, man. Sean never listen to us.
You wasting time. Hey, mute Sean, man. Mute Sean.
That's so crazy, dude.
Hey, mute Sean, Corey. You taking too long.
Take too damn long, yo.
Listen, I'm gonna sum all of this up. I don't even like giving all this. And look who on the screen, Darwin. What is a theory? So I'm gonna sum it up. A scientific theory is an explanation of facts. That's the summary. Now it says, in everyday use, the word theory often means an untested hunch or a guess without supporting evidence. But for scientists, a theory has nearly the opposite meaning. A theory is a well-substantiated explanation of an aspect of the natural world that can incorporate laws, hypotheses, and facts. The theory of gravitation, for
Incorporate
instance.
what? Say that again. It can incorporate what?
This nigga is stupid.
I didn't hear that correctly. Incorporate
laws,
what?
hypotheses, and facts.
Laws what? Say it one more time. Laws what?
It's on the
And
screen. You can read
hypotheses
along.
and facts.
Hypothesis. Hypothesis. It can
But
incorporate.
it's not a
all three, right?
hypothesis.
Hey, focus. You gotta let them read.
It incorporates the hypothesis. You know, the hypothesis has been tested and it's turned into a theory.
Wait a minute, man. Wait a minute. Hey, dude. Well, you know what? We've changed the process. We literally give you 30 seconds, damn near a minute. Nobody says anything. So while we talking, shut the hell up.
Man, you cut me off 18 times and then you gave
so
me
we
30
quit that.
seconds
We
to shut me
realize
up.
our wrongs
You've
and
been
we
talking
shut
for
up.
years. It don't
Can
say
I-
laws, theories, or facts. It say laws, theories, and facts.
Can I
That
finish?
means theories
Bro,
is a
let him
part of it.
finish
Hypothesis
reading it,
is a part of it.
Hey, Chef, give me the controls, yo.
You been had it, Doug.
No, I don't, because I
Yes, you
can't get
do.
this. Oh, all right.
Now you beefing
Nah,
with me.
it's not fair. It's not, Chef. Nah, you got.
So why don't we just explain to him why the hypothesis and the theory part is intertwined within the facts?
Because it starts with a hypothesis.
Right.
So it's included in the theory.
It's a collection of
Hey,
facts.
Sean, why you ain't finished reading it, Sean? God damn.
Because y'all start talking.
No, y'all, the crazy guy started talking. We ain't start.
You
It
talking
starts
right
with a
now?
hypothesis. Y'all making shit up. It said it incorporates hypothesis. Laws.
Oh my God. All right.
Yeah, he
Never
don't
mind.
understand what that means. Like he don't understand what that means.
All right. The theory of gravitation, for instance, explains why apples fall from trees and astronauts float in space. Similarly, the theory of evolution explains why so many plants and animals, some very similar and some very different, exist on Earth now and in the past as revealed by fossil records. A theory not only explains known facts, it also allows scientists to make predictions of what they should observe if a theory is true. Scientific theories are testable. New evidence should be compatible with the theory. If it isn't, the theory is refined or rejected. The longer the central elements of a theory hold, the more observations it predicts, the more tests it passes, the more facts it explains, the stronger the theory. A scientific theory is an explanation of facts. That's why I summarized it for you, because the more evidence, the more observations, the more tests, the more it passed, the more explanation of facts it provides. And we have Darwin. What is the theory? On the screen. All right, Uncle, my part done. So you want to explain why hypothesis is in there?
Yeah, so where you at?
All right, so
wanna
nothing
talk
you
about-
explained,
I
nothing
just
you
wanna-
explained proves.
Go ahead, Sosa.
I'm gonna explain the hypothesis part, the theory part comes in, right? Because
Y'all
when you get
some
these
cowards.
when you're getting these collections of facts, right? You don't have every single letter like a page to a book. So with these collection of facts, they're able to predict certain things about the theory that they may not have access to. And based on that prediction, they're able to test to see if that prediction holds true. That's where the theory part comes, and that's what the hypothesis is. They can predict. They say, well, based on this, then I can hypothesize that we will see this here. And so when they're able to observe that, then they know that the theory is a fact. So that's why you get the hypothesis and the theory intertwined within the scientific theory or theory of evolution.
So let
Yeah,
me
you
add to that.
lied.
Please.
They never said they know it's a fact. They always said they guess, and they get closer and closer to the truth. So stop lying to make your point.
Focus.
I lied.
When it came to
they
the
never said they know. Theory is not
Focus.
know by inherently. It does not mean you
Focus.
know. Everything you
Dude.
explain doesn't prove you know anything. So,
dude, this is how they was able to predict on the periodic table chart of different elements that would be on there, bro. That's part of the prediction. So like they knew certain elements would be found. They were predicting. They was using the same laws to predict certain elements, and they was finding them one by one until we have the complete chart.
No, stop right there, Sean. Yep. Keep going. I won't cut you off. Keep going.
Yeah. So prediction is part of that process, bro. I mean, if you look up the scientific method, hypotheses, theories, all that's part of it, and you must predict.
Yo, listen, I am an English guy, right?
Go ahead.
Okay, bro, you got to stop cutting in, man. You got some discipline, bro.
Yeah.
Bro, you're cutting. Yeah, you're purposely trying to get kicked off. That's what I think. So we're trying to have a civil conversation, and nobody's cutting you off. They give me 30 seconds, but as soon as somebody else talk, you cut in.
30
abruptly.
seconds have to cut me.
Okay, bro, relax, man. What's going on? And you very hostile. So prediction is also part of that process.
It's the only way y'all listen.
Listen, like the same thing with eclipse. Like they're able to predict the next eclipse based off the scientific method that involves hypotheses and theories, a gathering of facts, and they can say on point, this eclipse will happen at this time, this date, this this month.
Corey?
I was gonna say, and just to add to that, once the eclipse happens on that day in that time, then it's no longer a prediction or a hypothesis, it's a theory now. It's been tested. A theory has been tested. And I gave the example before over on Garfield, and I think a couple times on this show, what a theory is, and I always say this is the most elementary way to look at a theory, is to look at a theory as a bag. In that bag are a collection of facts. That's all. The bag holds, the bag is what the theory is held in. The bag is what the facts are held in, and that's what a theory is. A theory holds the facts and it explains the facts. The explanation is what holds the facts. So that's all I wanted to add on to there.
All right, where you at, Chef? CK?
I have something I would like to show.
All right, go ahead.
Can I share my screen real quick, Sean?
Yes.
It's not going to take long because they're images.
Yeah, I took it off.
And actually, I'm kind of glad that you went because it allowed me to look for something else. All right. Oh, Lordy mercy. Have mercy on me. Just have it. So boom, I decided to look up images because I think when we get to reading stuff, I think that people kind of struggle when we get to reading and the comprehension might not be there. So maybe if we had like something that people can see, that'll help. So I just tried to look up some posters, I guess you could say, that kind of goes into talking about, the theory, the fact, the law, and all that good stuff. So as you can see, this one here is the talking about what a fact is, what a hypothesis and a theory, and then boom, you get to a law. And it even kind of like gives you little arrows. You have something that you observe in the world, and then you make a hypothesis about it. You're trying to come up with an explanation as to why this observation is taking place. And then it goes into your theory, a collection of hypotheses that you're testing, and you're trying to see how this work and that work and predicting how it's going to be like for the future. And then, once you, like how they said earlier, like once you start getting into consistent conclusions and things start happening like that consistently, then you start getting into having a law here at the bottom. You start going towards that direction. So I found this one here. I thought this one might be helping so you can see the difference between a theory and a scientific theory. Theory is just a speculation. When we start getting to the scientific theories, that's when we start having things that can be explained, things that have facts, things that have evidence, things that have proof. Because anybody can make up a theory. We can come up with random stuff all day, aliens and all kind of craziness. But if you ain't got no proof, it can't be a scientific theory. And then I found this other kind of poster that I thought was pretty cool that actually gives you examples of some scientific theories. Some being, you know, the Big Bang, tectonic plates, atomic theory, theory of matter and energy, cell theory, and of course the theory of evolution, which is what Unc was originally talking about earlier when he was saying that, hey, that evolution is a fact, yo, it's a scientific theory, man. It's testable. They can back it up. They demonstrated it time and time over again, well before all of us on this dang panel in the chat was ever born. So it is what it is. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, so I have a quick question for y'all. Is a theory fact?
Did you not? Hold up. Did you not just see what the hell I just showed on the mother flipping screen?
A theory is a bag of facts,
theory
bro.
or scientific theory?
It's a bag.
That's why I said
what
we
a
need to
theory
go
is.
over both.
Yeah, a theory. Are you asking if a theory is a fact, or are you asking if a scientific theory is a fact? Which one?
Nah, I need to
I
show
want
that
to know
shit
if
again.
I want to know if the definition of theory is fact. Like, if you call it a
Read my screen, please.
No, the definition of theory is
I'm
not a
reading the
fact.
screen.
No,
Nobody
it
else says
explains
so.
facts, though, bro. It explains
The
facts. That's
definition
what a
of theory
theory
is not a fact. A
Oh, now
scientific
go
theory.
back two slides, sis. Go back 2 slides, sis.
You want to go to the other one?
Yeah, 2 slides back. Go back.
This one.
Yeah, now go back. Oh, right there. Okay. So it says theory, a collection of what? What is a theory?
A collection of hypotheses.
Okay, a collection of what now? Say it again.
A collection of hypotheses. That means
All
that.
right, now let's read right above.
Hold on, but you gotta explain that. What does that mean?
Hold on, just let me talk now, because y'all talk, and I don't want to cut y'all off. I'm crazy.
I'm asking
Right,
you reading that. What do you think it means?
Right.
So it says
Hold
that.
on,
What
wait a minute. Now let's read right above. It says
God.
hypothesis. All right, listen. A theory, right? This is the definition of theory. A scientific theory is a theory that exists within the realms of science, but a theory nonetheless. No matter how much you test it, you have to keep retesting it because it's a theory. You have to keep retrying it because it's not a fact. Facts don't take retesting. They don't take retrying. It's a fact and it's a fact, and that's all.
No, you don't retest the theory.
Can I
You
finish,
don't,
sir?
because you said
You said let me
something
finish.
that's
No,
wrong.
You said
You
have
can't
discipline.
say something that's wrong
What
and
happened to
move
discipline?
on. I'm
What happened
sorry.
to
That's
discipline?
not how this
All right,
works.
let me
It
discipline
ain't
yourself,
work
sir.
like that. We might have to
Discipline
mute you.
yourself, sir.
Mute you, bro. I'm gonna have to mute you. What I'm saying is you cannot say something wrong and then continue on talking on about something else. That's not how this panel works. We work slow. Maybe you
work slow, but the
maybe
sis
you
just talk for mad
usually
long.
live in smarter circles where y'all
Y'all
talk
don't want to
faster
debate.
and
Y'all want to mute.
faster, but I'm slow over here. So for me here on this one here, we're gonna slow it down, bro. And now what you said was definitely wrong. I already
Okay, so
told
let
you.
me finish saying it.
No. Go ahead, man. Go ahead, man.
Thank you. Don't mute me. Don't curtail my
You
point
got
of view.
20 seconds, man. I can't even slow it down with you. But
All
go
right.
ahead. 20
So I
seconds.
get one sentence out, then I got 20 seconds. Y'all cowards. Cowards when it comes to truth.
Hold up,
Cowards.
Hey,
Now,
DJ.
can I finish, or y'all gonna be cowards about me finishing?
DJ, you do understand that there's a difference between a theory and a scientific theory, right? From this.
I do, but I do also understand that.
And what about
English,
a hypothesis and a scientific
okay, excuse me, sir.
We're not coming over here calling people names, dude. Cut that out.
Excuse me. No. I do also.
We're not coming. I'm saying this again, yo. That ain't what we doing, yo.
Okay, I get it, but
I don't
me.
no name
She
calling.
asked me a question. She said, "Do I understand the difference between the theory and the scientific?"
I'm gonna say it one more time, dude. We ain't calling people cowards and doing all that, yo.
All right, cool.
Okay?
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Right.
But she asked me.
Don't apologize. Just don't do it no more, bro.
Okay, I won't. And I apologize for doing it. But look, she asked me the difference between a theory and a scientific theory. And
I didn't. I asked, did you understand what's on the screen right here?
Right. But as an English major, I just want you to.
No, I don't care about your English major. We talking about science right now. You ain't majoring in science, because if you did, you wouldn't be sounding crazy right now.
But I have a question. There, as an English guy, there's no difference between the words. Excuse me, sir.
Can you see the screen?
Excuse
me.
Can you see the screen?
Can you see the screen?
Excuse me.
Can you see the screen? Can you see the screen?
So how about this? Hold up, everyone. How about we move on? So, brother DJ, do you agree what's on the screen right here? Do you agree with this? That's on the screen?
Stop muting me, bro. Before we move on.
Do you agree with this that's on the screen right
bro,
here?
Bro, read the screen, man.
Yo, why can't I get 1 point off? Is this what this is?
That's what I'm saying. It's explaining the difference between the theory and the scientific theory. And
say what you want. Okay, all right, listen.
You say that you understand, so I just want to make sure. Do you agree with
I do understand, but listen. Just listen. I do also understand that as a person who studied the English language, there's no difference between the word theory and theory. So when you call something a theory or a scientific theory, they're both built on guesses and a collection of hypotheses. No matter.
But that's not what this says on the screen right here, sir.
I'm not doing
it. It is when it says you have to.
I'm not doing
it. It is.
But it's showing
it is when it says you have to retest. When you have to retest, it proves that it's no concrete fact.
It's tested.
Yo, can I get a coherent start off?
So hold on, muting one more time.
Tell me not to call you.
Muting one more time. The thing is,
you're acting scary.
He keeps saying that
you have
crazy,
to keep.
Bro. You have
I'm
to keep.
Crazy, but
changing
the theory. You rude as hell, man.
He keeps saying that you have to change the theory. You had to keep changing it. And this is what I'm saying. Like when you make these statements and then you try to move on to talk about something else, that's an incorrect statement. So here how we do it, we stop that because I disagree with it. Now it could be correct. You could be right. But what I'm saying is we stop that right there because I disagree with that. And then we work that out before we move on, right? So in a theory, the reason why it's a theory and they don't call it a fact is because you add to it. This is why I keep giving you the example as a bag, because a theory is just a bag that's holding the facts. You can keep putting more facts into it. Because I have 3 facts in there, that don't mean I can't put 6 facts in there,
right?
Or 10 facts in there, or 20 facts in there. That's what a theory is. It gets added to. Is more. You can add more to it as we gain the tools and technology and the time to actually study and gain new knowledge about stuff, right? Because if I can only see one side of something, right? If I only got the technology to see the west side of something, right? All I can do is write down all the facts about the west side of something, right? But then one day somebody comes along and they gain the technology to see the west side and the north side, right? And so now we have other facts to add to it. Now that don't take away from none of the facts about the things that I wrote down about the west side. All of those facts still mean the same thing. Only now I just know more about those facts. You see what I'm saying? That's all that is, bro. Like we're really trying to explain things to you, and I know for a fact you wrong. That's a fact. That's not a theory because you already demonstrated that to us, right? And we're just trying to correct you on that. That's it, bro. We can move on because that's not the real. That's the minutia. We have been buried down in minutia. The whole theory thing. What we're trying to get at is how medicine and vaccines really work and how beneficial they are today to us as Black people. That's all. That's really what we're trying to get at. But we went down a rabbit hole about what a theory is. Now, if you had any idea and respected the field of science in any way, shape, or form, we would have never even had to go down that rabbit hole. A lot of anti-vaxxers actually know what a theory is, bro. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah,
You can go ahead
and to add to that too, like
All right, so look, real quick. Now you just talked for 140 seconds. I counted every second. 40 seconds.
That's his damn show. The hell wrong with you, man?
Bro, you're a guest, man.
You ain't bossing up on this.
Hold on. 140 seconds. Nobody said you was long-winded.
Let me check this out, man. I will not allow a pseudo to come over here and
Yo,
boss up. He's pseudo as hell. He won't read the screen.
Because I'm speaking facts.
Disingenuous. He's disingenuous. All we have to do is read the daggone screen. Howling, screaming. His mother was in a modern hospital. He acting like it ain't got nothing to do with biology. It's malarkey at this point, man. Then he claims to be a daggone English teacher. Yo, you bugging, yo.
You know what? That's a good point. That's a good point.
Who you trying to trick over here? That's
so DJ.
You fooling. You fooling.
I think
bro.
that we have to do this in order for us to move forward, DJ. I need you to read the section that's on the left that says theory, then read the section on the right that says scientific theory. Then I need you to tell me what is the one on the left saying that the one on the right is not saying.
I'll read it out loud. But before I read it, I just want to say the brother before me.
It's not a butt. It's not a butt, dude. You're not in control of nothing over here. We like the
scared of me
over
talking.
here. You're in control of absolutely nothing. Now, if you don't want to read the damn screen, you can get your black ass up out of here, yo. How about that? If you don't want to read the screen, nobody like playing with you because you're trying to win. We're not trying to win. We're trying to teach each other, bro.
Yeah.
Get out of here with that nonsense. You're going to come on the show and overthrow the theory of evolution. Yo. It's ridiculous, bro.
Scared of me.
Get your dad on screen and move on. Goodness, man. You take the fun out of it, yo.
Hey, but
you scared.
You killed him.
You scared.
You said, hey, you said his mom was in a modern. His mom was in a modern hospital, and he trying to act like that medicine didn't have nothing to do with biology. Is he crazy? Hey, Chef, get him out of here. Get him out of here, Chef. Get him out of here, man. I ain't got time for it, man. Is you crazy, man? This dude fooling, man. He fooling.
Yeah, I'm putting him in the waiting room.
You shouldn't even kill him.
Even with
in that waiting room for a minute. I put him on black ice. I put him in the cosmos for a minute.
Even with the English language, you know,
I mean, words, reading English right here
carry different meanings as they travel into different disciplines. So stress in psychology means one thing. Stress in biology, like a stress fracture, means something different, right? Observation means one thing outside. Then you have what's called a scientific observation. That's different. So even when you talk about the English language, different words that are the same have different meaning as they travel into different disciplines. So that's just idiotic for to even make that kind of statement.
Words, man. Like, come on, man. Read the screen, man. He wouldn't do it. Wouldn't do it.
Out, man. This man sat here and said the doctor saved his mom's life. They worked hard. They did all of they medical things that they do. You know what I mean? And he gave them their credit and everything. And then he says he's trying to convince us that biology ain't real. Like evolutionary biology is not the foundation of what saved his own mama here. He trying to convince us that, like, no, I'm not finna sit here and even have a conversation with somebody like that. Like Brother Richard, he had an intelligent conversation, and though I disagree with him, he wasn't trying to flim-flam me like that. Now, he had some eloquent bullshit, but this dude, I feel like he trying to flim-flam me, man. Hell no, man. That's the shit's bull. I can't have a conversation with somebody like that. That's crazy.
All right. I'm gonna wait my turn. I'm gonna wait for everybody to talk. But when I talk, I want unbridled silence.
Nah, all right, hold on. You're controlling up over here, man. Get out of here, man.
T-Man want to say something.
Go ahead, T-Man.
Yo, I mean, to Colleen's point, yo. So are we saying we just trust them blindly?
The white man?
No, I want to say the white biologist. No, I'm not saying the white. No, I'm not saying the white man. I'm just saying historically, you know.
We trust the
Historically, who? The doctors? Historically? What are we talking about? Like,
hey, T,
Really,
man,
I got
T,
this.
Man, I'm
I
sorry,
got
No,
yo.
this.
no. I mean, I'm just asking the question. That's
I'm
it.
sorry, yo. Everybody scared of white people.
Who we trusting, T man?
I'm
Who we
trying to be clear.
trusting?
Like, who we talking about? Like,
Who we talking
No,
about?
no.
T?
All right. You know
like
what?
biologists?
No.
Like,
Hold on. Let me rephrase it then. So when people are skeptical to take stuff, right? It's not grounded in something. It's just.
It's fear. It's grounded in fear. Fear
Yeah,
is healthy.
Where's that fear come from?
Humans is healthy.
Paranoia, schizophrenia.
So it doesn't come off of things that happened in the past?
Yeah, that too. Yes, that too.
That shit ain't happened to you. It's schizophrenia, paranoia.
So because it doesn't happen to me, doesn't make it not real?
No, but I'm saying sometimes it's also technology. Sometimes technology gives people fear. When they see technology come aboard they're not familiar with, people become like 4G, 5G.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Ignorance. Remember, it's ignorance, yo.
That too. I agree.
You fear the unknown, and then, like you said, so we're not on the show saying that things didn't happen to us, right? Yes. We admit that, right? But if you in fear of things that happened to you 50 years ago, Tuskegee experiment, and then you got the whole goddamn experiment wrong, then you got to fix that first. So they didn't shoot us up with anything. They actually did, I think, was even worse. They got people that already had the syphilis, and they didn't give them any treatment. They just observed them. That's terrible.
Yeah, they didn't treat them. Correct.
That's terrible. So in Maryland, Baltimore, at Johns Hopkins, they had this study, and they used low-income moms. Right, they let them move into these housing projects. They had lead paint. They gave them the form and all that. But you know somebody wasn't gonna read this shit in detail, right? And they actually sit there and seen the effects of lead paint on their little children. So that's horrible, bud. Like, I get it.
Yeah,
I get that. Like, okay, but what the point is, everything ain't the same all the time. So yes, you're right. So okay, so we're gonna put that cautious mind on it. And the only thing we can go to is science at this point. Just the same way the truth and science figured out that the lead paint shit was crazy and was wrong, and the Tuskegee experiment was wrong, yo, all that shit has been found out to be crazy. So, generally speaking, that's not happening to us. They're not using vaccines to kill Black people. They won't even be getting the vaccine for another 8 months. That's not going. That's a horrible fear right there. We should be in fear of having not enough medical care in our communities, right? Having all fast food restaurants in the hood. That should be a serious fear to us.
Oh, lay down, baby.
So you're not concerned with the speed of this, the way these vaccines are coming out?
No, we answered that already.
Yes, go ahead, Sean. I'm just saying.
I came in late.
I would be.
Okay. Well, T-Man, no, we're not. They've been working on mRNA vaccines for over 30 years.
Not in human subjects, but okay, I got you.
That don't mean anything, bro. They've been working on this technology for 30 years.
I know that.
Hold on. Did you ask the question? There's an mRNA Ebola virus vaccine. The military has it. It's in play. You ain't heard nothing from it. There's no issues, problems, or anything like that. There's no issues or problems from the 2 million Americans that have taken the vaccine. I ain't talking about no other countries. I'm talking about America right now. You add the other countries, the numbers increase. Out of 2 million people, you ain't heard of one death from a vaccine. Out of 2 million people, you ain't heard of nobody deforming and changing to a whole nother person. Out of 2 million people, it's proven that it is working. And it's showing us that it's working because it's going through phases. And we're walking with science in real time. I know that's hard for some people to fathom, but you seem to trust them with your iPhone 12 and your car, but you don't trust the science. To hell with the people, we trust the science, bro. That's all we're saying here.
Yeah,
and do we know the long term?
And the speed, bro. And the speed. Let me just talk about the speed, though. You know, one reason the speed as it is imagine if we went to fix a bridge and normally there's 6 people, right? That's normally how it would be with a vaccine. There's only like a few companies working on the vaccine under normal circumstances, right? But since it's a worldwide pandemic, now you're talking about 50, 100 people. not a handful of scientists, hundreds of scientists. See what I'm saying? So that's why they're able to produce it at such a fast rate.
Yo, bro, you being long-winded, bro. You talking too much, bro. You gotta hurry up, bro. You gotta hurry up, bro. You talking too much, bro. You ain't gonna be listening to you preach, bro. You're not gonna be listening to you preach, bro. Hurry up.
I like that guy right there, man. I like this guy.
I think you're mixing up with how many companies.
Full of it, bro. As long as they agree with y'all, they can talk forever.
I'm not mixing it up.
Let
T-Man go, let him make a statement. Go ahead and make a statement.
As long as they agree with y'all, they can talk forever. Other than that, you better even shut.
Man, God damn.
How many companies?
But did you see how T-Man is having a discussion with us? Like, that's how you have a discussion. We may not agree with everything T-Man saying, but we not. You see how the discussion is still cordial? Like you know, let's do it like that, man. Come on, man.
Yeah. I'm just trying to see where y'all stand. You know what I mean? But I think you said that the speed of it is because there's multiple companies working on it.
Right.
No, I don't think that'll change the speed of the. I'm not talking about the speed as how many companies are making it. I'm talking about the speed of the trials. It can be one company. It's just
they was able to do the trials at the same time. But to your point, T-Man is actually flowing with the conversation. So he'll make a point, then he'll take somebody else's comment. Like he's not running on whole, you know what I mean? He's flowing with the conversation.
Yeah.
So you want to? So you know the genome. 2003, the genome was mapped out, right? The family coronavirus has been with human beings, so they was familiar with that, right? Technology now, the technology allows us to do what used to take them 5 years. It has allowed them to do it in 3 years. A trip from Africa took 3 months in a wooden ship with sails. Now it takes 3 to 5 days in the steel ship, in the diesel engine. You can't drive from Africa to America and say, yo, that shit's not safe standing in motherfucking America. No, it got you there safe.
Again, you're talking about the time of the process.
Hold on. Vaccines have been with us for 225 years. Please add that into the equation. So for 225 years, right, they have understood, made mistakes, do what they do. They have a good working knowledge on vaccines. Brother Sean told you that they've been working on the mRNA vaccines for 20 to 30 years already. That they already had one in play to watch it with the Ebola. So this is not it to the layman public. It looks as if this shit just popped up out of nowhere. I'm just trying to tell you it didn't pop up out of nowhere. Not to mention, at this point, millions of people have gotten the vaccine. So you are allowed to sit back and read your reports. And Sean, every day, he's meticulously going over the different reports of stuff that people said happened to him. Thank goodness that Black people can sit back and get the 2 years that we was looking for, bro. So you're actually getting the chance to watch it.
I mean, one thing's for sure. Yeah, one thing's for sure right now.
Elaborate on the speed of the trials, right? That's what you're talking about, Sean.
I ain't talking about the speed of the process of it.
Yeah. Elaborate on the trial process and how the trial process was able to be sped up from
did it at the same time. Instead of waiting for one was over, they did them all at the same time. It was genius.
and that's why there's more. They would speed up the trial process.
So right now we're still in phase 3 though. We're not even finished. We're still basically in the trial as a nation.
Yeah, and guess what?
Phase 3 over with Moderna and Pfizer. They phase 3 trials is over.
No, that's not true.
We're still in observation.
We still in because it has not been approved for the public.
But I'm saying the trials is
Yeah, they passed phase 3. They have emergency.
No.
Observation is still phase 3.
No, Sean. That's not. No, Sean. You fighting the point. I'm not trying to make that point. I'm not saying. I am telling you that it's only it is. They got us used for emergency use, meaning we can't go get the vaccine
because it's still an observation.
Correct.
So what I'm saying is, it's genius though, right?
Until April. Yeah, until April.
But think about it. That's still giving them time to see. Like you know, we talk about the observation process never ends. It never ends. So they didn't just say, yeah, everybody can do it. They didn't. They rolled it out slow and intelligent. They did. I mean, think about it. It's approved for emergency use only. I mean, like, who can't see that?
I'm gonna tell you what, family. The best thing to watch, man. I keep telling people, man, watch This Week in Virology with Vince Racaniello. They do like a Q&A question part of it.
Yeah.
Where they have people calling and ask the same type of question you're asking, and the virologists kind of break everything down to kind of ease the concern to the public. Bro.
Why not show up in January the 4th when we'll have a virologist on from the University of Maryland?
I could do that too.
Medicine department. How about that? Matter of fact, make sure, T-Man, since you've been respectful, I'm gonna make sure. Did you get the first question?
No doubt. All right, so let me work backwards then. So okay.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
All right. So
let T-Man make his comment. He want to make a comment.
Yeah. I want to answer it because he needs to know what RNA viruses are.
Go ahead.
If he knows what RNA viruses are, it could help him understand what we're talking about.
I mean, he's talking about the speed of the trials, though, like the trial process.
Yeah, right. But this goes into helping understand the speed of the trials, because if you just if you understood what RNA viruses are and how the technology goes with understanding what RNA viruses are, then it makes the messenger that much more important in the whole emphasis of what's going on. So we can speed up the creation of a vaccine once we understand what RNA viruses are. So if we know what
he's talking about, not the creation, he's talking about after everything created. He's talking
about
after everything's created, and then we go into the trial process. When we go into the observation process, though, that's what he's talking about.
Exactly. Yeah, I know the process mRNA. Yeah, that makes the manufacturing of the process faster. I get that point.
Okay, but yeah, what Unc said is that they just ran them all together.
And in the middle. That's what I'm saying. So typically, that's not done.
No.
I know. So as human beings, can we go ahead, Corey?
And because it's usually a business, see, we that's what we fail to address here with the time. It's usually a business thing. So if I'm Pfizer, I'm making sure that I'm not sharing my data with Moderna and all the rest of them. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to the lobbyists, to the government, and I'm trying to make sure that I get all the money allocated to me. You know what I'm saying? This, that, and the other. I lobby for all the people to get in position for that. But see, in this one, they don't do that. It ain't about the money. It's about the people and about saving people's lives. And it's about the money too, because if they don't start and get this under control, they're gonna lose money anyway, right? So what they do is they share all the data. I think Sheffrin said you got thousands and hundreds of men and women putting their brains together instead of hiding data from each other. They're sharing data with each other. And this was a worldwide effort. This is also why they was able to come up with it so fast, because the money aspect was kind of put to the back burner. You know what I'm saying? The business aspect was put on the back burner.
What makes you think? What makes you think that?
Because it was
a global effort. They shared the data. They shared each other's data.
All right.
Here's another thing.
Usually you keep that a secret if you want to be the one on top. But go ahead, Sean.
Right. So I know you wasn't here because you said you wasn't here. So we knew that once China began to map out the genome of how things was going, China put the word out on the internet. That's how scientists in America, in the UK, in other parts of the country, of the world, began to make adjustments to what they needed to do. That's how we knew the vaccine was already in play. Like earlier, I had read that this thing was in place soon as they got the genome. Once they understood that it was an RNA virus, going with the production of the science that they already had, this made it evident to go ahead and speed that whole entire process up so that they can get to those trials, because they immediately start testing it on animals. Once they got what they needed from China, and other scientists were verifying it and vetting the mapping of the genome and the structures and all of that, after all that complicated work, it was boom. All right, we confirm it. And like what Sosa keeps saying, 12 is an excellent source. We watch it all the time. I share data from there all the time because Vince Razzanelli, he's one of the first people he's one of the first people to actually do that, to map it out like that, like break it down, and he shows his work. And you know what I'm saying? And people build up off of his work. And he's a virus geek. So it's like, you know, that helps us all the way. So the process, that was part of it. Like it's a collective, yo. Like this thing ain't never had no collective. People want to resolve issues like that. That's why we still got people, you know what I'm saying? They still giving out polio vaccines.
So
when we ain't had a polio issue in a long time. Or MMR.
So you're familiar with the nasal spray that's about to come out for this COVID?
You're talking about Japan and China, but I don't think it's ready. It ain't ready yet. Though.
No, it ain't Japan. It's us. It's us. And what about the human?
I think Japan already had one. I think I heard about it. I think it might have been China. I think they had one, but it wasn't ready yet, though.
No, it's about to come out next year, which is
next year, like 2 days.
I'm not
exactly.
I'm not gonna when it's gonna come out, yo.
Next year is coming out. What about?
Can we let's pull it up?
They're working on a nasal spray. They're working on a needleless injection. They're working on a nasal spray, a needleless injection, and another method of being able to administer the vaccine for people who have a problem.
They're working on humanized antibodies.
We talked about that on the previous show.
They're working on it. Cause that's what I'm saying. Like we watched the show, they talked about that. Well, somebody brought that up. Like they have a nasal spray in China, but he was saying the data ain't good on that yet. Like the test, the test subjects ain't, and the size of the test experiment is not good on that yet on the nasal spray.
All right, that's fine, but it'll be in manufacturing next year. The humanized antibodies will be in manufacturing next year.
You see this, T-Man?
Yeah.
It says, then along came COVID-19. Within weeks of identifying the responsible virus, scientists in China had determined the structure of all its genes, including the genes that make the spike protein. That's the dagger, and published the information on the internet. Within minutes, scientists 10,000 miles away began working on the design of an mRNA vaccine. Within weeks, they had made enough vaccine to test it in animals and then in people. Just 11 months after the discovery of SARS-CoV-2 virus, regulators in the United Kingdom and the US confirmed that an mRNA vaccine for COVID-19 is effective and safely tolerant, paving the path to widespread immunization. Previously, no new vaccine had been developed in less than 4 years.
Yep, absolutely. So if we work backwards, so they got that money even before they approved it, right? Even before they approved, they got the emergency approval. They already got those vaccines already paid for. You're familiar with that?
I don't have no problem with them in front.
Some of it was a private effort, but some of it was a government effort. But yeah, the government had allocated money to help out these companies develop the vaccine. Definitely, that's what the Operation Warp Speed was all about. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So let's go backwards from. Yeah, I got you, but let's go backwards from there. So in order to manufacture these drugs, you need specialized equipment and places to manufacture, right? So if we go backwards, these plants were already built, waiting for this to happen, specifically for this. I mean, it ain't no conspiracy. It is what it is. It's just facts.
They have been working on the coronavirus, like Sean said, for 30 years already.
No, I ain't talking about a little lab. I'm talking about a whole manufacturing facility.
So, hold on. So you're saying that this was planned.
I'm not saying. I'm not saying it's planned.
Just let me lay out the argument, and then you could be like, "No, that's not what I'm saying."
All right, cool.
Saying that anticipation. Are you saying the anticipation of a possible pandemic, that they had structures in place to work towards this type of thing? Or are you saying that this was done nefariously because they do what they were going to do with this virus. That what you're saying? Which one?
I'm saying this was built for anticipation to manufacture this vaccine, period.
What was
So
built?
would that be a good thing or a bad thing?
I seen an article that referenced that because when the SARS, they the person, and I can't remember, I seen an article where it was already somebody working with the coronavirus. It got out of the lab. They created the policy was to, and I think it was under Obama, they created the infrastructure and then they shut it down. So
No,
I have to find that article.
Yeah, we
I think you might want to go get that source, buddy.
So what's going on, is that they have always been preparing for the next pandemic. Government funding shut down the attempts of this of the SARS-CoV studies. They didn't have any more funds to allocate it. 4 years ago, the money ran out. So what happened is that research was halted. No matter what buildings or anything like that, they're always planning to fight the next. During Obama's era, that whole thing was about planning to fight the potential of a biological threat.
Yeah, biological weapon.
Period. They're on record saying that. So they were preparing for the potential of a biological threat.
Yeah,
so
and if you go back to Bill Gates, that's what he was complaining about years prior to. He was saying that the country is not ready for a pandemic, and he was urging the country and the people to start putting facilities and situations and emergency type situations in place for a pandemic.
So what the brother was saying, as far as the I'm gonna say possibility, that there was already an infrastructure in place, even if it wasn't used.
Yeah.
That was the case. 300,000 people wouldn't have died.
But there's supposed to be a infrastructure in place in case. You don't build an infrastructure when you're in the midst of it. The idea is to be ahead of any catastrophic event. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, it's easy to say that, but for a company to take on that burden to build the structure, to get the equipment, to allocate the money, to get the resources, that takes time and money.
No, the government wants that type of stuff. Bro.
No, we're not talking about the government. We're talking about a company. I'm not talking about the government.
Why would it be the company's responsibility?
Let's get the company. Let's get the company. And let's look that up.
Them from happening. Listen, 330,000 deaths. Do you think somebody want that on a watch? They don't want that on their watch because it hasn't happened in anybody else's time. What they're trying to do is prevent. If they listen to the scientists, they would have had measures in place. We had a logistical fumble. And this is why we're having issues with getting the vaccines out to where they need to be so that people can get the vaccines and it can speed up the process. But the logistics was messed up. So they incorporated the Army to help us be able to administer these things for our benefit.
Now, I appreciate y'all faith. I mean, because that's what I hear. And that's what you say, us skeptics about this, is that we don't have faith in that the system, American system particularly, it looks out for the American public. I appreciate that. I respect that.
Hey, Sean, hold on. Sean, you the host. Sean, just to let you know. But go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Not to cut you off.
For our cynics, there's also, and this takes away from the area of just dealing with vaccines and viruses, that in the American system, in the sense of 300,000 people, that they really, this system, look at it as a machine, that the history of this machine really cares about a percentage number of 300,000 based off of the amount of numbers of people that it has intentionally wiped out for the perpetuation of it. I mean, for a cynics, it's just hard to. It's just when you come out that, well, would they do 300,000? Like that's a large number in a country that really relies on immigrants, has decimated within its borders a large population, even up to, and this is why I raised the health issue, because when you deal with the question of African-American public health, you can't say that it is not intentional, that our health morbidity is in the condition that it is in a system that has intentionally placed African-Americans, a large portion of the population, intentionally, not, we could say by policy, we know by policy, has intentionally placed African-Americans in a large proportion to be in food deserts, have medical health, bad medical health, and have bad education, self-education. I mean, and that's not a quick death, but it sure seems to be like a slow death. But you want to say that they don't want to take out 300,000 while they're promoting that this could take out millions?
But listen, here's the thing. You live in a capitalist country. The country drives itself off capitalism. Okay? Businesses are not running right now. A lot of people are not at work. The country, in order for it to thrive, it needs those immigrants you speak about to be at work, not at home, not giving stimulus checks. That is counterproductive to the progress of the countries. So even if you view it from that point of view, and you take away the 300,000 death point of view, understand that is the working goal for this evil machine. For it to run, it needs that in play for it to run.
I would beg to differ, and I would beg to differ by using and again this, and I know for this format and this platform, is this discussion in my mind takes away from what y'all saying, because I mean what you're dealing with again, because when you look at what came out of the World Economic Forum, about moving into the fourth industrial, what they call is the fourth industrial revolution, that this capitalist system, global capitalist system or Western capitalist system that is now in its construction, meaning that technology, biotechnology, nanotechnology, data, genomics is going to be the new manufacturing, where it doesn't require the old model, which was you needed a lot of a labor pool to fulfill the factories that needed to produce the goods. Okay, now so
you're talking population control now, right?
I mean, well, yeah. This dude has dropped like 3 or 4 conspiracy theories.
You're talking about population.
I mean, no.
Let me just say it. Like we ain't playing no more. Just say what it is. Population control.
No. Well, I mean, let's put it more in what policymakers call it. If you put it in nation management, each nation manages its own population. It's different than, as y'all are saying, and people utilize conspiracy and population control.
No. You're talking about an intentional reduction of the population. That's what you're talking about, right?
I
mean, yes or no? Are you talking about an intentional?
What I projected was where the system, the economic, as you call it, the capitalist system is retooling itself. Just like when I was on before and was saying, moving from the horse to the mode of transportation being a motor vehicle.
Why would they want to kill off 300,000 taxpayer people? That puts a dent in their capitalistic society. They have no problem with everything else going on. Natural chain of events. Right. They are not looking to take money out of their pocket. It crippled the economy. They lost a lot of money You had stocks influence. You had people losing. You had all kind of important stuff that was going on. But we have to be honest. We have to sit here and say that would be disrespectful to consider killing 330,000. And some of these people are kids, elders, and all these other people in society. This thing is affecting. Look, they just elected a Louisiana Republican senator. He's dead from COVID-19. He didn't even get sworn in. He caught the bug of the virus. It took over him, and he lost the battle. This was an elected official that would be a part of the status quo who you're demonizing right now, saying is in control of population. He would be an intricate player in the claim that you're making.
And the 300,000 here. How much is it worldwide, Sean?
Man,
like a million and something.
Yeah. And in a 7 billion in a 7 billion right now in a human population. Now I don't know if y'all looked, and again, this is not because of demonizing. I'm just saying that's the way things are, and it's not because the white man's the devil or Western civilization is corrupt. But that's just the way it is. It's not because capitalism is capital. But look over, and I assume that you'll look at the population growth from 1940 to now. How is it that the number of human beings on this planet grew so exponentially?
Oil and technology.
Period of time.
Oil and technology allowed that to add 2 billion people. You're talking about the 2 billion people that's been added since the time period you're talking about, right? And in that time,
it's more than 2 billion. I mean, when you look at the numbers, it's been about
and factor in the fact that with the technology, people live longer. More children are not dying in childbirth like they used to. So all this factors into the total increase of the population. So
and I agree. And this is where I like the way, in dealing with the history of human population goes, because and that's why I have a challenge with the question about using science, because it is about worldview. Because as ugly as it may seem, the reason why people may have died, and just use on the continent. At one point, what was desert was a lush vegetation. What happened to all those people who were living in those human beings that
Saharan Africa?
Right.
You know how long ago that was? 1,500 years ago, wasn't it? Am I correct on that? I might be wrong, but that was like 1,500 years ago. They dead, them people. They moved, and the rest, and their ancestors, the people that they descendants rather, they moved.
Hey, that's the point I'm making. But
longer than that, you talking about when the Sahara was
right.
Yeah, when the Sahara was lush.
Thousands of years ago, bro.
But the point is that
there wasn't no Europeans.
No, but that's my point is that the question about catastrophe and comparing it to now, and if you want to use human management, is that because we have been so effective in being able to control diseases and control viruses and control the environment, it allows the human population and control all the species around it. We have allowed the human population to increase without any natural disaster taking out the human population. That's the only point I'm making.
So you're in favor of more humans being knocked off due to natural disaster? You're saying like that would be the.
I'm saying the natural. Well, it seems I don't. I'm
trying to figure out what you're saying, because like you saying stuff, but you're not really.
I'm just looking at what I perceive is the narrative that they have created so far, that over the course of millions of years, or let's do the 200,000 years,
there has been cycles within the environment with this species, especially this species called Homo sapiens sapien, that it has been able to have a population and be depopulated. Is that good or bad? That's a value judgment.
The
I'm not
thing
dealing
about
with
that
value.
though is that you
I'm
gotta
just saying that that's the fact.
Yeah, but you present another conspiracy.
Yeah.
All right,
you don't have any to substantiate that.
And when you gotta understand too, is like the byproduct of these pandemic. Only time you see these cataclysmic situations, this is recent in human occupation on the planet. Okay, if we're dealing with science, we've been hunter-gatherers for 95% of our life on the planet. Okay, it's only the past 10,000 years we moved to agriculture and domesticating animals. Okay, until then there were no large pandemics because we never lived in large cities and populous areas like that. So when somebody caught a virus, only that tribe got it and they died off before they can infect somebody else. They burn everything down and they leave the area. That's what I'm saying. So this is recent when you get now the bubonic plague because now you have people living in these large cities. And then also people are traveling abroad from other places, bringing other viruses and germs and bacteria from other areas and stuff like that.
I agree.
So all of that's a byproduct. So even that in itself, that's not some nefarious plot by some evil entity. That's just
I didn't. That's the point I'm making. That naturally, this same phenomena has occurred. The difference between then and now is the control of human population, and that's the difference. And because of what you're saying, that there hadn't been this many people under nation states, that the nation state role. I don't care whether it's because of the wealthy or because of the military or because of the rules and regulation, is to control the population within its boundaries. That's been, I mean, that we can't deny that that's the role.
No, man, no. This ain't about controlling no population. We can get that out of here.
Yeah, he's population control.
All right. If y'all,
So in a nutshell, because we're doing a lot of dancing on the outside of the ring. You're saying that this is a form of population control that we're seeing right now.
Is the virus a form of population control? Is the vaccine a form of population control?
Either one. Name, pick your flavor.
I'm saying I don't know.
I'm the one that's making the assumption.
You've been implying
population control this whole time.
I mean,
hello.
As you said about a theory, it's presenting a bunch of facts. Now we have to prove them, right?
Theory.
I'm just saying this is what it looks like to me. Now it may not look like that to y'all. I got it. I accept that.
Hello, CK. Hello, can anyone hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Hey.
Who's that?
I just wanted to ask him. I just wanted to ask. Yeah, I just wanted to ask him. Does he know what population control is?
I'm a play ignorant, so you can tell me.
Nah, you tell us.
Hey, you've been confident this whole time.
It's that time. Let's kick it in.
I need you to double down on what population control is.
Come on, Richard, man. Come on, man. Stand your ground, man. It ain't fun unless you got it.
Okay.
Come on, make it fun now. Come on.
In nation management is when a system, when the governance system says that it has too many or the amount of population it can be able to withstand in order to be able to provide the goods and services it needs to keep itself running. That's my conception.
So do you think population control is a bad thing?
No, I'll say no.
So what is the relevance of you saying the viruses and vaccines are population control?
Well, I didn't say it's popular. I'm just saying that Western civilization has been about controlling its environment more than living with its environment. And because it is about controlling its environment, and because it is going into transition right now, it does seem to have more people within the system that is trying to grow than it actually needs.
That's why they're doing population control. Population control is trying to help the environment. It's not working against the environment. They realize that there is
but the thing is that it created its own well, I mean, this again is I'm giving you my opinion. I mean, it's based off of my observation, the information I'm not going to come and project like I've actually, in a minuscule way studied this. So based off of the information that I've been looking at, and primarily I use the basis of the African-American experience, because our enslavement experience for me, historically, shows with this version of Western society, I can't
defend African kind of studies when people do this. Can't defend it.
Say that again?
Nah, I'm fighting for Africana studies, and then we say we know our experience here. We all agree that something horrible happened to our ancestors. Period. That's how we got here. That's why we still here. That has nothing to do with today. That's a psychological sore that we have on us genetically and that we experience on a day-to-day basis. But that
slave trade never happened. I was here before the slave trade.
I mean, that's and there is, there's a wide opinion there. I look at it more systemically, right? And so and systemically in relationship to building this in this particular country and Western. And when I say Western, I am talking about the European system itself. I would argue against that as just phenotypical or psychological, that in the nature of the American capitalist system,
what if I told you more white people died from coronavirus than blacks?
Excuse me?
What if I told you that more white people die in America from COVID-19 than black people?
But even more white people die from smallpox that would go back to it.
I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about right now.
And I have no problem with it. But what you raised initially, what I might have raised and you were responding to was whether this system itself has a moral compass to it. And I'm saying the basis of this system does not have a moral compass because of, I'm using the African American experience as the bottom, as a part of the American system design. Because it's we are a part of the American system design. Because in that design, we were brought in as a non-human entity to produce the wealth, a non-human entity that was commodified to produce the wealth. And in that system, that even though it had value, they still would work the production part of it, work those people, those human beings to death in large numbers to increase that wealth. That is a part of the American system design. So when we come to today and say, well, 300,000, in this American system, do they really care about it? Well, it killed millions to produce as well. And if we look at even today, when we say 300,000 and look at the stock market today, the stock market didn't go down, hasn't gone down. 300,000
it has gone down since the pandemic. It's rallied.
It's gone up.
No, it went down at last year when this whole pandemic transpired. The stock market flew down like 500 points.
And where is it now?
Over
a year ago, wasn't the death toll wasn't.
Didn't he inject money into it though? Didn't he inject money into it? I think on bars didn't he?
Yes. Over the year, the stock market has slowly made progression. They are not going to ruin their model of success.
Wait, hold up. You can't base the strength of a market because it just goes down. People make money both ways. So don't be fooled by that.
Correct. People do make money when the stock market goes down and when it goes up because they play for the law.
And the transitional.
What he's saying, Richard, is you can't use that argument.
But the transitional companies, I mean, I'm just making my observation, and I again I respect the perspective, and this is I think the beauty of the conversation is that we have different points of view, and it's a matter of not necessarily proving anyone right or wrong, but seeing where, as y'all say, where the facts fall, and can you validate the facts. But even in this moment,
that's the false equivocation there, bro.
Okay. Right? Very false equivocation.
Trying to say that we can't prove either one right or wrong, like putting the ambiguity there, or trying to make it seem as if one thing is on the same level as the next thing. Like, that's a false equivocation.
And it's Corey, he's talking about a different time era. When you came in and we were worked and used as whatever. America was just starting as a country. Now you're part of a global world network. Things are not the same.
But you
can't compare 500 years ago, even 100 years ago, even 200 years ago to now.
But wait a minute, hold it. I'll project. I mean, I kind of push back on that from a systems thinking perspective, because from over the last 500 years, the ones that initiated that, they're still the dominant economic power structure on this planet right now. Now they have a competitor, they telling us, they have a competitor. Now they have had internal fights, but they have a competitor who they're saying isn't a part of this dominant structure, and that is the European structure, which is the dominant part of the
No, you're getting it wrong. The Asian market is massive right now. There's a world market.
They're saying
it's got nothing to do with just Europe and America.
I agree. And they intentionally, because they have a longer history, they intentionally didn't want to become a part of this. I mean, if you go into the geopolitical economic history, China did make a decision, even against Russia, that it wasn't going to use the Marxist model of Russia. It was going to use its own model.
And so did the Marxist model create COVID-19?
And that's why I said I didn't want to go down this road, because if you bring it back to
the rubber, that's where the rubber
propaganda,
it meet on that road.
If I'm understanding it right, in the propaganda of 45, they're saying China did create the COVID-19.
Yeah, there it is. Because you can say you don't go down the road and all these street signs, and we've been down the road for a long time, bro.
Let's deal with that instead of that long road.
He ringed around the rosy. Look, just around the rosy.
All right, so for one, they don't have any evidence to conclude that a laboratory released this to the population. They don't have that evidence to conclude. Even with independent researchers, they could not come to an honest conclusion whether it was the wet markets or it escaped the lab. What they concluded was that it could be a multitude of things that transpired from, and one mainly being the zoonotic approach, and then it infecting someone who possibly could be in communications with the lab and came out of the lab and infected someone else. They haven't concluded it escaped the lab.
Because not only that, it's like you say, it could be things don't happen in the vacuum in the real world. It culminates. So things come. It's a culmination of natural events that take place in the world that we live in. We know how these things work, and we done studied these things. All of the data is there. All the paperwork is on there.
So, you know, as far as all the population control, we done knocked that out the box. Fitzroy came in and knocked that out the box. Appreciate that, Fitz. And as far as they made it in a laboratory, that's all knocked out the box. You know what I mean? Like, we got to come up with real tangible stuff here. You know what I'm saying? Like, we actually got to, and then, like, what's the bottom line? The bottom line is, what's the other solution other than taking the vaccine? What's the other solution other than understanding these viruses with using the tools of science that we have at our disposal as of right now? Like, what are we getting at? What are we giving to the community? You know, other than just talking us to death. You know what I'm saying?
So let me address something. Let me address something that was said before, because someone said that you have to be ready, right? The government has to be ready, and I agree. But for a company, a public company, for them to drop 50 million or whatever it costs to build a facility, you don't do that unless you have an order or an intent to use it for a purpose.
All right, can I answer that real quick, T-Man?
Absolutely.
I don't agree.
I don't even know what he's talking about.
Yeah,
This whole time you could have been getting a source to show it on screen. I don't know what you're talking about. Sounds like you're making
think they
stuff
just
up.
made the machines that make needles and vials and
no.
Hold on, here we go.
What are you talking about?
Hold on, everybody, hold on. Here it is. Okay. The scientific community had already had plans on a solution to a problem. They were already moving on advancing this technology and using it to solve these RNA viruses. They knew they had it in the bag. They just couldn't wait on the opportunity to avenge itself. Now, what am I saying about this $50 million building? All right. What is it called? Biotechnology, or whatever they want to call the field of study. They are into coding. They are hiring immensely for coders because coders are going to be evolutionary in the biotech field. Meaning, in order to resolve these RNA viruses or potential RNA pathogens in the future, coding is a necessary part of this whole thing. We talked about this on the Mossy Warrior Clan. These people are adamant in advancing tech. See, this is our train of thought. We're moving with the horse. They're driving a car. They beyond the railroad. We're still at the horse. They're like, man, we got to be able to move quicker.
I appreciate that.
Exactly.
No, I appreciate that, but that's not what I was referring to.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's say there's company A. I'm not going to say the name, but let's say there's company A. When a company decides to expand or to create or to add on to their building, they do not do that unless they get the allocated funds from the higher ups. In order to get the allocated funds from the higher ups, they have to have orders or a reason to build, or they will not build. You don't build in hopes for the work to come. You get the work first, then you build. That's
okay.
just how business is.
What do you believe the reason is? Sean just gave you what it was. What is your reason for that?
To manufacture this vaccine.
And what is the whole purpose for it?
Vaccine.
The end goal.
Well, to manufacture multiple vaccines, but the goal is to capitalize off of it. Period.
Just to capitalize.
From the company's perspective, absolutely. Now, the intent behind it, or who started it, I'm not speaking to that. But
so this is just for monetary gain, for monetary, and is this just subjected to America, not the rest of the world where there's people dying?
Western civilization, Western European countries particularly.
No, let him answer that though, because I'm kind of curious where he's going with that. Like, because I want to know the vaccine that they're creating. You're saying that they're going to create safe vaccines, but they just want to profit off it.
No, I'm saying they're creating multiple vaccines, right? Let's talk about one particular company. They're creating multiple vaccines. These things take years to get to the point to where they can actually manufacture. Now, just a coincidence, now they up until the point to where they can manufacture millions of doses and now all of a sudden they have suites dedicated.
No, it ain't a coincidence. But go.
Did you just listen to anything Sean said? Did you?
Yeah,
I'm not being rude.
What are you
I'm
talking
not
about?
being rude.
But
I'm
this
not
is what I
being
want
rude.
to know.
He's not talking about what I'm talking about.
Hold on.
He
That's what I want to know.
directly.
Let me ask one question, Fizz. Now that let's say everything happens the way you said that. They got now they're producing vaccines by the millions. Now what? What are they going to do with the vaccines?
Profit.
Okay.
What do you mean? What they're going to do? Yeah, profit.
Are the vaccines going to be safe, and are they going to work, or?
We don't know the long-term effects of them. That's something we don't know.
So how are they going to profit off something that may have negative effects on people?
Because they already sold millions already. What do you mean? How are they going to profit? That's already in the bag.
Okay, so you're saying that.
So what do you think about the FDA though? I mean, because they the ones who approve your groceries.
Yeah, they approved it. What? I mean, what do I
they
think?
They approve your groceries too, though.
Yeah, they
right?
approved it. Yeah, they approved it.
No, I'm not talking about the vaccine. I'm not talking about the vaccine.
That doesn't change the fact.
I'm talking about your groceries. Though.
It doesn't. Yeah, I get that. That doesn't change the fact that no one knows the long-term effects of it. Period.
But what about the pack of chicken in the freezer?
Man.
Like how we know the long
carrots that you eating, man? It's probably giving you
pack of chicken out of the pack of chicken. Because I know so many people.
Yeah, what does that have to do with the vaccine?
Poisoning. Listen.
Same concept.
I'm gonna tell you. Let me tell you a fact.
You're ingesting something into your body.
Yeah, if you open up a pack of chicken, and you touch that packet and you touch that chicken, right?
You know it.
You got pathogens and viruses on your hands.
And
if you don't wash your hands, you're gonna get right.
Exactly.
But that's cool, right? You know people who got sick from chicken though, too, right?
We know what we have to do, right? You know what you have to do. You have to clean it, don't touch it, clean after, wherever touch it. We know that. No one knows the long-term effects of the vaccine.
And the FDA approved that though, right? But and people die from salmonella poison every day. But nobody's dying from a vaccine every day.
I never said that.
That's
not what I said.
I don't understand. Nobody's, and then I don't know if they putting a probe in your arm or whatever it is, because you already got a probe because you're talking to me on the probe. You know, they don't need to know no more. Google and Facebook know everything about your ass that they could possibly need to know about your ass.
Absolutely. Yep.
And so there's no need.
But tell me,
no need to put a chip in your arm.
I ain't say no chip.
If they want to kill off the black community, bro.
I didn't say that either.
40 some odd million of us, 45 million of us on a good day, right? In the summertime.
All I'm saying is, tell me one thing I said that.
Hold on, bro. Hold on.
I got you.
In the summertime, it's 45 million of us in the summertime on a good day, right? If they wanted to kill us all off, all they would have to do is quit giving our babies vaccines. Period.
That's not what I'm saying.
And they can go even faster. Guess how they can do it even faster? They can quit washing their hands when they give birth. They can cut the regulation that you got to wash your hands when you giving birth to the babies, right? And it'll eliminate all the black people on the planet. It'll eliminate it.
I got you.
All you got to do.
And I didn't say that.
Washing your hands. That's all you got to do.
Just tell me one thing I said that wasn't factual. That's all.
Listen, long-term effects, right?
I'm not understanding nothing you said because it don't make sense to me.
Right? Long-term effects, right? So, give me an example of the vaccines that you're aware of, the long-term impacts of those vaccines.
Good question.
I don't understand. What's the question?
Yes, you do. We don't know the long-term effects of the vaccine.
No, I don't. I don't.
There's been vaccines that have been out for quite some time now.
Okay.
So we're able to look at the long-term effects of the past vaccines. So give me the examples, give me the rate and the type of harm that we've seen from the long-term effects of vaccines.
Are we talking about those vaccines or are we talking about this one? Which one?
Ones that we
any.
Okay, and they've been proven to be safe, right?
How do you know that?
Because time.
It may have long-term effect. You tell
time. Yeah, I mean, y'all can play with words if you want to.
No,
time dictates.
All right, so there's no history so far.
There's no history. What do you mean? If we going back, let's go to polio. Let's say polio. Let's say polio. Polio been out for how many tens of years, 10, 20, 30, 50 years, right? That's a long term.
See, man, let me just do this like this, bro. Look, we know based on evidence that they know the adverse effects within 45 days of the administering the vaccination.
I didn't say adverse. I said long term.
Okay, what I'm trying to say is I'm telling you, they're going to know if you're going to have any long-term complications within 45 days.
So that's what it's based off.
45, no.
Sure about that?
Listen, yes, absolutely sure.
Okay, bro.
45 days.
How many people? Go ahead.
Listen to what I'm saying. After you receive the vaccine, now remember, they're still observing phase 3, but phase 3 is actually done. In April, they're going to have even more data. That means that's like 6 months out for this stuff. Okay, so they're always observing and monitoring, and they got things set up in order for these people to actually go and easily communicate any adverse effects of anything. They have that in play on every vaccine. They have that in play. This is why I'm telling you that they're going to move in April to give full authorization for the vaccines. And you're going to see it happen because they already been collecting this data since last year when they mapped out the genome and they started the testing. They've been studying the same animals that they've been testing last year. This, I mean, not necessarily last year, but I'm saying it because January right around the corner. But 10 months ago, they have that same data. We're acting like that data does not exist. 10 months ago, those trials on the animals that they actually use, and then when they transferred that into humans, they have that data. And then when they couldn't get it correct in humans the first time, that information was leaked out to the public when it wasn't supposed to be. And we talked about it on the Pseudo Killers and the Real Black Atheist channel. And then they got it and then went through another phase and corrected it and got it in the human trials in a small sample. And then they moved on and then they kept on doing their studies until they got to phase 1. We saw, and then we heard about phase 1, then we heard about phase 2, and then we heard about phase 3, and then they came to the end and they published their findings, and it's right there in their reports. They know within 45 days if you're going to have a serious side effect. If you got 6 months of data on something that's out there in the streets, right? You're going to be able to monitor that. But now they got 2 million examples of this and counting.
All that being true.
I'm trying to figure out though, Sean. I'm trying to figure out real quick though.
Yeah.
Like, as by the time it's available for the majority of us to get the vaccine, it's gonna be. I mean, you know, it's 7 billion people on the planet, right?
Yeah.
So we're not just talking about the United States here, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, even in the United States, if you're lucky, you're gonna be number 230 million. Like, I mean, is that enough people to have taken the vaccine for you to understand, like, yo, okay, good, I need to take that. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely,
like,
absolutely. Possibly.
So,
yeah.
like, I wouldn't even worry about it. If you already know right here today, you already know that you're gonna be number 230 million to take the vaccine. It's no sense in even worrying about it. Every black person in America is going to be number 230 and 72.
So since we talking about the data,
45 million.
So
like,
wait,
you're not going to get this.
No, let's just keep it factual. Let's just keep it factual. Since we talking about the data, how long is this vaccine?
Really?
I like the way
How are we keeping this factual when you ain't give us no other flipping sources for this long-term effects?
I'm just making stuff up.
I'm just making long-term effects, but I can't name not one vaccine that has a long-term effect that we can give an example to with no source.
Yeah, that's been proven. That's the point. Those have been proven with time.
What's been proven?
If there's no long-term effects for other vaccines, obviously they've been proven with time. That's how you prove things, right? with time. That's what we're talking about, long-term effects.
We've been taking vaccines for a long time, longer than anybody's been alive on this panel or in this chat.
We're talking about this
vaccine that humans has been taking, that we are still taking today, that has a long-term effect.
We are talking about this vaccine. This one.
We're talking about this one. You made the claim vaccines.
No, we're talking about this one. No, we're talking about this one.
Son. What
are you talking about? I'm not anti-vaccine. I'm not anti-vax. What are we talking about here?
I said he was anti-vax. I said
now that we got a better
long-term effects.
Now that we got
even telling us what the long-term effects
I'm not anti-vax. First of all, let me ask you one question. So how long is this vax good for? A week? 2 weeks?
No, that you're changing the subject. You
no, I'm not. We talking about.
Yes, he's changing the subject because I got his ass. You're going to answer this question. We not going.
Absolutely.
That's not long-term effects, though. That's not long-term effects. When we got to re-up, it's not long-term effects, though.
What you're saying about long-term effects is where you don't understand. You're misunderstanding everything. Long-term effects. There is no. You don't have to wait a long time to observe long-term effects. What they mean by long-term effects is, does it have effect on an individual who might have an underlying issue? So they have to observe all these different people with different issues and say, well, that vaccine might cause this in a time or at this point in time. It's got nothing to do with just in vaccinating someone and watching them. We're all individuals. It might react different to different people. So when you're talking about effects, we're talking about symptoms. You might get symptoms of that vaccine, or little symptoms, runny nose, something like that. You might feel sick. That's what they talk about, side effects. When you're talking about long-term effects, it's about finding out what it might affect people with different issues, and that's all it is.
Very small.
So you're misunderstanding what you're saying. You're saying long-term effects. You don't actually understand what that means.
All right, I understand it. Okay.
Sosa addressed it. Sosa, hold on. Sosa said something very important early. I don't even know if we might not even been live yet or not, but Sosa said that people are reading this vaccine is public, and everybody get a chance to read the data and look at all of the things, but they're not qualified and they're not doing reading the data in a responsible manner. So all of this information is being thrown around by people who are not the experts on this subject. So what we need to do is maintain and keep a well understanding of the people who are the experts. You know what I'm saying? Like he just throwing you, because bro, you just throwing us all around. We bouncing us off of every wall here. You know what I mean? Like, you're not understanding what the data is. You're not understanding what long-term effects is. You don't understand what that means in the medical field. You know what I'm saying? Like, certain things don't really mean the same thing in everyday language as certain professional fields. So we got to keep that in mind, in the back of our mind, when we reading this data and we interpreting this data. So, just let the experts be the one to explain that. And then, sometimes like I said earlier, sometimes we in the position to we have to trust the experts on that, Sometimes we just in that position.
Yep, I got you.
Can I ask, I think I got two questions and they may be off. If they're off, you don't have to respond. One.
No, off question. Ain't no off question. Go ahead.
One is, should the vaccine be mandatory for everyone?
It should be mandatory for those who are healthy enough to receive the vaccine. See, like my man said, we are all individuals. You have to have a consultation with your doctor to make sure that you are healthy enough to receive the vaccine, or that you are, in condition to get the vaccine. Something like certain people are not going to be able to get the vaccine. So for those of us who are able to get the vaccine, we should do that for our fellow citizens. And
I understand that, and I understand that individual choice. But and maybe my question wasn't clear.
You're asking, should it be forced, right? Should the
Right.
government
That's what I'm saying. It shouldn't. It can't be forced because certain people can't get that.
But that could be a part of the protocol.
I did go ahead and elaborate and say that those who can should. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but should it be a government policy?
It should be enforced. No, it shouldn't be enforced.
Okay, that's one. And should we as an individual have a choice to take that vaccine compared to another approach, whether we are, and I'm looking at another place.
What other approach?
Right.
Say again what Cuba come up with, what Madagascar come up with, or anybody else.
They in the same study. They part of the world.
Madagascar was a failure, just to let you know.
I mean, I understand that they may be a failure, and they in part
of it was.
I mean, but they
you like me to source up on that?
You gonna leave a first world country medicine?
Wait a minute. My question. I got all of that. But my question is, should we have the choice to make that choice to use that compared to this first?
Bro, if you want to go to Cuba, I'm sure they ain't gonna stop you.
Yeah, you go to Cuba.
I say no because it's not going to get approved.
I'm sure.
Mother flipping United States government is not going to approve Madagascar's supposed COVID cure. That is an epic failure because a gang of politicians got COVID after drinking the shit, and some of them even died. No. Mother flowers don't want to take the vaccine. Y'all all should be put on a damn island. Y'all can be in your little island. Don't get vaccinated. So when your kids start dying, your bitch asses can stay right the flip there.
Okay.
Hey,
because remember,
when he
you're scared of the vaccines. You're more scared of the vaccines than the darn virus that bodied like 300,000 people in just the U.S. alone within a 10-month period.
So how long is the vaccine good for?
I'm saying whoever says, you know what, I'm gonna forget about what they offered in America. Shoot, what they got in Madagascar. Understand what I'm saying, bro?
They got a drinkable herb.
Forget this USA.
Madagascar. They gonna turn him around. They go, hey, look, they're not going for that. He gonna pull his card out. He gonna try to get on the airplane. And it's gonna say Madagascar vaccine on there, and they gonna turn him right.
Yeah.
You're gonna be staying, and you're gonna be staying in Madagascar.
So just so we clear, long-term effects is one that appears months or years after stopping or starting the medicine. Just so we clear, that's what I was referring to.
You know what long-term effects are. But you can't provide any data on long-term effects.
No one has the data. That's what I'm saying. We don't have the data. It's new.
That's why I made it easy for you. That's why I said pick a vaccine that we use.
You don't have
on this panel has received either as a kid or as an adult that we're still using.
All right, let me ask a direct question. How long is this vaccine good for? We talking about the mRNA. We talking about the COVID vaccine, right? How long is it effective for?
That's what they're observing right now.
Exactly.
That's what they're observing.
No one knows.
That's not long-term.
That's a different question.
And long-term,
that's a different question.
Long-term adverse effects, or
no,
the lasting effect.
About the immunity.
If it lasts 6 months, I still want it. And like I don't.
It could last a week. But it could last a week. They don't know.
That's fine.
They've been doing testing for months, so I doubted it lasts a week.
But I'm highly doubting that with 95% efficacy. I'm highly doubting that.
Does he know about other vaccines? Because you know that many other vaccines need booster shots. The vaccines are not something you just put in.
Exactly, and they don't know about this.
No, but what you're trying to say is we don't know how long it might not be useful.
What are you talking about? We do know that data. They give you the vaccine. 3 weeks later, if you got the Pfizer, you get the second dose. That's why they tell you in the study, you get it's a 2-dose vaccine. Moderna, 2-dose vaccine, Pfizer. That one is 21 days, the other one is 28. 14 days.
Been getting booster shots all your life. Everybody on the panel done got a booster shot. Everybody done it. Everybody listening and everybody who on the panel.
Absolutely.
14 days after the second dose, Your body is in good enough shape to do what it needs to do. But what they telling you is that you need to still mask up, wash your hands, practice social distancing. They are still monitoring these things. Now, here we are. It's about to be January. So they already know people that came out of the phase 1 trial still showing signs of immunity. People came out of the phase 2 trial, and even though they still observing, still showing signs. People out of the phase 3 trial, they are still observing. They still showing signs of immunity. Science is self-correcting. It would already be on display if it's a week, if it's 2 weeks, if it's a month, if it's 45 days. They know what's going on. So what I'm telling you is in April, you're going to see them get full approval for Moderna and Pfizer because they ain't gonna have no hiccup. What you got to anticipate is January, February. What happens in January, February with the data? You don't get anything. What happens in February, March? They don't get anything. When we get to April,
we're getting a little bit of feedback. It's right. Hey, but let me we're gonna be ending the show here shortly. I just want everybody to make some closing statements. If y'all want to make some closing statements, y'all can go ahead. I appreciate everybody for coming out and listening, and appreciate all the panelists. I appreciate even the crazy DJ. Crazy DJ was off the chain today.
DJ Focus that couldn't focus.
Yeah, DJ Focus. But
man, yo.
What'd you say, Sean?
We didn't get to hear the song.
I think
his new album he dropped.
That was a blessing, Sean. I think we dodged that one.
But man, I don't want to go all night long. You know what I mean? So if anybody got any closing statements, Sean gonna end the show for us because he the host tonight. So I done said my closing statements. I love everybody. I appreciate everybody for coming out once more. Go ahead, y'all.
I'm good, man. I same thing.
Peace to the chat. Peace to the family, Sean. You go ahead and close out. I'm gone, y'all. Peace.
I appreciate being able to have a chance to express my thought and with the work that y'all are doing. Thank you.
Hey, thanks.
The same, Sean. Keep up the great work. That's great presentations you're presenting on Facebook and on YouTube. Very great, very informative. And you, CK, that video was massively great. I enjoyed it and very informative. To all of you, Corey, keep up the great work. I am Sosa, and peace.
Appreciate it.
Pseudo Killers is on the rise. Peace.
T-Man, you got something? Wise, you got something?
No, thanks for the invite, yo. I'm not anti-vax, just to be clear, man.
We know you ain't.
It's hard to tell when people using all the darn anti-vax points. Mother Flowers using population theory and everything else, and then try to use
that wasn't me.
Mother flipping slavery as a darn reason for the darn population when it's like, yo, them bringing the slaves over here was increasing the population. They had breeding farms, increasing the population, making all these damn Europeans come over here to America, increasing the mother flipping population.
That wasn't me.
Coming up with all these inoculations and vaccines, allowing people to live much longer. That's increasing the mother flipping population, son.
T-Man said, I don't want no part of that. That wasn't me.
That wasn't me, yo. I'm just saying. I will say this, but by the middle of next year, this mRNA it's not going to be the vaccine they're going to be pushing. It's going to be another one.
And what's that going to be?
The mRNA.
What's that going to be? What's it called?
They don't have a name for it right now. It's going to be the one that's the humanized antibodies one.
From T? Where you get
No,
that from?
you're talking about the one that they just use. Listen, the antibodies test is working inside the hospital, but they're still recommending the vaccination. The antibody test is to help severe COVID.
Yeah, for now. Yeah, for now.
Not for before you get COVID. So
no, I ain't talking about that one.
Rabbit hole.
Okay, what you talking about then?
I'm saying there's another one coming. That's all. That's
What,
all.
what is it? What is it? Give us the scoop.
I can't tell you right now.
All right.
Tell us.
Can't tell
no
you.
sources,
For another,
Continue
you're gonna leave us in suspense. I love leaving
Yeah,
the audience.
I put it to you like this.